Welcome to my complete Android and iOS application development using Flutter 3.0. In this course, you are going to learn everything about Flutter and its package extension. And not just that, we are also going to look into backend side of our application. That is, creating API for our blog system, our comment API, other API, product API, search API, and even user API. And not just writing this only, we are also going to be creating a custom HTML for our API URL. After this, we are also going to learn how to link everything down to Flutter application, that is connecting the blog UI interface directly to the API. We are going to learn every aspect of this widget, everything we use to create this header image, the card list, everything that we have here is going to be learned from scratch. That is the on-click event, also making comments to a post, logging in. For example, I can decide to log into this current application before this comment is going to be accepted. So I'm going to use test user that I just created to log in here, testuser.com, and the password is 12345. So I'll click on sign in. Now, as you can see, I'm logged in. So once I'm logged in, I can add comments. At the moment, this post does not have any comments attached to it. If I go to the admin section, you're also going to notice that if I click on comments now and I click on this comment section, this comment section is going to allow me to comment now because I'm logged in. So I'm going to write, I love this post. So if I submit this comment now, this comment is added, but it's waiting for admin approval. So I'll go to the admin section, go to my local host on the admin section, go to the dashboard, then go to the comment section. Don't forget, this project is built for beginner, so this UI might not really be fancy, but the functionality is amazing. Now, as you can see, this is the comment I dropped just now. I love this post. So it's not active yet. So what I will do is I will approve this comment now. And if I check the live post, you are still going to find the comment on the live post and also on the mobile application. So let me click on approve, but now it has been approved. So if you go back again to the app location, as you can see, we have Dozy Mbozi as the post. So I will click on read now, and over here we have the comment. And if I check the mobile app, as you can see, it is 0. So if I just leave this app and come back, it's going to be visible. Now watch, if I click go back and enter, we have the one comment. Awesome. So also the same applies to the Android section. If I click inside this place now, the comment that is added into this place is going to automatically sync to this place also in a real time once the data is applied to the server end. So there is a lot for you to learn in this course. So after we are done with the blog section, we are going to move down to the e-commerce area. Under this e-commerce, as you can see, we have a slider section on our page. So this slider section, you are going to learn how to do it from scratch. From scratch, how this is being done, you are going to learn it. The same applies to these cards here. These cards we have here, you are going to learn how to build this card from scratch. Now, as you can see, we have an amazing landing page for each of our products. I can decide to add this product to carts, which is a single quantity, and you are going to learn how all this thing is being possible. Increasing in quantity, going to carts. Let me add another product to carts. Let me add a very simple product. Okay, so I'm going to add a single quantity of this product to my carts, and if I go to carts, you are going to find this product in carts. The same applies to the Android section. If I add this product to cart, this amazing bread, I'm going to add it to carts. Now that has been added to carts, let me also add this amazing smart mem polo to my cart. So this has been added to my cart on the Android section. So if I go to the cart section, you are going to find the two page open up. For the iOS, we have this amazing page, and for the Android, we have this amazing page. So all this page that is designed, you are going to learn it from scratch. Also, for every product you added to this place, do you know you can actually delete it? The functionality to take it out, you're also going to learn how to do it. So I can decide to increment this quantity. The same applies to the Android section, and I can decide to just take out this product. Okay, I don't want to buy that anymore, so I just take out this product. This product is removed. So we are going to be checking out now on our iOS. I'm going to click on checkout, use Flutter Wave on the iOS, and for the Android, I'm going to click on checkout and use paste stack. So while this paste stack loads up, I'm going to go to my Google to look for paste stack test key. So paste stack test card, then go to the page and select this very first one. No validation is required. So over here, and I'm going to enter this card details 408 408, okay, 408 408 4081. This is a test card, not a live card. So 10 23, so 1023, and the CVV is 40408. So I'm going to click on pay now. Once I click on pay, it's going to process the transaction, and once this transaction is successful, it's going to redirect me to the other page. Awesome. So let's now go back again to the iOS version and use the test card for Flutter Wave payment gateway. So I'm going to look for Flutter Wave test card. So Flutter Wave test card. Awesome. So let's go to Flutter Wave test card section, click on the testing area, scroll down to where you have the test card section. Over here I have 5530. So I'm going to open the iOS application once again, then click on the card section. Over here I'm going to pass in the 5531, then 886652, okay, so 14, then 2950. So the same for the month and the year, we are gonna pass the 0932, and for the CVV we are going to be passing the 564. Awesome. So I'm going to click on pay 7,500 now, and this payment is going to initialize. It's going to ask me for some token, so I'm going to use this 12345 for the OTP. So let's use that 12345 for that, and then I'm going to click on submit now. So it is now verifying the payments that I just made now. So once the payment is verified, as you can see, it's verified. It's going to redirect me to the other page. As you can see, this is amazing. This is awesome. So this is the previous order that I made. As you can see, we have we have 4950. As you can see, this is it here. So everything that we have here, you are going to learn how to build it from scratch. I mean, from the ground level. So everything that we have here, including the order detail page where you have your product listed for you, you are going to learn how to do it. Hey guys, welcome to this section. In this section, you are going to be learning the system requirement for installing Android Studio and also Flutter. Actually, any system that can install Android Studio and Android Studio will automatically run Flutter. So let's go to Android Studio website. Now this is Android Studio. So on the Android Studio website, we are going to scroll down to the system requirements area. Now as you can see, we are here. So for those guys who are using Windows, your Windows must be running on 64-bit, Microsoft Windows 8 and also 10. So this doesn't work on Microsoft version 7, so it has to be from 8 down to 10, and if you're on 11, yeah, it will work. Yeah, okay. So the next one we have here is either you are using a higher version of Intel, 8 gig RAM, okay, then 8 gig disk space, IDE, which is your VS Code, Android SDK, Android emulator. So all this is going to be shared on the 8 gig of the disk space. Okay, and also the system requirements, the minimum screen resolution is 1280 by 800 minimum screen resolution for Windows. Now also for those who are on the Mac, so it is required to be running on Mac OS 10.14 or higher, and also if you are running on Intel, make sure it's higher version of Intel, and if it's M1 or M2, you can also do the same thing, it will work. So just make sure your RAM is 8 gig and above, your disk space is 8 gig and above. The same screen minimum screen resolution is 1280 by 800. And for those who also are on Linux, check it out, it's still the same thing. Chrome OS, I believe you can check Chrome OS.dev, but I believe Mac user and Windows user is going to be very high in this project. Okay, so the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how to get started with the installation. Okay, thank you so much for taking your time to take this one. See you in my next section. Hey guys, welcome to this section. In this section, we are going to be learning the installation for Mac OS, how to get started with the Flutter installation for Mac OS. So what we're going to do first is to go to App Store. We open up App Store, then we search for Xcode. Okay, so search for Xcode and make sure you are currently on the latest version of Xcode. As you can see, my Xcode is already installed, so please make sure you're on the latest version for Xcode. Fine. So once you are done doing this, downloading everything, the command line and other tools that is coming alongside of it, then the next thing you need to do is to search for Homebrew. So make sure you have Homebrew installed. So let's search for that. As you can see, oh sorry, my spelling is wrong. So make sure you have Homebrew installed, and if you don't have Homebrew installed, you can just copy this simple command that we have here. You copy everything, then you just click on this copy, then open your terminal. Let me clear what I have here. Okay, open your terminal, then you paste it into this place. As you can see, I paste it here, then you click on enter. Once you click on enter, it's going to install Homebrew. As you can see, I already have Homebrew on my system. Let me show you Homebrew. Homebrew is already on my system. Oh sorry, oh it is brew. The command is brew. As you can see, the command is brew. So let me try that. Sorry, I have so many tabs open. Let me take out the distraction. Okay, sorry. So brew, then enter. So to confirm if my Homebrew is already installed. Okay, so it's trying to get it. As you can see, I have Homebrew already installed, so I can install it again, except I need a new version. Okay, so for those who don't have Homebrew installed, copy this. Once you click on this, copy, then use command and space to search, then type terminal, open your terminal, then paste it. Just paste it here and click on enter to get started. Okay, so once you are done getting this, then the next thing you need to get, once the Homebrew is installed, then you also need to install this widget. So this widget is going to be used by some of your application, so copy this and also drop it down there. As you can see, for me, I already have widget. If I copy this widget now and try to check it out, you're going to see that I already have it installed. So if I check now, as you can see, missing URL because I already have it. So it's just basically used to download files, download things on the internet. Okay, so that is for this part. So we're going to continue on the next end. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for taking your time to check this section. So in the next section, we are going to do more things, more amazing things. Okay, and also make sure you get the installation well, so we can be on the same page. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, I'm going to be showing you how to install the Flutter SDK on macOS. So I'm going to click on macOS now, then I'm going to go down to the get the Flutter SDK. But before I do this, for those who are currently running on Apple Silicon, which is M1 or M2, you will have to do this. You copy this and paste it into your terminal so you can install the Rosetta. So the Rosetta is actually being used by some auxiliary tools that can be used during your processing of your application. So please, if you're on M1 M2, do this, install it. Okay, so for those who are running on Mac OS Intel, you download this package. As you can see, Intel. And for those who have Mac or Mac OS M1 M2, so as you can see, Apple Silicon, so you have to download this version. So I already downloaded this. So now this version that we have here, once you download it, then the next thing you need to do is to extract it. Once you extract it into your folder, then the folder, as you can see, this is unzipped, which is extraction. So once it's done extracting, then you need to move it to your desired folder. But like my own parts, and I normally push my Flutter installation to my root directory. So I'm gonna open my folder, go to my finder now. So once I'm on my finder, some Mac OS installation might not give you the direct root access to your root directory. So I will show you how to do that. So for you to get to your root directory, just as I have Adelayer over here, which is my root user directory. So to get down to this part is very easy. Just use Command Shift G. Command Shift G. Once you do Command Shift G, then you are going to be asked where do you want to go to. So is it root directory? As you can see, this is the path. So I'm going to click on OK, go to the root directory. So once you're in the root directory, double click on the users and click on your name. But in this case, this is my own name, which is Adelayer. Okay, so on this part, your Flutter unzipped file, the one you've unzipped already, you are going to bring it down to this place, which is this one that I have here. You are going to bring it down to this place. Then once you bring it down to this place, you are going to create a folder which is Flutter, just simple details that we have here, because by the time you extract this, it's going to be given this kind of name, Mac OS 3.0 blah blah blah. So you are going to rename it and turn it to just Flutter. Then the folder is going to be copied into this directory. Now if I double click this Flutter area now, watch, as you can see, these are the package that is inside the zip that are extracted. So all this package is going to be inside this folder. Then you move it down to the root directory of your name. As you can see, this is the bin that was called to pick. Can you see the bin? Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, once you are done copying it to your name directory, the next thing is to copy these two to our path. You need to move it to our path. It is very, very important. You need to run this command. So once you are done extracting and pushing into your username directory, the next thing is to work on this part. So let me show you this part. Like my own PC, like my own Mac OS, I currently run Zinc, which is the terminal that I'm currently using. So some of you might be using a different terminal. So if you are using a different terminal, kindly let me know in my comments. For you to know the terminal you are using, just open your terminal and check the head. As you can see, my home terminal is ZHS, which is I call it Zik actually. So if I go to my directory now, if I go to my file, my finder, then go back to the area which is my root directory. Let me check it again. Sorry, Command Shift G. Okay, then user, my name. Okay, then over here, once you are in your name area, we are going to use Command Shift dot to open up hidden files. Like if you want to see hidden files, you use your Command Shift dot, that is period. Let me zoom this screen. Come on. Okay, So we are going to use command shift dot. Let me do it again. Command shift dot to close it and command shift dot to open it. So any hidden file is going to be visible once you do that. Now on my own area, I have ZSHRC. This file that you're looking at in this place is the main file that you are going to edit. Now let me click on edit this file now. So I'm going to click on edit, open with I can either open it with text edit.app or notes.app. So anyone you find yourself that you can use to edit, just use it. But I'm going to be going for this because everybody is going to have this. I believe your Mac OS will support this. Okay, if I click on that now, you are going to see what I've installed so far. So let me zoom my screen so you see what I'm talking about. Okay, so as you can see, I have export the parts and the Flutter part of the bin. As you can see, this is it here. So this rest you are looking at here, don't bother about that. These are my PHP parts. So the one that you just need to concern about is this area. As you can see, I export the parts into this place. There I have my roots directory, which is this user, and this part is the main part of my Mac OS. So the user and my name, the Flutter folder, and the bin, which is the bin folder. So let me show you that. So let me close this guy again, command shift dot. If I go to Flutter, you see that's Flutter, then the bin, and this is the bin. So this is the bin here. So this bin is going to be referencing to this Flutter Flutter executive executive file. It will be executed once you run Flutter space doctor or Flutter create something. So it's going to be the one to run. Okay, so that part is done. So once you have followed the simple step I just showed you, you have successfully conquered this number 2 and number 3. So the next one you need to do is to confirm if Flutter is actually installed on your Mac OS. So to do that, just copy what we have here. Copy Flutter doctor, then go to your terminal, then paste it here and click on enter. So let's see if it's going to do something. It's going to do a magic. So if your Flutter is not doing something like what you're seeing on my screen, please comment in this current lesson that I'm teaching you. Comment so that I can check the error for you. Now as you can see, everything is working. Yeah. Okay, so once you are done doing that and you check your Flutter doctor, you might be given some error that toShane is not set yet. Then you need to set your toShane, and I believe your Xcode is already installed. You have Chrome already installed, Android Studio. Okay, so in this case your Android Studio may not be installed because we have not installed it yet. VS Code also we have not installed it yet. So connected device is not available, and this one is available already. Okay, so in the next version I'm going to be showing you how to in the next section rather, I'm going to show you how to install Android Studio and VS Code, then also the connected devices. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to check this current section. See you in my next one. Love you. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to my new section. In this section you are going to be learning how to install Android Studio. Okay, so to get started with, I'm going to be searching Android Studio. Yeah, okay, so click on the first link. Then once you get to this page, click on download Android Studio, scroll down to the last end, and if you want to go through the lines the terms and conditions, you can read that. Okay, so accept this. So for those who are using MacBook with Intel chip like Intel i5, i7 and co, do this. And for those who are running on M1, M2, do this. So I'm gonna click on Apple with a Mac with Apple chip. So actually the installation for these two is the same thing, but the chip is just different. So I'm going to be downloading this version. Okay, so we download that on my external hard drive. So let me call this download. Sorry, that's a mistake. So I'm going to download it here, then create a new folder called downloads. Okay, then save it here. So if you don't have external drive, don't bother, just download it anyway. So it's currently downloading, as you can see. So I will pause this video, then continue once it's done downloading. Hey guys, my Android Studio is done downloading, so I'm going to click on Android Studio image. So I will do the clicking from here. Okay, so as you can see, let me open this very well. So to install this Android Studio, all you just need to do is just to drag and drop it here. Okay, so once you drop it there, it's going to extract. Just wait for the extraction to be completed. So wait for the extraction to be completed. That is extracting. Okay, it will not take much time. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so once that has installed, the next thing you need to do is to go to application. There, as you can see, this is Android Studio. Double click on it, double click on Android Studio. Then Android Studio is going to load up. Click on open and it's going to be opened. Guess what? Because I already downloaded the requirements, so it's going to automatically show this page for me. Okay, so let's say I don't want this page to load up. So by default, this page will actually come up. So let me see what we have here. We don't really have anything much. So in case you are shown to download some requirement, please do download. And if you ask for the theme you want to use, select dark theme. I love dark theme a lot. Okay, so once that part is done and you have finally got it to this place, you might not be giving new Flutter project, you might not be given this new Flutter project. So once you are done downloading the Android Studio, then click on plugins. So once you click on plugins, plugin is going to load up. Then search for Flutter. So once you search for Flutter, install Flutter. Once you install Flutter, also search for that. So you install what? Install that also. Yeah. So that is how you are going to be setting up this. Okay, so once you are done doing the both parts, then check your installed. Currently my Flutter needs updates, so let me do this update. So we have the same data, so we're on the same page. So as you can see, I also updated my Flutter plugin. So make sure your Dart is installed, your Flutter is installed. So let me restart my ID. Okay, so that is restarting. Now it has been restarted. Okay, so once you are done with these two parts, once these two parts is completed, the next thing you need to do is to go back to the home page. So let me go back to the home page, project area, then click on these three dots, more action. Then once you click on these three dots, go to virtual devices. As you can see, I don't have any virtual devices here. So in case your installation comes along with virtual devices, you can use that, but for me, I don't have. So I will create a new virtual devices, then select phone. Once I select phone, I'm going to select Pixel 3 3e XL because I love this Pixel 3e XL. It is 6.0 space the height itself. So I really love this part, but the problem with this XL is it doesn't have Play Store installed, so I need to just go for this version 3a that has Play Store. So this Play Store icon here, so I'm going to go for this. So click on this, then click on next. Once you click on next, then download the stable version of Android image. So I'm going to be using API 33, so you can go for this version also. Okay, so I'll click on next. Then this is my configuration. You can click on show advanced configuration to see what you have. So my current internal storage is 2 gig, which is 2000 megabytes, and my SD card is 512. Okay, this is okay. It's still okay. Yeah, but we can just make this let's make it 5000, so it will be 5 gig, so we don't run out of space. Okay, so we are good here. Make sure your keyboard is enabled. Then the next, click on finish. Okay, as you can see, my Android emulator is installed. So to test this Android emulator, I'm going to click on this play icon. So once you click on play icon, it's going to launch the emulator. The emulator is going to be launched. As you can see, my emulator is launched. So you hold on for the emulator to set itself up. So it's currently setting up. Okay, so my emulator is done setting up, so I can drag it up now to see what I have here. Okay, so everything is working as expected. Everything is working as expected. Okay, so now once you have verified that your emulator is installed and is working as expected, just make sure you test some things inside to make sure everything is fine. Open Google Chrome browser, make sure you can do something. As you can see, the news is going fine. Make sure your emulator can access internet. So let me search something. Let me search code. Okay, let's search code. As you can see, everything is fine. Everything is working fine. Okay, so let me minimize this thing to the home page. Then, since we are done with this part, we have successfully finished the Android Studio setup area. Okay, I'm going to close this now. See you in the next section. Hey guys, in this new section we are going to be installing Android Studio. VS Code rather. So we are going to search VS Code, then click on this, download for your required operating system. So for me, I already have VS Code installed. So once your VS Code has been installed, then use command space to search for VS Code. As you can see, just type VS Code, so it should load up. Was wrong. VS Code. Okay, that's it. Okay, so once your VS Code loads up, the next thing you need to do is to go to your extension area. So click on this icon that looks like application. Click on it. So once you click on it, you are going to have all this. Then search for Flutter. Search for Flutter. Now as you can see, my Flutter is already installed. So once you install this Flutter, also search for Dart and make sure Dart is installed. Now as you can see, Dart is installed. So these are the both details, these are the both extension we need to be activated on VS Code. Okay, so once you are done doing that, then you can close your VS Code and let's move to the next section. Thank you so much for taking your time to do that. Okay, so we are moving to the next section. Stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to launch iOS simulator, that is on iPhone or iPhone simulation on your macOS. So to do that is very simple. So first, make sure you already install the Xcode. Make sure you already install the Xcode, is very important. So once you open the Xcode, make sure Xcode loads up. Make sure Xcode loads up, because Xcode is going to download the required details for you to run your simulation. So once Xcode loads up, that means you have no problem. So you can close Xcode. We don't really need to open Xcode to do that. So quit Xcode. So the next thing you're going to do is to use command space, then search for simulator rather. Okay, search for simulator, then double click on simulator. So once you double click on simulator, it's going to open a default iPhone that you already set. Like me now, I already set iPhone 13, and guess what? Simulation blah 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 to access document. Okay, so if it asks you, please do okay. Now by default is going to load some default device, and also you can change this device. So let me change my, so to change it, very simple. Go to file, open simulator, then you can either open iOS TV wristwatch. So in this case we are building for iOS, so I'm going to select any iOS version that I really want to work with. I can decide to pick iOS iPhone 8 or iPhone 8 Plus. So let me do that. If I select iPhone 8 Plus, it's going to install for iPhone 8 Plus. As you can see, it's setting up my simulator. Okay, so this is iPhone 13 and this is iPhone 8. So once this is set up, you can test the browser and make sure the browser is working as expected. So I'm going to type code, make sure it's searching. As you can see, it's working as expected. So also the same thing happened on the iPhone 8. Right, search for code, it should work. As you can see, the both are actually working. Okay, so that is how to launch your simulator on Mac OS. So this same applies to those who are currently running on Intel MacBook and also Apple Silicon M1 M2. Okay, so in the next new section we are going to be diving straight to a new different topic entirely. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to watch the environment setup section. In the next section we are going to do more real things. Okay, thank you, love you. Okay, so Flutter doctor. Okay, let's see, this should work because we actually download the required files. This should work this time. This should work. Wow, it's giving issue. Okay, we are still having some issue. The same applies to this part. So let me check my network. Am I connected? Oh, my network is poor. Okay, let me change my network. Let me change my network. So this version, this particular area works for PC application if you are trying to develop an application for desktop. Meanwhile, what we are doing in this project is just focusing on iOS and Android application. So we are going to be skipping this version, this installation area for Windows users, because it's missing some requirements on my PC. So don't worry about this part. We are not building for Windows system. We are only building for iOS and Android. Okay, so now let me close it again and try to run the Flutter doctor, because I changed my network now. So let me run it again, Flutter doctor. So we are not building a Windows application. We are building those iOS and Android. Don't forget. So that's the focus, that's the aim. So as you can see, everything is working fine except the desktop development. So we are not developing anything on desktop. So please close it and let's move on to the next one. So close this part and that's all. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to make sure your VS Code is installed. So if you don't have VS Code installed, please download VS Code for your PC. Download VS Code development code. That is an ID for development area. So download this IDE. Then once you download this IDE, go to the IDE, which is the VS Code. Open the VS Code. Then go to the extension area. Click on the extension and search for Flutter. Search for Flutter. So you search for Flutter in the extension area. As you can see, this is Flutter here. So it is automatically updating the version of my Flutter. So this is going to install the latest version for Flutter. Then once Flutter is done installing, as you can see, it asks me to reload. So let me just reload this. So I have the latest version for the Flutter extension. Okay, so after that is done, you can also search for that. Search that. Make sure that is installed. As you can see, we have that installed, but latest version is trying to get the latest version now. Okay, so this is going to install the latest version of that on my Windows computer. So this is installing. Let's wait for it to install. Okay, so you have to just hold on and relax yourself. Okay, this is still installing. This is still installing. So I'll pause the video and continue. Okay, so this is done downloading. I'm going to reload my VS Code now. VS Code is also doing the same thing. Please just give it time. Don't rush it. It's very important. Give it time. Don't rush your VS Code. Don't rush your VS Code. Give it time. As you can see, it's actually downloading latest version. Why I'm thinking of doing something, so it's downloading latest version. So in case your VS Code is also doing the same thing, just give it time. It's going to work. Okay, so after this is done, the next thing is to confirm your Flutter installation. So check your Flutter installation. So you need to confirm if it's installed. As you can see, it is installed. Okay, so that is what you need for the preparation for the Windows PC Flutter SDK installation. Now we are good to go. We are good to develop an application. Okay, my Android Studio is done downloading, so I'm going to click on the file now. to install Android Studio. So it's currently extracting. Okay, so we're going to hold on for the installation. Yes, click on yes, then wait for the installation to process. Okay, click on next. Install Android virtual device. Click on next, next, next. Just hold on. So I'm going to pause the video, then continue once it's done. Okay, so it's done installing. Click on next, then start Android Studio. So let's wait for Android Studio to load up. Okay, so my Android Studio just loads up. Now it asks me help us improve Android Studio. Okay, send it to Google. Then once you click on that, then you're going to be taken to the home page. So on this home page end, just click on plugin. Click on plugin, then search for Flutter. Okay, as you can see, my Flutter is already installed. Then once that is done, search for that. Make sure your Dart is installed. As you can see, my Dart is also installed. So I have the two core plugin installed, Dart and Flutter. Awesome. So the next thing we need to do now is to install the emulator that we're going to be using in this project. So now let's go back to project area, then go click on these three dots, open virtual device manager. As you can see, I already have two device already installed. So if you don't have a device already, just click on create device. So let me take out the device I already have. Let me delete it. So we start from scratch. So you can actually delete your existing device. So let me delete this. Okay, so I'm going to click on create device. So once I click on create device, I'm going to select pixel. Let me select pixel 3a. Okay, so once I select pixel 3a, I'm going to click on next. Then I need to select the image. So I'll be using API 30 because my Windows is not as strong as my MacBook. My MacBook can take API 33, which is very high. So I will go for API 30 on my Windows, which is Android 11. Okay, so I'm going to click on next. Okay, click on next. But before I do, then let me see the advanced settings. So check the advanced settings and make sure it is correct. So this is still okay. This is still okay for my Windows. Okay, because most of the coding is going to be coming from the MacBook. So for those who are using Windows, you can go for this version. It's okay. So now let's click on finish. So it's creating the virtual device. Now the virtual device is created. So let's check it out. Let's check the virtual device out. Let's see how it is. So it's currently launching. Okay, it has loaded. So as you can see, this is the virtual device. Let's wait for the virtual device to process itself. It's trying to gather some information from the internet. Okay, so it's done downloading. So it starts in the pixel. Let's wait for the pixel to start. Okay, so I guess we are there. Okay, let me go to the menu. Awesome. Let me check out the browser. Let's see the browser. Okay, the browser is coming up. Okay, so your first time installation might take a little time to come up, getting those files, and your network must be very stable. Okay, so click on accept. No thanks. Okay, so let me try to search code, enter. Is it working? Let's see. Okay, as you can see, we searched code and it worked. So this is working. Now we have successfully installed our Android Studio and also our emulator. So now let's now check our Flutter doctor. So once this is done, just leave it open, then go to your terminal, go to your command prompt, just leave your emulator open, then type here Flutter doctor. So let's see what you don't have. Flutter doctor, type Flutter doctor. So wait for Flutter doctor to load up. Okay, Flutter is installed. Okay, let's see the next one. Flutter is installed. Checking Android to chain. Okay, as you can see, Flutter is installed. Android license is also accepted. In case your own is not accepted, you just follow what it asks you to do so that it will be accepted. So Chrome is installed also. Then Visual Studio, so make sure your Visual Studio is installed. It's very important. Okay, then the next one is Android Studio. Android Studio is installed. VS Code is installed. Connected device, which is this one, and 4 is available. So host is available also. Hey guys, welcome to Windows installation. In this installation video, you are going to be learning how to set up your Windows PC ready, how to set it ready for the Flutter development. So first, what you need to do is to go to flutter.dev. Go to flutter.dev. Okay, let's go to flutter.dev. So once you get to flutter.dev, then go to document, install Flutter. Okay, click on Windows, scroll down to where you have download for Windows. So you download this latest version 3.0.5 for Windows. So I already have it downloaded on my PC, but if you don't have it yet, click on download. Once you download, extract it extract it into a folder called Flutter. Okay, so once you are done extracting it into folder called Flutter, what you need to do is to move it down to your root directory, just the way we do for the Mac. So to do that, I'm going to go to my PC. Under my PC, I will click on local disk. Under my local disk, this area, exactly what we have here. So you can create a folder for it. But in my own case, I use src, which is source. So if I click on that source, you're going to find the Flutter installed, the Flutter folder. Now this is it. Then this bin is what we're going to reference in the environment variable. So I will show you that shortly. So let's go back to the page. So after we are done extracting it, I'm moving it down to the root folder. Then the next thing we need to do, we need to let's take it down. So the next thing is to download Git. So if you don't have, in case you want to have a Git clone, so you can also clone. But for you to do Git clone, you have to actually install Git. So to install Git, open new tab, then just type git download. So type git download. So once you type git download, you are going to be given this page. Go to this page, then download for Windows and also install. I already have Git installed on my PC, so if you don't have it yet, download and install it on your PC. So let's move on to the next part. So now it says update your path, update your environment variable. So for Flutter to work, we need to update our environment variable with the required path. So to do that, it's very simple. So we are going to open your window, just click on your start button, then search for environment variable. As you can see, edit the system environment variable, click on it. So once this page loads up, then click on environment variables. Once you're on environment variables area, just scroll down to where you have path. As you can see, this is path. Double click on the path. Double click on the path. Once you double click on the path, you are going to find the other files that has been added to your area. So now let me look for Flutter. I'm very sure I already had it to my path area. Flutter, Android SDK. No, okay. So let me check the other area. So let me close this part. Let me check this this part here, user part, Flutter. Okay, as you can see, I already have it. So make sure it's not duplicate on your environment variable. So you can either add it here as a user variable which is this, or you add it on system variable to make it global under the path section. Okay, so once you are done doing that, then you are good to go. Yeah, you are good to go with your Flutter. Then your Flutter is ready to push. So that part is done, so you don't need to check all this place anymore. So once you are done doing that, open your terminal, open your command prompt area, then type Flutter. Let's see if it's going to work. Okay, as you can see, my own is working. So if your own is also working, let me know. Okay, so once you are done doing that part and your command prompt is saying Flutter parts, Flutter installation parts, then you are good to go. The next thing we need to do is to go to Android Studio here to download Android Studio. So let's search for Android Studio. So once you get to Android Studio, click on Android Studio, then download Android Studio. So we'll click on download, scroll down, click on yes, then download this current version for this PC. So I'm going to be saving this on my external disk. Let me name this download. Okay, so I try to save it on my external disk. Okay, double click, save. Okay, that is currently downloading. As you can see, we are downloading Android Studio. Android Studio is currently downloaded. So I'm going to pause this video, then resume it. Hey you, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to create a new Flutter project. There are several ways you can use, which is either creating it from Android Studio or creating it from a terminal. So let me show you the terminal, and I'll also show you the Android Studio. So before you get started on the terminal part, you have to first of all go to a folder. Make sure you specify a folder. So in my own case, I'm going to go to my desktop. So I'll be creating this on my desktop folder. So you can also do the same thing. So on my desktop end, I'm going to create a folder. So let me call this new folder. I will call this Flutter projects. Okay, so this folder is going to be Flutter projects. Then inside this folder, I'm going to open terminal. If you are on Mac OS, open terminal on this folder, and if you are on Windows, it's very simple. Just click on your URL in your file manager and type cmd enter. Is going to automatically show your command prompt. But for those who are on Mac, just right click and click on new terminal at folder. As simple as that. Okay, so to do what we will need to do here now is we are telling this terminal to create something on this folder end. So to do something on this folder end, we need to specify our Flutter create action. So I'm going to say Flutter create simple app, or let's say e-commerce. Flutter create what? E-commerce. So this e-commerce is a new folder that will be inside this Flutter project, a new folder entirely. So that folder is what is going to store the Flutter project. So if I click on enter now, it's going to create everything for me. Now, as you can see, it has automatically created everything. All the files is inside. Now, if I check the folder, you'll find the e-commerce folder. Inside the e-commerce folder, you'll find the Flutter files. All these are Flutter files. So that is the first entry for creating a Flutter application using the terminal. And guess what? You can run this via the terminal. If I want to run it from the terminal, it's also very possible. So I'm just going to open this e-commerce folder in a terminal. Okay, just watch. So I'm going to say Flutter run. So if I hit Flutter run, it's going to automatically trigger it. Then it's going to ask me the device I would like to use. So in this case, we have the first one as macOS and the second one as Chrome. So it's the reason why I have macOS and Chrome is because I have not launched my emulator. So if I select macOS, it's going to open as a macOS application, and if I select Chrome, it's going to open as a web browser. But in this case, I'm going to cancel what we have here. So I'm going to exit. So Control C to exit. Now I've exited this terminal, so you don't need to do those kind of things over here. So let's head down to Android Studio. Let's also learn how to do that on Android Studio. So to do that on Android Studio, first we need to open Android Studio. So we open Android Studio. Once your Android Studio loads up, the next thing you're going to do is to click on this new Flutter project. Click on it. So once you click on new Flutter project, just click on next. You don't need to do anything else. Click on next. Once you click on next, it's going to ask the project location. Select your project location. So in my own case, I'm going to target the previous location I used just now, which is on desktop, and this is the Flutter folder. So I want to use this folder for my upcoming projects. So I selected the folder, click on open. Now the folder has been opened. So this is where the project is going to be saved. Now as you can see, this is the project location. So the description will be here. Your app description can be there. So next thing we need to now consider is your organization, your domain. So your domain can be anything. You can have com.ecommerce, ecommerce.app. So you can have com.ecommerce.app, anything you would like to use, just a simple domain. So once you have that, you can add it over here. Okay, so the next thing we need to now do is to click on finish. Oh, sorry, invalid module Flutter project. Okay, good. So because our Flutter project name is having a space, so it's not going to work. So we need to just join it together. So it's either we have it as e-commerce 2 or something. So don't give a space. So e-commerce 2. So because we are still creating it in the same folder location. So I'm going to click finish now. So if I click finish, it's going to ask for the permission. So I'm going to click OK. So once I click OK, it's going to load up. Okay, I'm going to click OK again. Okay. So now my file has been added to my project part. So now let's go to the project part. Let's confirm what we have. So over here now, as you can see, everything actually dump directly to the project folder. So the next time you'll be creating something like this, you need to specify another folder under this Flutter project area. I hope you understand what I mean. So you have to specify another folder. So to do that, let's exit this project. So let me show you what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to close this particular one here. So remove recent projects. Okay, so go back to the end because this is the main folder, so we can't have the files under the main folder. So we need to delete everything we have here. Delete it all. Okay, so let me click on move to bin. Okay, also do the same thing for this iOS. Do the same for the library. Okay, so now we have deleted that. So let's now recreate it again so that it's going to look more professional this time. There won't be any mistake. Now the project name is going to be e-commerce 2. Then the location of the project is going to be this guy location, this same location. Now under the same location, now we're going to have a new folder called e-commerce, because folder will not be automatically given to us. So e-commerce 2, because we already have an e-commerce folder already. So I'm going to click on create, then it's going to create the folder. Then I will select the folder, opens in this folder, so it's going to store inside this folder, not as the parent entry. Okay, so description, our organization, let me just add .app. You can add anything that you really want to add there. Okay, so let me click on finish, and let's go back to the folder and check it. Now this has been added. Let's go back to the folder. As you can see, we have what, e-commerce 2. Amazing. So now we have successfully created using the terminal and also created using the Android Studio. So now we have 2 projects on this part. Okay, so what we now need to do next now is to open this project in VS Code, because VS Code is more attracting in terms of writing the code than that of Android Studio. So I'm going to close Android Studio. So let me exit Android Studio. Okay, then this folder, this first folder, I'm going to drag it into my VS Code so we can see the basic code that we have that is downloaded from Flutter. Okay, so I'm going to click on Android Studio. Okay, so once you click on Android Studio, the next thing you need to do is to drag the folder in. So I'm going to click on my folder again, then I will drag this file into this place. Okay, so I'll click on allow. Okay, so that has been allowed. So trust, yes, trust. Awesome, so that has been trust. So let me sign in my GitHub Copilot, which is going to automatically address that for me. Okay, that has been done, and my data has been updated to the latest version. Awesome. Okay, so let me close this getting started. Then the next thing we need to do here is to study what we have here. We need to study this folder, we need to study the files that we have. Okay, so now as you can see, we have Android, we have .dat2 file, .dat2 folder and .idea folder. So now all these 2 folder is auto generated, so you don't need to tamper or do anything here. Any changes you had is going to automatically be written by the engine, so don't bother about these 2 folder. .dat2, don't worry, and .idea, don't worry, it's going to automatically generated. Also for the Android folder is also auto generate. The iOS folder also is auto generate. Then the next folder we have here is the library. So this lib folder is the folder that we have, that we are going to be packing all our files, no matter the pages we are adding in Flutter. Everything is going to be inside this folder, so you can't escape it. You're not putting it outside the folder, so everything will be inside this library folder. And this main.dat file that you can see here, this main.dat is the entry point of Flutter application. Without this main.dat, it will be very difficult to pass your index in your mobile application. So this main.dat is very, very important. Then the next one is Linux auto-generated, macOS auto-generated, test is the test widget for sample code of Flutter, and this web is auto-generated for web platform, and Windows for Windows platform, auto-generated also, metadata auto-generated also, and this analysis option is also auto-generated. Then this part that we have, e-commerce.iml, is the project file used by Android Studio, and this popspec.lock is auto-generated also by Flutter. Then this popspec.yarn is used by Pop, is a Flutter package manager. In the future, you are going to learn how that works, where you can download more package. Just like those who are working on WordPress, they have plugin area where you can go to and search a plugin that you want, search for WooCommerce, those things. So it's still the same thing, just like that. So the same applies to Flutter project. Also, there's a particular place you can get those plugins, which is package manager area. Okay, so that's for that. So this one you can input some data into it. It's not auto-generated, you'll be doing to add it manually. Okay, so the next one, which is the readme.md, is the project description. So you can have a markdown of what you are doing in your project in the readme.md. So I hope you have understanding of the folders and also the files that we have on this system. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to learn this. So in the next section, we are going to be looking into main.dat files, and we're going to learn every aspect of the widgets that is added to the main.dat. See you in the next section. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In this section, you are going to be learning about the main.dat. So this main.dat is auto-generated by Flutter. All this code that we have here is written by Flutter. It comes along with it. So now what we are going to do now is to learn how to run this code, how to make it come alive in a mobile application. Yes. So first, what we need to do once you enter your main.dat is to look out for the run function above your main method. As you can see, we have run over here, we have debug, and we have profile. So majorly you'll be using run most of the time, and also the debug. So now let's use run. So this same run can also be accessed above here in case you are not seeing it, but in most cases you'll be seeing it above the main method. So you can also do the running from here. If I click on start debugging here, it's going to automatically launch the application in my Mac OS. As you can see, it's running it in my Mac OS. Meanwhile, we are building this solution just for mobile application, that is Android and iOS. So to solve this problem, this is what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to stop what I have here. I'm going to stop the preparation. After I stop the preparation, I'm going to open my file area again. I use Command Shift E on Mac OS. For those who are on Windows, use Control Shift E to bring back your folder area. So now let me clear what I have here. So what I want to do is I want to open up an emulator that is going to serve the purpose of this file that I have here. I want to run it there, but if I don't open anything now, it's going to see my available emulator as my Mac OS or the Chrome web application. Okay, so what I need to do now is either I open up my Android application, or I open up my iOS 13, which is the iPhone emulator. So what I'm going to do first is to use the Android. So we are going to be using the both, but first let's use the Android, then later we dive to the iOS. So to launch with Android emulator, we have to open up my Android Studio, then I launch the emulator from the Android Studio. Okay, so let's, the last time we opened it, we did not close what we have here, so it's just best I quit this project, or yeah, I need to quit the project. So let me close this project. Close. Okay, that, sorry, I clicked again. Let me close it again, sorry. Okay, now the project has been closed finally. So what we need to do now is to click on these three dots, virtual device manager, then run, click on this play icon. So it's going to automatically run the emulator for us. Then you wait for the emulator to start before you start minimizing. So it has been start, then close your Android Studio. So wait for the emulator to start up. So let me share this device, let me share this screen to two, so you can see what I'm doing on the both ends. So let me confirm my emulator is working. Okay, so as you can see, it's working. Okay, so what we need to do next now is to run this thing again. Then it's going to see my current emulator. As you can see, you see my current emulator. So we wait for the build to complete. So now you will pass that into the Android emulator. Then that is going to successfully run our code for us. So let's wait for the build to be completed. Some windows might take a while to load depending on your RAM or your memory or your processor. So you will need to be patient while this thing is building. You will need to be patient. This is an Android application, so you just need to be patient. Don't click cancel, don't be frustrated, please. Okay, now as you can see, the project has been built, so we have it there. So now this pop-up is just a debugging tool. So for now we don't need it for now. So we don't need it for now. As you can see, the project has loads up. So if I click on this plus icon, you are going to see the changes that we have is what is updating real time. Okay, so that is how this basic project of the Flutter application works. So that's how it's work. So now the next thing we're going to do is explaining every details about this class and this data that we have. Okay, now thank you so much for taking your time to watch this section. Also, see you in the next one. Hey guys, in the last section we talked about launching these projects on Android emulator. So the next emulator we'll be opening now is the iOS. So now we have successfully run this code in our Android emulator and we tested it. The button is what is clicking. So now to run it on iOS simulator, we are going to first of all stop this Android emulator, then close it. Then we are going to what? Bring up our iOS simulator. So to do that, I will click on this stop. As you can see, this icon here, stop icon. Click on it. So once you click on stop icon, the emulator is going to what? Exist the project. Then once you set the project, click on this close. It's going to automatically close the what? Emulator. Once the emulator is closed, then open your simulator on your Mac OS. For those who are on Windows, please and please, Windows PC does not support iOS simulator. Please, it doesn't support iOS simulator, so don't be disappointed that I'm also launching the iOS simulator that is not supported by your Windows. So if you want to run with iOS simulator, you need to buy a MacBook. You need to buy a MacBook either with Intel or M1 chip or M2 chip. So if you want to build for iOS, you are buying a MacBook. Okay, so that is for that part. So now to run the iOS simulator, we are going to search for simulator. Okay, click on it, then this is going to load up for us iOS or iPhone 13. So I hope I showed you the last time how to select any device. To select any device of your choice, you go to the file area, open simulator, click on iOS. Under iOS, you can select any version of the iPhone you want to build for. Any version, like any version, either iPad, anything, like anything. So now on this case, we'll be using what? iPhone 13 to build these projects. Okay, so now that is for that part. Now my iPhone 13 simulator has successfully opened on this project. Then the next thing to do to launch this project into this iOS is running this guy. So now we're going to run this guy now. Start debugging. Then start debugging is automatically going to select the current open simulator. Now it's going to see, as you can see, once it's open, you automatically select it and it's going to build your project into it. Now, so let's wait for the project to be built into the iPhone 13. Okay, so this is loading. So you have to also hold on, you have to be patient for that to be done. So there's no rushing, no running or anything. So you have to be patient for it to be built. Okay, so it has successfully built into iPhone 13. Now if I click on it now, you're going to see what the changes is, what updating real time. Okay, so we have successfully launched the project on Android emulator and iOS simulator. Awesome. So in the next section, we are going to be talking about this widget that we have over here. We're going to be breaking it and explaining the widgets. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to watch this section. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning every bit of how this actually work, how this guy printed to this place, how we have this blue app bar background, how this title is loaded. So now let me do the explanation, then we can now move on to the deeper one, that is by creating our own personal entry point. But first, we need to have the full understanding on how this work. So Bob, before I proceed, I will also urge you to get the DATS course in case you don't know how class and method work, how extend work. So please and please, if you have no idea on how class work, on how method work, or you really want to have more understanding on DAT programming, so it's on AK skill, just search for DAT programming. It's going to come up, then get the course, so you have the deep understanding on how this class, object, method works, because I won't be going back to that in this current course, please, because we have a very huge project to build. I mean, very huge project. So Thank you for taking your time to do that. Then the next thing we need to know is to continue what we are currently doing. So now this first line that we have here, we are telling Flutter to import a package for us. Now the package we are trying to import here now is the material. So the material is a Flutter package to create user interface according to the material design guidelines specified by Android itself. Then on the line 3 we have the main method. So this main method is the entry point of Flutter application. So this main method calls the run app function and pass my app as an object. Then the purpose of this run app is to attach the given widget to the screen. That is my app, that is run app is going to pass my app class, which is extending the stateless widget, and pass everything we have under my app onto the screen, so we can see it on the screen. We can see what we are doing. That is just the main purpose of the run app. Then the next thing is the widget. All this class is called widgets. We don't call them class majorly in Flutter. We call them widget. As you can see, this is also an abstract class. So everything here is widgets. Any class that you see, they are all widgets. So let that be at the back of your mind. If anyone tells you, okay, what widget are you using, what kind of widgets are you specifying on, just know that it is class they are telling you about. So class is still the same thing as widget. So the next thing we need to learn is this stateless widget. What is stateless widget? Stateless widget, stateless is a widget which does not maintain any state rather. It does not maintain any state of the widget. If I meant by it doesn't maintain any state of the widget, that is, if you do anything, if you trigger a click like you want to, for example, now we click on this button. If we are using a stateless widget directly, this button click is not going to work. It's not going to update the state. State simply means the UI, I mean the client side, what you can see. This particular area is what we call the state. So as you can see, this one is what stateful widget. That is why it is loading things. If it is a stateless widget, it's not going to update anything. It's just going to be static. So that is what this stateless widget is doing. And the reason why we are extending stateless widget for the run app is because we want this my app to be static. We don't want anything that is going to update the parents or the entry point for the application. So we want the entry point to be stable, just static, don't change. That is the reason why stateless widget is very advised to be connected to your main entering of your mobile application. So do note this, make sure stateless widget is the entry point for your mobile application. So that is for the first one. Then the next thing that we're going to be looking into is this stateless widget method. As you can see, stateless widget has a method called build method. This is the build method here. So this build method is basically used to print UI into the mobile interface. So the build method uses the material app, which is this new class that we have here. This material app is a widget, which is also a class. So this build method return this material app and return the entire data inside the material app used by Android. The material app is used by Android, is used to create UI. So this build method is going to return material app and return all its properties and print it to the screen so that you can be able to see what is happening. That is what the build method is running. It will serve the purpose of the build. It will serve the purpose of the parts of the UI of the application. So the build method is going to use the material app as a widget to create the root level UI of the application. It will use to create the root level UI. Root level. Now, what I mean by root level is the main entry of the UI itself. The main entry. Now let's do a sample. So by changing this color now to green, you're going to discover that the entire app that has to deal with the background is going to update now, because it's the root UI, is the entering, is the part of the root UI, is the entering UI. So if I click on this save now, as you can see, we have what green as the background, and we have this button also green because it is the root UI. So it is the root level UI of the application. So anything you pass from here, the child is going to inherit it, because this is the parent. Material app is the parent that is returning to the stateless widget. Okay, so that part is done. So now we have the next one we have here is title. So we have the title, we have the theme data. So this is the theme of the application. Try running the application, blah blah blah. So we already do that. So this theme is what is going to be giving us the status bar color and changing of the status bar, and also the button. Okay, so the next part we have here is the object of home. So this home object will be the one to accept the home page of our application, the home page itself. So this home widget is a self-defined widget. So now this home widget by Flutter, it is sending a title object to the home widget. So this home widget is accepting this title over here. As you can see, this is the title and it is required. So this home page widget accepts this title all the way from the parent area down to this place, and this title widget is tied to a string tag of title. So this title is going to be accepting the value, it's going to be accepting the value that is passed over there into this place. Then this title cannot be used in any area of your mobile of your widgets in your mobile application. So you can use it, you can pass it down to your child, either sending it down from the param method, that is creating an object in a new widget. So that is what this title does. So this title is just a property, very simple property, is not something serious. So that is what the title does. Now this, as you can see now, you discovered what we have here is stateful widget, is not stateless widget, just like the one we have here. This stateful widget is what we are now extending on this my home page. So Flutter extend this my home page with it extends this stateful widget onto the home page. So the functionality of stateful widget has been passed down to the home page. So this stateful widget is what gives it opportunity for this button to auto reload. Can you see it's auto reloading? So that is the difference. So stateful widget will give you opportunity to have auto reload. So anytime you make a click, it's going to automatically reload the state, that is the client side. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. Now the next thing we have here is the create state method. So we override the create state method by passing in our stateful class. We already extend the stateful widget, so we pass in our stateful class into the create state. Then we override what the current stateful widget has into the current class we have here, into this widget, into my home page, rather, into my home page. Then we push this validity of the state updates into a new class entirely. As you can see, this is a new class that will push this guy into. So now the new page that we now push this guy into will not be the person serving the entire data. It will be the one inheriting the state itself. So by passing this class into this place, we give us the opportunity, it's going to give us the opportunity to manipulate and update anything in real time. So by doing this, by creating these states and updating it with a new widget, will give us ability to run anything dynamically in the state. So that is the reason why we have this my home page listed after overriding the existing stateful widget. I hope you are getting my explanation. So please if you don't understand, comments below so I can go back to it. Thank you. So now the next thing we are going to do now, after we passed it into this place, then the widget that we passed into this place, we are going to extend the state of our home page, my home page. So it's going to also be valid. Now we extend my home page into our new widget created, which is different from what we have on the home page end. Okay, so Moving on, we have a new property declared as an integer of 0, and we have a new method declared under this my home page class. Now under this class, we have a new method declared. Under this method, we have state method. So set state method is a simple method that is being used to update your UI. It does a lot of things. So majorly we are going to be looking into this in the future more often. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So the same applies to what we have here. So I already explained what this does. So this is the build method for the stateful widgets. We have stateful here now because we're already extending into stateful. So we override the current build method under stateful widgets by passing our own personal data. So the build method is going to be returning scaffold widgets. So this scaffold widget is a top level widget next to material app widgets. It is used to create UI conforming material design. And also this scaffold widget has two important properties, very important: the app bar and also the body properties. So we have the app bar and we have the body properties. These two parts is very important. So the app bar is used, like this app bar we have here, it is used to show the header of the application, and the body is used to show the actual content of the application. Let me come again. The app bar is used to show the header of the application, and the body is used to show the actual content of the application. Now over here we have another widget. Just as what we said earlier, everything about Flutter is widget or true. Now another widget we have here is app bar class, that is widget itself. So now this app bar widget is another widget to render the header of the application, and we have used this in our app bar properties already. So we already use it in our app bar properties, and also in the body properties we have the center widgets. So now this center widget is what takes in the child and accept the column of what we also have here. Now center widget has a corresponding child. So for every widget that is used to print on the body area, there's always a corresponding child or children. Just like the center widget that we have, it has a child, and this column also is another widget that takes in children. So children simply means array. As you can see, this is an array of class acceptance, that is class as accepting more class in an array. So just like more widgets, so that's how it works. So now we have the column accepted children, and we have center accepting child. So this is how we have the render. And again, under the scaffold we have another properties. So this property is not really required, but the main required part is the app bar and also the body. So this new method that we have, this new property that we have, which is the floating action button. So this will allow you to have a widget that is going to be floating above your screen. That is, maybe you want something to be there like share button, so you can add it to the floating action button and it's going to accept it over there. So the floating action button return another floating action button element widgets rather. So this now accept another class of floating action button, returning the onPress method, tooth heap, which is what increment. So by the time it's been overed, maybe you want to know what is there, you are going to see the truth heap, that is the title of what this button does. Very long press, you're going to find it there, increment. Okay, so for every floating action button, because this floating action button is in the content area, so once it's in the content area, don't forget there will be a corresponding of a child or children if it's something that takes in array. So now this child accepts what? An icon widget. An icon widget return icons widgets. Icons widgets return add property. Imagine. So everything about Flutter is widget class basically. So we use class in a normal language, but in Flutter we call it what? Widgets. So thank you so much for taking your time to go through every bit of these sections of every steps of how this is being run. Thank you for taking your time to watch it. So in the next one, we are going to be learning how to create it from scratch. That is, we are going to delete everything and write it again from scratch. So by doing that, you are going to learn how to also start your own in case you want to write from the scratch. Why you don't want to depend on what is coming from Flutter. Okay, and again, if you don't understand how this work, please go to aqskill.com and search for that. Let me show you what I mean by that. So if I open a tab, you are going to go to aqskill. So just go to aqskill.com and search for that. Just search for that programming. Just search for that programming that will solve the problem. So my network is a bit slow, that is why it's not really coming up. As you can see, this is it over here, that programming. So it's a new course I created about a week ago, so you can use this, which is going to help you understand the basic aspect of that. I mean, everything you have here. We created this class, extend, abstract class, anything that has to do with that. I mean, everything, including super, and yeah, overriding the parents constructor and everything. So we treat about everything we have here in this course. So please, if you don't understand how this work, take this course and return back to the Flutter project. So thank you for taking your time to watch this current lesson. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to create this entire code yourself. Yes, you are going to be learning how to create it from scratch. So the reason why we need to do this is because in case in the future you will like to rewrite the entire entry point of the Flutter application, so you can learn how to do it yourself. So now, don't forget, you need to let this be at the back of your mind that the entry point as the main class must be stateless widgets. Okay, so that part is done. Now what you need to do first is to make sure your dat extension is ready. Now as you can see, now my dat is ready, and I also have that auto import over here. Now you can also go ahead and install some other packages, but in this case this two is just very required. Now I have the two installed already. So the next thing I will be doing now is to go to my code section. So I'm going to use Command Shift E to bring back the code area. Okay, now once you are on your main.dat, highlight everything and delete it. Yes, highlight everything, then delete. So once you are done deleting that, now the last section we talked about the main method, which is what I talked about most in my dat course. If you still need more clarification on how main method really work, please refer to the dat course on aqskill.com. Okay, so what I'm going to be pointing first on this first line is the main method. So I'm going to type main. Now as you can see, I type main and I was given this main method function here. So I will click on it. Once I click on it, this is going to load for us. Then you just take out this argument that is passing. So we don't need to pass any argument. So take it out, and it's going to be void. So once it is void, what we need to return here is the run app method. So before you return run app method, first you need to declare your entry point for your data application. We need to create the stateless widgets. Okay, don't forget, we don't have the authority to just create a stateless widget directly, except we need to extend Flutter stateless widget. So to do that, I'm going to be commenting this as entry widget. So this entry widget is going to be stateless. So to make this stateless, I'm going to be using STL. So you don't mind my GitHub Copilot, what I'm going to be teaching you is a better way for you to write a widget, a better way for you to write a widget. So you are going to be using STL. So STL is going to stand for Flutter stateless widget. So now, as you can see, I was given Flutter stateless widget. So by using this short code, it's going to save you from writing a huge number of code in just some seconds. So I'm going to click on Flutter stateless widgets. Now, as you can see, as I clicked on it, it automatically aligned the extents of the stateless widgets class for me, and also this class entry allowed me to update the main class and also the constructor. Now I'm going to change this now to let's use something custom. I'm going to call this add entry. So add entry widget. So let's call this add entry widget. So you don't see that we are just using a pre-made version from Flutter. Okay, so now what we have here now is what we declare a new class, a new widget of add entry widget, and we extend stateless widget, and we pass the controller into it by bringing in the instance of key into key and returning it back to the super, that is the parent constructor. Awesome. So the next thing we need to now do now is to override the build method for stateless widgets. Now for every build method, there is a return value. So if I check this error now, you're going to see the error. The body might be complete normally, causing the none to be returned, but the return type widget is potentially not nullable type. So try adding either a return or throw a statement at the end of this statement. Okay, so now it's telling us that okay, there's an issue with our build method. We need to return something. So now to return anything in this place now, what we'll be returning is the material app. So we're going to return material app here. So return material app. So we're going to return material app. So we're going to use return material app. Return material app. Okay, so we have the material app over there. Now click on drop down. Then inside material app, the objects that we're going to be targeting is the title. So we target the title of the material app, and we call this title add application. So you can use your name also. So this one is add application. Then once the title is set, the next thing we need to check on is the theme. So the theme will give the application parent background color and also the button for the inheritance of color. So let's target the theme. So we are going to pick the theme. Then the theme is going to be theme data dot theme data. I'm picking the primary swatch of blue. Okay, so now let's use this. So I'm going to use red in this case. I don't want to use blue. So now this theme data is going to be returning theme data widgets, and theme data widget is going to be picking the object of primary swatch. Now the primary swatch is going to be accepting the colors widget.red. So everything about Flutter is widget once again. So don't forget, everything about Flutter is widget. Okay, now once we have our material app declared and we have our title declared, we have our theme declared, the next thing we need to declare now is the home. So we need to declare the home. So now the next thing I'm going to do now is to point the home here. Now this home is going to be returning home page class. So your home page. So let me call this add home. So add home page. So we make it very friendly. Add home page. So add home page is not declared yet. So what I need to do to make this add home page function. So we need to declare a stateful widget for add home page. So we are going to be using a stateful widget. We don't want to use a stateless widget because stateless widget is something static. But stateful widget will give us opportunity to update something. Okay, click button, show this, update this. That is what the stateful widget does. Okay, so what I need to do now is to copy this guy and declare the stateful widget below after this class. After this class, as you can see, this is where the class ends. Okay, so this return method, we need to close the statement so that we don't have an error. Now the statement has been closed. So the next thing to do now is to target this place and targets the at the home page stateful widget. So to use the stateful widget here, what we need to do is to call STLF. So I'm going to use STLF. As you can see now, we have what? Stateful widget. Stateful widget. Now click on it. Once I click on stateful widget, as you can see, it's going to save us about how many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 lines directly. It's going to save us 6 lines instead of writing the code from scratch with our manual method. So using the short code is going to fasten your application development. So now I'm going to update this my widgets to the home page. Okay, so now we have a widget declared here, which is at the home page, which is extending stateful widget. Under stateful widget, we have create state method. Create state method override is being override by the home page, and the other home page state is, and then other home page state takes ownership of the stateful widget. Now this ownership is inherited down to this place, and we extend at the home page to have the full functionality of the ownership. Okay, now the next thing we now need to do there now is to also return. As you can see, it's still the same error, so we need to return something for this stateful widget that we have here. Okay, so now I'm going to do return. So what are we returning? Let's return we need to return scaffold, because scaffold is going to build our app bar and also our body, so we need to return scaffold. Okay, so returning scaffold is the best option for us here. So we are going to return scaffold. Then scaffold is going to accept app bar. The app bar is going to return app bar class. Then app bar class is going to also accept title. So the title is going to accept text widgets. So text, just like paragraph in web development, we have paragraph, we have h1, h2, h3. So in this case, we have text, and you can style it to your desired theme. Okay, so I'm going to be using text widget over here, text widget, and the text widget I'm going to be having here is going to be the application. Okay, so once the application is set, what we need to do now is to point now point to the body tag. So we need to point to the body tag. So the body tag will now be body. Then this body should, let's use something different from what we have from Flutter. So I'm going to be having column for the body tag. So before I introduce column, I will be using container. So let's introduce container. So container widget. So container widget is going to be accepting a child, and every child is going to take care of another widget of center. So we don't want to use center widget, so let's use something different in this case. So we have container declared. So once the container is declared, inside the container we need to return another widget that is going to make it awesome. But first, let's add a text widget so that we can see what we are doing and be very sure it is working. So let's write I'm working here. I'm working. Okay, I'm working. So now let's fix these errors that we have here. Okay, so let's trace this from the beginning. So app bar opening, app bar closing, container opening, container closing, text opening, text closing. So who is this? Scaffold opening. Okay, scaffold opening, scaffold close. So this one is useless. We don't know who owns that, so we need to take it out. So you need to make sure your identification is very appropriate, so you don't fall into error. Now scaffold opening, scaffold closing, then return. Since we have return as a scaffold, so we need to close the statement. So for you to debug your error, you need to pay attention to what you are doing. So scaffold opening, scaffold closing, app bar opening, app bar closing, text opening, text closing, container opening, container closing, then text opening, text closing. Okay, so I'm going to save this now. Then we are going to run it. As you can see, it's just on blue. Blue is not really an error, so it's just calling your attention. So it's asking me to add a const to it. So you can also add a const, so it doesn't mean anything. So it does a constant to make it constant, so it doesn't update. But that is not really a big deal. So you can just add a const to declare what you are doing. So let's also do the same for this. Okay, sorry, it says our container, avoid unnecessary container. Oh, so we are not supposed to use container in the entering of the body. Okay, so now let's fix this. Let's remove unnecessary container, and we're leaving the text widgets. Okay, so let's leave the text widgets and let's see how it's going to look like. Then we fix the error. Okay, so now let's save this now. Let's save this and run it in our mobile application. Let's save it and run in our mobile application. So it's currently running on the Android application. So let's wait for this to run. Okay, let's wait. It's rolling, it's rolling, it's rolling, it's rolling. Okay, so just hold on. Okay, so this has been built. This has been built, so it's coming up, coming up, coming up, coming up. Okay, okay. Oh, imagine it will not work. Imagine, look at, we did not pass the run app method. We only declare the widgets and we did not pass it. So sorry, so sorry. So now to do that, now we need to pass this add the entry widgets down to the run app. Imagine, I was like, why is it not working? Okay, so I'm going to override this with add the entry widgets. Then we need to add a constructor here so it doesn't give us error. So save. Then once we save, we need to reload the application because this is the entry point. Now as you can see, is what is working, add the application, and the body says what I'm working. So now let's now go to the body and let's do some amazing thing. So in this body, let's try to make this color. Let's try to give it some other color and some kind of title and another paragraph. So to do that, we need to enable column. You know, we are going to be having column 1 and column 2. So the first column is going to take the text of the heading. So this one will be heading, and the column 2 is going to be the text. So it's going to just look as this guy is. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to click on these widgets here. Once you click on this widget, you click on this idea icon. So click on it and wrap it with widgets. So we already have the widgets here directly, which is what wrap with column. Click on wrap with column, then it's going to initialize a column over here. So once it's initialized the column, so let's take out this const. Let's take out this const. Okay, so once it's initialized the column, then the next thing we need to do is to add another text column. So let's add another text column. So this text column is going to be this is a sample text. So let's just duplicate this sample text. Ctrl C, space. Oh, sorry. Space. Okay. Now we have this duplicated. Then the next thing we need to do now is to click on save. If you save, that is going to work. So you don't mind the blue. The blue is just to perfection. Okay, so now I'm working, which is the heading that we're trying to convert to H1. So I'm working is the heading, and the next one is sample text. Okay, so the next thing we need to do now is to add a style to this I'm working header, so that it's going to look more attractive. It's going to look more heading. So to do that, first we need to clear this body area. As you can see, it's touching the body. So let's add a column. Let's add a padding to the column. So I'm going to click on this idea again, add a padding of 8.0 from the top, left, right, bottom. That is what we have here, 8.0 top, from the top, left, right, bottom. So in case you don't know what I'm talking about, so it's very simple. You can either specify from, as you can see, we have from left, top, right, bottom. So let's use something like that. So from left, this is the left hand side. So we want the left to be 8.0, then we want the top to be 8.0, and we want the right to be 8.0. We want the bottom to be 8.0. So if I save this now, we should have a spacing. As you can see, the spacing has been added to our application body. Okay, so the next thing we need to now work on now is this text. We need to make this text we need to make it looking like H1 text itself. So I'm going to add a style to this. So to do the style, I'm going to be introducing style objects. Okay, so now the style object is going to initialize by saying style then text style. So we'll bring in text style into this place. So let me drop this down. Then over here we are going to introduce text style. Okay, so text style is going to be clicked. Then inside the text style we are going to return the font size. As you can see, we have the font size returned already. So now let's take out this blue thingy. Okay, but before we do that, let's close this statement. So text start from here and its end here. Column starts from here and end here. So text start from here, its end here. Text start from here, its end here. So who is this column? So this column is an error. So we need to take this guy out. Okay, I think we are having an error. Text starts from here, its end here. Text start from here and its end here. So who is this guy? Column, no, error. Okay, so take that out. Now we should be fine now, I guess. Let's check it again. Text style starts from here, its end here, and text start from here, its end here. Awesome. This is another array. So this is index of 0, index of 1. So let me click on save. Now as you can see, now we have H1 sample. Okay, so now this blue text, let's fix this blue text so that we don't have issues. So let's check what the error is saying. What is the error saying? Let's pick this first one. It says what? Prefer const with constant constructor. Okay, so let's do quick fix. I think this is just the best. Ignore the const literal to create immutables. Okay, ignored. So that has been ignored. Let's also ignore this guy so we don't have issue. Ignore. Awesome. Okay, so let me close this terminal using Ctrl J to close it. That has been closed. So if I click on save now, we have what I'm working. So we can have different font size. I can decide to have 50. So as you can see, is now big. So that is how you can style your application, do so many things, so many amazing things. Okay, so the same column can take in anything. It can take in anything. So you can decide to load a picture from the internet over here. So let's add image from network. So let's just add a sample image from network. Now as you can see, we have image object. So everything is just object for true. So image object, then this network, and if it is local, it's going to be assets. Image from assets. But since we are picking it from the internet, it's going to be network. So there are so many things you can do with Flutter. Like you can't imagine it to the last. You are always with something awesome to do. You are always with some kind of widget that can solve your problem in a blink of an eye. So now I'm going to go to Google now to get an image. So let's see if this image is valid. Let me copy this image and check on Google. Let's go to Google and check, is the image valid? Oh, imagine it is valid actually. Okay, so kudos to GitHub Copilot once again. So I'm going to click on save and let's see the picture. Can you see the picture loads up? Now if I go to Google and go to my landing page, I can decide to pick an image from my landing page to present down to that side. So let me go to my landing page and let's get a sample picture from my landing page. So my network is a bit slow, sorry for that. So let me copy this picture. So copy image URL, though the picture is encrypted with Cloudflare, so I don't know if it's gonna work. So it's a Cloudflare security issue. So let me save this. Let's see if it's going to work. Did it work? It did not work, man. Oh wow, it worked. Awesome. So now let me increase this width and height. Let's use width of 500, height of 500. So you can do anything. Can you see? you can what? You can do anything. You can do anything. So we can decide to add another padding to this text. As you can see, this text is touching my picture. So let me click on this text and add a padding to that. So add a padding of edge insert of all, that is everything. So add it to the entire area. Now as you can see, it has been added. So we can also align this text. So we can set an alignment. So to set an alignment is very simple. Just give a command, drop it down, then over here we're going to say text what align. Text align is going to be what? Text align dot center is also widget. Text align widgets, then dot what? Dot center. If I click on save now, as you can see, it has been aligned. Man, this is awesome. This is awesome. So we can now also add a button. So let's just add a simple button. The button will just the button is going to accept a click, a simple click that just do something simple. So let's add a button. So add elevated button. So let's add elevated button. So elevated button is more awesome to use. So we are going to use what? Elevated button. So elevated button. So on elevated button, we have properties of on press. We have property of what? Child. So this on press is the method that's going to what? Trigger whenever the user what clicks on the button, while this child is the one that's going to handle the text, icon, or whatsoever you want to pass into. So now let me pass text as what? Click me. So let me take out this guy. Okay, so this one is fixed. So now we have what? Text widget by returning what? Click me to the text. And this onPress method is going to return a function, not a widget this time around. It's a function. So now this function that is onPress, we can either pass it this way. So I'm going to show you a two format of the onPress method. So you can either pass it through this way. So once the user click on it, it's going to print something to the log. So print button what? Press. So I'm going to show out this log. So it's going to print it down to this log. That is what button has been what? Pressed. So let me save it now. As you can see, we have what button was as what? Click me. This is what click me. So now if I click on the click me, it's going to log something by saying what? Button what? Pressed. So let me click on it. Can you see? Button press. So it is awesome. It is awesome. Now let's also try to show a simple toast or a simple snack bar. Let me introduce snack bar. So to use snack bar actually work when you have scaffold registered. So we have scaffold registered already. So once your scaffold is registered, we need to now what? Introduce scaffold key. So we need to introduce scaffold key. So we are going to introduce scaffold key over here. So scaffold key is going to return scaffold global key. So now scaffold global key will be passed. As you can see, I have global key widgets and also returning it to scaffold states. Okay, so now this key is now generated and being passed to scaffold key area. Okay, so now scaffold key is also going to take in with a key from a key object. So now the key object is going to be the one adding the scaffold key. So it's going to be unique. Whenever an action is triggered, scaffold is going to what? Accept it and what? Plug into the system and trigger whatever the user wants to do using the what? Unique key. So now I'm going to what? Introduce key here. Now this is key and what? We return the what? The scaffold key. So with this scaffold key, you can print snack bar effectively without error. Snack bar is going to print on your screen. So whenever I click on this, snack bar is going to come from the bottom to the top and it's going to what? Showcase itself. Okay, so now that is what scaffold key does. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. So we are going to go to the button area where we have button pressed. So we are going to say show snack bar. We call this snack bar. Show what? Snack bar. So show snack bar is going to return is going to use the scaffold key element that we have to return the what? Show snack bar. Now as you can see, we have a little error. The method show snack bar can be unconditional invoked because receiver is null. Okay, so we need to what? Make it nullable. So to make it nullable, I need to pass null entity to this place. So let me use the quick action to do that. So anytime you are in an error area, just use the quick fix. Now this is the quick fix I'm going to be using. Replace these dots with what nullable function that is going to what return. If it is null, it's going to return error. It's going to return none, not error. And if it is valid, it's going to return something unique. So return that, and the error is going to be what? Gone. Okay, so now this is the key we generated the last time, and this key dot current state, the current state of the scaffold, the current page is open. Okay, so now dot show snack bar. Then this show snack bar is another widget on its own. Show snack bar show snack bar method under scaffold state widgets. Okay, so now this show snack bar method is returning a snack bar widget itself. Snack bar widget. Can you see? Snack bar widget. Now this snack bar widget is also accepting content. So everything about Flutter itself is widget or true. Widget, object, widget, object, widget, object, method. So many things connected as are just like an OOP, object oriented programming. So everything is object oriented. Everything just connected using method, using objects and classes. Okay, so now the next thing to do now is to return content, to return text as a content. So this text will now be what? Button pressed. Okay, so now button press is going to be triggered whenever this button is being clicked. Now this snack bar is attached to the on press function, that is on click, on press. That is what we attach the snack bar to do. So now let me save this now. I save that. By click on it, you are going to see what button was pressed. So let's also do some magic. Let's change the background of the snack bar. So let's say background color should be red. We want the background color to be red. So colors dot red as the background. So let's save that and let's see what we have. If I click on it now, can you see button was pressed? This is what's awesome. In just a few minutes now, you have successfully built a working landing page of your mobile application. Okay, so now let's close this Android emulator and let's run the same code using the iOS 13 emulator. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be doing now. So I'm going to exit this emulator and run Android and run iOS 13 Android 13 rather, sorry, iPhone 13. So I'm going to run iPhone 13. So let me close this, then run iPhone 13. So to run iPhone 13, I need to go to the simulator area, simulator, then open simulator. Simulator is going to trigger my iPhone 13. And once iPhone 13 is ready, I want to run this code into the iPhone 13. So click on run, start debugging, then it's going to trigger on the recent emulator that is active on my system. Okay, so this is currently building, so we have to wait for the build to be completed so we don't have errors while trying to see what is really wrong. So nothing is wrong, just wait for the build to be completed. Okay, so you relax and calm. And you can also check the state of the build using Ctrl J, bringing up your terminal. Okay, as you can see, S code build was done. Awesome. So let me close this terminal and let's see the difference between Android and iOS. So as you can see, iOS is more pretty than the Android, because first our app bar title switch to the center and is more sleeked, is more presented than that of the Android, but it's still cross-platform. It's still the same thing. So it is printed in iOS by using the Swift programming language, while for the Android is printed in Android using the Kotlin programming language. So let me click this button. Let's see what we have. So if I click on this button, as you can see, button pressed. Awesome. Can you see it work? So thank you for creating this amazing and beautiful Flutter basic by your own self. So now this code now is written from scratch, which is written by you. Yeah, you write the code by yourself. Okay, now in the next section we are going to be learning how to do more amazing things, more great stuff. Okay, so thank you for taking your time to watch this current lesson. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey you, welcome again to this new section. In this section, we are going to be learning more on Flutter widgets. So as we all learned in the earlier chapter, the widgets is everything in Flutter framework. We have already learned how to create a new widget in our previous chapter, and in this chapter, let us understand the actual concept behind the creating behind creating the widgets and the different types of widgets available in Flutter framework. Let us check the Hello World application in my homepage widget. The code for this purpose is given below. So as you can see, we have this simple widget here. My home page, just like the widget we created the last time, and it's extending stateless widgets. Okay, so I believe you all understand everything we have here. So now let's dive deep to what we are saying here. So here we have created a simple home page widget extending the stateless widget. Okay, so note that the stateless widget only requires a single method build, which is what we have here, is a method. So please and please, once again, if you still don't get how method and class and property work, so go to akskill.com, get the Dart programming course. It will tell you more about building methods, property, and class. Okay, so without further ado, let's continue what we are talking about. So here we said we said the stateless widget only requires a single method build, which is what we have here, that we override in for our personal customization to be effective. So we override the build. That's what it's talking about here. So the stateless will just only require a single method build to be implemented in its derived state. Yes, the derived state is the my home page. So the build method gets the context environment necessary to build the widget through the what build context parameter. Just like the last lesson, we try to print a snack bar. So the snack bar will require a context. So this context is what we are going to be getting from the build context, and it's going to be sending it back to build content so that it's going to show it to the what, to the parent. Okay, so to the build content parameter, and returns the widget it built. In the same code, we used the title as one of the constructor arguments, and also the key as another argument. That is, we use title as the key argument, the object that is passing. Still the same thing. This same functionality that we have here is also inside the Dart programming course. So how to learn how to do this personally from scratch is in the Dart. So you can learn that. You can learn that from the Dart course. It will show you how to do this from scratch. Okay, so let's continue. So it says in the same code we have used the title. This title is what we have here. Title as one of the constructor argument, and also the key as another argument. So now we pass this title into the app bar key as the title. So it's going to print us a text into the app bar. Okay, so the title is used to display the title, and the key is used to identify the widget in the build environment. So now this key, which is what we have here, is the one that is used to identify the widget, which is an object time. So it's an object parameter declaration format. So it is done in the Dart programming course. So please, if you need more understanding and a deep understanding on this, I will urge you to do that. Okay, so now let's continue. So also the build method calls the build method calls the build method of scaffold, which turns the build method of app bar also, and calls the center to build its user interface under the scaffold. Let me come again. Here, the build method calls the method of scaffold. This is scaffold here. It calls scaffold, okay, which in turn calls the build method of app bar. As you can see, it has app bar as a key, and it also calls the build method of what, bar, that is widgets. Okay, so and also center widget to build its user interface. Now, as you can see, center widget is appended to the body key, to the body parameter. So center is also called under the body parameter. Then under center we have child as key. Then the key is returning what? A text, because if you are trying to print any text, just like the p paragraph in a web development word, so p paragraph is going to be represented as text here. So your own p tag is text. So this same text can generate h1, h2, h3, p, unlimited p, and even italics, writtens. Everything can be generated with the same text class that you have here. So there are a lot of things you can achieve with the text class. Okay, so let's continue. So where do we stop? Okay, we stop here. And finally, and the center widget build its user interface. Then finally, center build method called the text build method. We've already talked about that. Okay, so for better understanding, the visual representation of the same is given below. As you can see, we have a simple dialogue here that showcases what we just talked about. So the first one is the first statement, the first widget, which is my app, my home page widget, is what we have here. So my home page widget is the first. Then my home page widget calls the scaffold. So this is the scaffold. Okay, then after the scaffold has been called, scaffold also called app bar. So app bar is being called, yes. Then after app bar is being called, the next call is the body. So this one is the app bar, this one is the body. So the body calls the center, and the center calls the what? The text. So very, very simple tree. So everything is coming all the way from the parent as my home page widget, extending the stateless widget. The home page widget returns scaffold into onto the build. So stateless widget is going to print something for us. Then scaffold takes in the some properties of app bar and also some properties of body. Then property app bar return amber. Then app bar return app bar, and inside app bar we return the title of the app bar. Now under the body property of the scaffold, we return the center, and center return text as the value of the child, which is what we have here, the child. So it is still the same thing we write yesterday. We write everything from scratch yesterday. I believe you still have the understanding on how that work, because we basically cleared the entire script that is being generated by Flutter. So, and we write the code from scratch down to the sample mode that we printed yesterday. Okay, so I believe this diagram is going to give you more understanding on how the Flutter widget work. Okay, so the next one is widget build visualization. Hey guys, we are going to be continuing from our last section. So we stop at widget build visualization. So in Flutter, widgets can be grouped into multiple categories based on their features as listed below. So the first one is platform specific widget. The second one is layout widget. The third one is state management widget. And the fourth one is platform independent / basic widget. So now let's look into this very first one, which is the platform specific widget. Flutter has been built into several platforms, but majorly that we are going to be looking into this course is the Android and the iOS. Android specific widgets are designed in accordance with material design guideline by Android OS, that is by Google. The Android specific widgets are called as material widgets, and the iOS specific widgets are designed in accordance with Human Interface Guidelines by Apple, and they are called as Cupertino widgets. Now, some of the most used material widgets is as follow, and we actually normally use all this all the time. So we have the scaffold, we have the app bar, button navigation bar, the tab bar view, list style, raise button. These are just the most most use. We have a lot of widgets that you can actually integrate it into your Flutter application. So the list goes down to the alert dialog that we have here. So all this is for the material widgets for Android. And for the Cupertino widgets is as follow as the Cupertino button, Cupertino picker, Cupertino date picker, Cupertino tab scaffold, down to Cupertino slider. Now all these widgets works dynamically. So if you are designing in Android, it's still the same code base. So once you specify scaffold and you are trying to interpret it in an iOS format, it's going to automatically switch to Cupertino format so that it's going to suit the requirements in the iOS development team. Okay, that is the human interface guideline. Okay, so that is for the platform widgets. So now let's move on to the next one, which is the layout widget. So let's dive straight to the layout widgets. So in Flutter, a widget can be created by composing one or more widgets. To compose multiple widgets into a single widget, Flutter provides large number of widgets with layout features. For example, the child widget can be centered using the word center widget, which is a layout widget. Some of the popular layout widgets as follows. So we have the container, and I'm very sure you guys will be familiar with container. Container is basically used on web development time, which is the div. So the web time is using div, while the Flutter is using container. So a rectangular box decorated using what box decoration widget with background and box and border, with background, border and shadow. Okay, so for the center widgets comes along with the child. The same applies to the container. Container also comes along with the child, so that is where you're going to pass the child widget into it. I'm very sure we've looked into this already. So we have the role. The role is just the way Bootstrap work. In Bootstrap term, in Bootstrap word, we have the row, we have the column, and I'm very sure once you know how the Bootstrap word work, you should be very fine with it. So it's still the same row format, still the same column format. So we have the row. So this is now this one is what is arranged in an horizontal direction. It's just the same thing. And the column also is arranged in the vertical direction. Now also we have another layout widget as stack. So stack is arranged one above another. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one, which is the state maintenance widgets. In Flutter, all widgets are either derived from stateless widgets or stateful widgets. So let that be at the back of your mind, please. Note that all widgets are derived from stateless widgets or stateful widgets. Okay, so widget derived from stateless widget does not have any state information, but it may contain widget derived from what stateful widget. Yes, the dynamic nature of the application is through the interactive behavior of the widget, and the state changes during the interaction. For example, a tapping counter button will increase/decrease the interval of the counter by 1, and reactive nature of Flutter widgets we auto re-render the widget using a new state information. That if there's any changes, it's going to re-render it. That's the stateful widget. Okay, so we will also learn the concept of stateful widgets in the details in the upcoming management chapter. So we are going to be learning more about stateful widgets in the upcoming examples that will be given in the future. So please let's stick around to learn more about this theory parts, which is going to give you deep understanding on how Flutter widgets work. So the next one that we have here is the platform independent / the basic widget. Flutter provides a large number of basic widgets to create simple as well as complex user interface in a platform-independent manner. Let us see some of the basic widgets in this chapter. So the very first one that we use most time, every time, is the text. So the text widget is used to display a piece of what? String. The style of the string can be set by what? Style properties and the text style class. The same code for this purpose is as what follow. So now we have the what? We have the text widget, we have the string, hello world, what you want to print. Now the style properties, we pass them, and the style property is going to accept the value of what? Text style widget. And text style widget is going to send the word, the regular styling you want to apply. And in this case, we have font width. And the font width is returning a widget of what? Font width. Now inside the widget of font width is returning the property of what? Bold. So that is how this work for what? Text widget. Now the next one we have here is what? The text widget has a special what? Constructor, which is what? Text.reach. So you can extend text widgets with a special constructors of what? Of dot reach. So with the dot reach, it's going to accept the child of type of what? Text span to specify the string with different style. So text span widget is recursive in nature and it accepts text span as its children. The same code for this purpose is as follows. So let's look at it. So initially we will normally use something like this to display the text of our desired string. Okay, so the next thing is what? Extending what? The text into what? Dot reach, so that we can accept multiple what? String in a different styling formats. So we extend this by using what? Dot reach controller. So now we have what? Text dot reach. Then under text dot reach we returned text span. Under text span we returned another array of text span. So text span accepts text span, so you can extend text span to as many level as you want. As you can see, this is what text span and this is text span. So text span taking text span, then you can extend it to your desired limits, like the trees is beyond, so you can do as many design as you want. So for every text that you have here, just like we have hello and we have word, everything is coming together over here, like we have it together here. But in a text span format, you can style hello, you can also style word, you can even style the exclamation mark. That's what we have here. First one we style the hello, the next one we style the what? Sorry, we style the what? Word. Now as you can see, we can do as many as we want on a single row. So with this format, you can do many styling as you like. Okay, so in the future we are going to be looking more into this by showing you the real practical. But for now, let's stick to the theory term so that we can have the full knowledge on how this works. So the next one is what? The most important properties of the text widget is as follow. The max line, which is what? An integer. The maximum number of the lines to show, yes, which is the what? Text widget, the maximum number of lines that is going to return to the view. Okay, so the next one is overview. Overflow. So text overflow specify how visual it specify how visual overflow is handled using the word text overflow class. The next one we have is style that we normally use. We use style mostly. So text style, I'm very sure you know how this works. This specify the style of the string using what? Text style class. We have the next one as what? Text align. So text align return text align widget. So this text align align of the text to the left, right, justify, and etc. Using the word text align widget, which is still the same thing as class. So the next one we have here is the text direction. So text direction return text direction class, which is this to the widget. So the direction of the text to flow either left to right or right to left. So there are amazing things you can do with text widget, not just printing this hello world only. You can do more amazing things. Okay, so that is for the text part. So the next one is the image widget. So image widget is used to display an image in an application. Image widgets provide different constructor to load images from the multiple sources, and they are as follow. So with image, you can generate generic image loader using image provider. Yeah, you can generate generic image loader. So it's something that's going to be loading while the picture is being fetched from the server. Then the next one is image.assets, which loads from Flutter project assets. Then the next one is image.file. It's load from image from the what files from the system folder directly. Then the next one is image.memory, load from what the memory of your running machines. Then the next one is image.network. This load from the internet directly. So we basically use this and this most time. Then we use the provider to load to do a kind of loading animation, something to show why it's loading from the internet. So the next one is the easiest option to load and display an image in Flutter is by including the image as what assets of the application and load it into the widgets on demand. So we create a folder assets in the project folder and place the necessary necessary images that we like to as assigned to any kind of image or asset that we are trying to showcase to the view. So the next thing is specifying the asset in the popspec.yarn as shown below. Just like what we have in Flutter, then we have assets. I'm very sure we don't have much example over here, so I'm going to showcase that to you in the real practical in the next lesson. So the next one is adding more assets. So this is a particular and PNG files that is added to the assets of the Flutter project. So this is going to load to the image application. Then after adding this to the asset area, then we can pass it directly to the image asset area. Then this should it should work and load up to your view. Then the complete source code of my homepage widgets of the Hello World application and the result is shown below, which is what we have here. So this is majorly the official documentation of what you need to know about the widgets for Flutter. So at the end of the day, we are going to come up with this. Once you run this code, image.assets, this will be the result of what we are going to be given. Okay, so the most important properties of the image widget is as follows, just like what we talked about the last time. Image provider, so actual image to load, which is image provider. Then the next one, we have the width, we have the height. So with the width and the height, you can specify the number of height you really want to give to your image, of the width you want to give to your image. So it supports double, which is still the same as float. You can part 2.1, 3.2 into that. Then the next one is the alignment. So you can use alignment geometry to do the alignment for your image alignment. Okay, so the next one is icon. We have not actually used the icon widgets so far in this course, but we're going to be using this icon in the future. So icon widget is used to display a glyph from a font described in icon data class. So the code to load a simple email icon is as follows. So we declare the widgets, then we declare the widget icons.email. Now this is going to showcase email icon. So we are going to dive to the practical in the next section. Okay, so that is for the icon area, and at the end of the execution of the code, we are going to be given this kind of icon. As you can see, we have the email icon over here. So thank you so much for taking your time to go through what we have here, which is the introduction to widgets and learning more about Flutter widgets. So thank you for taking your time to go through this, and I hope you enjoy this. So in the next section, we are going to be diving into the real practical, converting everything we've learned there into practical. Thank you once again. See you in the next section. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In this section, you are going to be learning about Flutter scaffold widgets. Okay, so scaffold widgets in Flutter is used to implement the basic material design visual layout structure. It takes quick enough to create a general purpose mobile application, contain almost everything we need to create a functional and a responsive Flutter application. But this widget is able to occupy the whole device screen. In other words, we can say that it is mainly responsible for creating a base to the application screen, on which the widget hold on the render, on which the widget hold on render, it hold it on render on the screen, and it provides many widgets or APIs for showing drawer, snack bar, button navigation bar, app bar, floating action button, and many more. The scaffold class is a shortcut to set up the look and design of our app that allow us not to build the individual visual elements manually. It saves our time to write more code for the look and feel of the app. So the following are the constructor and also the properties of the scaffold widget. Okay, so these are the properties that scaffold widget accepts, and in the previous sections we've talked about the app bar and also the body. So in this section we are going to be looking more of this solution. Okay, so now over here now we have app bar, we have body, we have floating action body, we have floating action button location, persistence, footer buttons, drawer and drawer, button navigation bar, bottom sheet, floating action button animator, background color, okay, resize to avoid button padding, okay, which is set to true by default, and also primary, which is also set to true by default. Okay, so now let us check what we have to let us check what we have above in the constructor. So the very first one we have here is the app bar. So the app bar is a horizontal bar that is mainly displayed at the top of the scaffold widget. It is the main part of the scaffold widget and display it at the top of the screen. Without this property, the scaffold widget is incomplete. Yes, because you need an header. It also uses the app bar widget that is itself contain various properties like elevation, title, brightness, and co. Okay, so now this is a basic example over here. So now we're going to run this example in our Flutter application like right now. Okay, so now let's do that. So I'm going to open up my VS Code, open up my what's it called, emulator. So let me zoom my screen because I'm very sure my screen is a bit tiny. So let me zoom my screen. Oh, this is too much. Or let me see. I think this is better. Because it's really big and my screen is small. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are currently in scaffold. So this is the scaffold widget that we're talking about, and also we have the app bar. So let me go back to the document. So we are going to be working based on what we've done earlier. So we have the app bar and we have the title and the text as it's accepting the string. Okay, so let's go back to it. We have the app bar, we have the title, we have the text. So now let's introduce elevation. Let's introduce some other elements into it. Let me run this. So let me run this code so we can have the live preview. Okay, it's currently running. So we are currently on the app bar property. Okay, as you can see, it says an app bar to display at the top of the scaffold. Flutter is amazing. It's well detailed and straightforward. Okay, so now we have successfully initialized our whole application. So now what I want to do now is to check the available properties inside this app bar. Now if you want to check available properties in a single widget, in a particular widget, just over on the widget, they are going to be given the details, more details properties that you can use to accomplish your project or to solve a particular solution. Now, as you can see, we have so many of it. There are so many things you can do. We have the leading, we have the title, we have the actions, we have the flexible space, we have the bottom. all this we can't touch everything, we can't touch it all. Okay, so now let's pick the background color, pick the background color, and also let's pick the elevation. Yeah, let's work with that. So background color. Okay, so let's set the background color to be let's say green. Okay, now as you can see, we change the app background color to green without affecting the global. You know, we have the global color, which is what we have here, this particular one here. That's the team data, but now we now change for a specific widget, which is the app bar. Now we set the background color to be what? To be green. So now let's check the elevation. So elevation, so the elevation is going to, let's set it to 3.0 because it's double. Don't forget, elevation is double, so that's float. If I save this now, let's see the changes. Okay, let's set it to 0 so that you see something. Can you see? It's not glowing like before again. The glow is off. So if I set it to 1, you are going to see the glow. Okay, this one is not visible now. Let me set it to 5. You see? Can you see the glow? Let me set it to 10. Can you see the glow is there? So elevation will just enable box shadow to load. So in web development time, it's called box shadow. So now we touch the background, we touch the elevation. So you know, we have a lot to cover. There are a lot of things you can do with this, but let's just do this for today. Then in more projects that we're going to be building in the future of this course, we're going to be touching more of that. So now this is for the half bar. This is just the basic half bar declaration. So I can make this dark. So dark is not recognized. Black. Okay, black is recognized. Save. And as you can see, we have what? The application. So now let's take out this debug icon so we don't have something like that. So I'm going to take it in. So app debug. Okay, sorry, debug banner check. So let's take it off as false. Okay, save it so we don't have something that will distracting us. Okay, so now this part has been done for the half bar. Okay, now let's move on to the document. Let's see what we have. Go back to the document. Okay, so we've touched the elevation, title. Okay, brightness. Let's touch the brightness. Sorry, let's touch the brightness. So brightness, let's touch the brightness. So brightness is going to be brightness dot lights. Okay, how about dark? Let's say the dark. Brightness dot dark. It's just to increase the brightness. So let me check the properties we have in brightness. So brightness has light and dark. Now it says the color is dark and we require a light text color to achieve readable. Okay, so if it is light, the color is light and it will require a dark color to achieve readable. Okay, awesome. So now we let's our app bar again. So when we set it to dark, we are still seeing the text. We are still seeing the text. So I believe this text is white by default. So this is just how to set your background brightness. And as you can see, it's being flagged. So what type of, why is okay? Now it is depreciated. So in the latest Flutter, this brightness is depreciated. It's not effective. Brightness is depreciated and should not be used. This property is no longer used. Please use system overlay style instead. This feature was depreciated after 2.4. Try replacing the use of depreciated members with replacement. Quick fix: migrate to system overlay style. Let's see. Okay, so system overlay style dot light. Let's save this and let's see the difference. Dot dark. I believe it's still the same thing. Okay. Wow, this actually work. Now as you can see, the app bar is actually gone. Everything is now dark. So now system UI overlay style has gone dark. So now let's change it to the light. So the status bar will be light. Let's see. Now as you can see, so this system overlay style actually takes care of the status bar. Now we have light and dark. Let's see what we have inside system overlay. What's it called? Overlay style. So dot light. So let's go into the lights and let's see other things we have. Okay, so we have the light and the dark, nothing more. Okay, we have light and dark, no problem. Okay, so so as you can see now, we've touched the brightness. So the brightness no more is not in the operation of changing the status bar anymore. So we just have to override and move on to system overlay style. So the best part of Flutter is when you are doing mistake or you are making a mistake, it will tell you that, guy, what you are doing is wrong. Do this. It's going to tell you what to do. That's the best part of Flutter. So I love that. Okay, so now we've successfully changed this to light and we can see the status bar. Okay, so now let's go back to our document. So now we've touched the brightness. Now that is all for up bar. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, so the next one is body. The body is the other primary and required property of this widget, which will display the main content in the scaffold. It signifies the place below the up bar and behind the floating action button and drawer. The widgets inside the body are positioned at the top left of the available space by default. Okay, so now let's check the widgets of the body. Okay, so now the body that we have here now, we have center, we have child. Meanwhile, we've already touched something like this and we even have more complex data than what we have here. So let me show you. We already touched something like that. Body, our own body, we even add padding and the result of that is what we have here. So we have padding, we have column, which is what we have that takes care of our listing of our text, of our image. Then we have another padding with text and also a button that what shows snack bar. So we've even gone far. We've gone far from the document that we are looking at. Okay, so that is for the body. Now let's move on to the next one, which is the drawer. Oh yes, the drawer. Something new. Now we are going to be introduced to something new entirely. A slide bar. Is a slider panel from the left hand side to the right. Okay, so drawer is the slider panel that is displayed at the side of the body. Usually it is hidden on mobile devices but the user can swipe it left to right or right to left to access the drawer menu. It uses drawer widget properties slides in a horizontal direction from the scaffold edge to show navigation links in the application. An appropriate icon for the drawer is set automatically in the app bar property. The gesture is also set automatically to open the drawer. So once the drawer is set, once you click on slide, it automatically know, it automatically know this guy is trying to open the menu bar, and it will automatically set that for us. Now in the drawer is going to be assigned in this in the scaffold property. Once we set drawer in the scaffold property, then we declare a new drawer widget. Inside the drawer widget is going to be accepting a child, and the child is going to be accepting list view widget. Is another widget to list some views. And from the name itself, list view, a listing of a view that you need to see. Okay, so this list view is going to be accepting an array of drawer header, an array of drawer header, and also the drawer content. Now here we have drawer header. So the drawer header is going to take care of decoration, colors, and also the child and also the child of the drawer header is going to take care of the header text. Here in the case that we have welcome to AKSQ, and also the style is green, the font is 30, which is going to be identical or which is going to be referencing to this text, text widget here. The next one we have here is the list style. So list style takes care of the first text, and the next one is another list style, takes care of another part, which in this case it has an icon. So all this I'm going to be presenting it one after the other. So don't worry, this document that I'm using, I'm going to upload it, then you can also check the example one after the other. Okay, so now let's go to our code area. Where's the emulator? Okay, so now I'm going to be taking out my sidebar. I'll take out my sidebar, then we're going to be taking out this terminal area. So let's take out this terminal area. Okay, so now we are good. So let's scroll to the top where we have the body. So take it down after the bar area. Then we're going to declare drawer. So let's declare drawer. The drawer is going to be accepting drawer widgets. Okay, the drawer widget is going to be returning a child, and the child is going to be returning list view. Okay, then list view is going to be returning children. Okay, so the children is going to take care of the header. So we need to pass drawer header, which is the first one. Let me take this suggest out so that you don't be confused. Sorry for that. So before we pass the suggest, we are given an error here. It says come on, show this now. Prefer const literals as parameter of the word constructor. Okay, so let's add const modifier to it. So the first index rather of the array is going to be the drawer header. Okay, so drawer header is going to be returning a child. Let's take this down to make it look good. It's going to be returning a child, and the child is going to be a text. So the text is going to be welcome to AKSQ. Welcome to AKSQ. Okay, so this will be the header drawer, and the text is going to be this. So now let's save this. Let's see what we get. Now as you can see, automatically we are given this icon just as we explained the last time. So I click on this drawer now, you're going to find this. Can you see? This is what we are given. Okay, so now let's add some styles to our drawer text, to the drawer header rather. So let's add some styles to it. So to add a style to this, I'm going to be adding decoration. So I'm going to be adding decoration, and decoration is going to accept box decoration widgets. So box decoration widgets. Okay, and box decoration widget is going to be returning color. Okay, so this is what it's going to be returning. So color, and the color is going to be colors.black. So let's see, let's check. As you can see, it is now dark. Okay, so I'm going to change this text to white so that it's going to be visible. So style, then text style. Inside text style we have color, and the color will and the color is going to be colors dot white, so that we can see what we add. I save this now, check it out. Now you can see welcome to AKSQ. So you can easily add as many things as you want. Let me set this to be red. Now it is now red, so you can do anything with this area. You can make it green. Okay, so this is the header for the for the drawer. So let me set a font size for this because it is a little bit small. So I want to set a font size. So the font size is going to be 24. Let's see, 24. Let's make it 30. Save. Now we have what? Welcome to AQ skill. Okay, so now our drawer has successfully passed header, which is what? Welcome to AQ skill. Now we now have this. Awesome. Okay, so now the next thing we need to now do now is to go for the rest of the text. Okay, yeah, so before we do that, I'm also going to be launching this on Android emulator. So let me shut this down so we can try it on Android emulator. Let me open Android Studio. Okay, coming up, go to the virtual device. Okay, that should load up. Okay, virtual device. Okay, we are here. Open. Yeah, so it's still loading. Just give it a little time. Yeah, so this has been loaded. Close. So let's see how it's going to look like on the Android emulator. So I'm going to run this again. Run. So let's run it on Android. So just give it a little time to load. Don't rush it. Still loading. Still loading. Okay, finish loading. Now it has been built. Okay, so this is the Android version. So now let me click on this part. Now as you can see, we have it displayed for us. Welcome to what? AQ skill. Awesome. So now let's move on to the next part. So the next part is listing the content of the drawer. So we need to list the content of this drawer. Let's list the content of the drawer. So to do that, we are going to be going down to the next index. So this drawer header stops here. Then we add a comma. Once we add a comma, then we're going to move on by hitting enter to the next one. So this next one is going to be list style. So list style is going to be accepting type 2. So the first one is going to be accepting type 2. Okay, so let's have this as type 2 text. Here is going to be let's call this about, or let's call it O. Yeah, page, or just O. Okay, so the first one is going to be just text, which is what? Home. As you can see, we have it home here. Okay, so the next one we're going to be adding is we're going to be adding the one with icon. So let's add an icon alongside with this next one that we're going to be adding. So the next one is going to be let's say about. So in this case of having this type 2, we're going to be having another parameters as leading. So let's add a leading. So the leading is going to be taking the icon leading, then the leading is going to be taking what? Icon. So let's call this icon. The inside icon we have what? Icons dots we call this what? We call this about. So icons.info is what we're going to be getting for this. So icon.info, if you are using VS Code, you're going to see the icon displayed preview at the left hand side. So you have so many icons that you can use. Is either icon.info, icon.email. So if you just add the dots and use command space, use control space, it's going to load more for you. As you can see, There are so many icons you can use, so many user, even user, there's user, there's users, so many, sorry, there's user icon, there's user. So in case you don't have the available one you want to use, you can also use Font Awesome. Font Awesome package will give you more. Okay, but in this case we are looking forward to info. Okay, save it. Now we have what we have about with what the icon. Awesome. So let's try to add a divider that is going to separate the drawer, that's going to separate the drawer text from themselves. So let's add divider. So divider widgets should help us with that. So with divider, we are going to be having something unique to separate those things for us. Okay, so take it out, save it. Now as you can see, divider what help us separate the details for us. So now let's add more more list into this thing. Let's add more list into our data. Don't forget, the divider also allow height. You can set an height to your divider, which is going to represent a kind of a padding. So if I set this height to be 0, it's going to what? It's going to reduce the margin top, margin bottom, so we don't have unnecessary spacing between the top and the bottom. Okay, so now let's add more data to this. So now we have what about. The next one should be what okay, let's generate the next one to be contacts. Okay, save. Now we have this as contact. Let's add more. Okay, settings. Okay, let's add more. Okay, logouts. So this is enough. This is enough. Then the next one, you can add maybe a kind of a version. So you can add a version. So this, you can add a version to what you already have. So let's say version, the version of the Android you are using. So to add a version, we are going to be using just a title only. We are not using the leading in this case. So let's say list style, just the title, and the title is going to be accepting. Okay, it's going to be accepting app version 1.0.0. Save it. Then we have something like this after the logout. So you can also enable a kind of height to this, so it's going to give it the space. That's too much. I think 2 is just the best. Okay, let's see, let's comment it out. I think this is okay. Let's take it out completely. We don't need an height in this case. Now we add what version. Now we have what about. As you can see, it's not clickable yet. We have about, we have contact, we have settings, we have logout, we have app version. Now if you click on it again, you're going to have what, we're going to be seeing everything we have. So let's change this green to black. Let's make it black. Okay, awesome. So now we have black. So this is amazing. Okay, this is looking great. So in the next section, we are going to be looking how to advance what we are doing, and also looking to more properties in Scaffold. See you in the next section. Hey Guru, welcome back again to this next section. In the last section, we learned how to create a drawer in Scaffold using drawer widgets, the returning list view, then list view returning drawer header returning list style returning divider. Okay, so I'm very sure you will notice there is a glitch in our drawer header area. As you can see above here, we have a slight glitch. Let me take it out. As you can see, the header is not matching the same header as we have here, so it's cutting out. So to resolve this is very simple. What you just need to do is to pass padding to be 0, because what's really caused that is the padding of the list view. Just add a padding, and let the padding of the list view be 0. So as you can see, let's set the edge insect towards the 0. Once you save it, it's going to resolve. As you can see, it is resolved. So you don't have that kind of issue over here. So it's going to be applicable to iOS also. So don't bother about what's wrong about that side. Okay. So in the next part that we're going to be treating on is floating action button. Okay, so now we're going to be working on floating action button this time around. So let's scroll down to the drawer ending area. Now the drawer ends here. So over here we're going to be introducing floating action button. So in the floating action button area, we're going to be returning a widget of floating action button also. So floating action button. Let's look for that. This is it here, floating action button. Awesome. So in the floating action button area, the parameter that floating action button is accepting is onPress, and also a child. onPress and also a child. Those are the compulsory parameter that should be accepted. So this place now we're going to be introducing an inline function. So we don't need to do an external function that we're going to be calling above. So let's return an inline function over here. Then the child is going to be an icon. So let's call the child an icon. Okay, icon of add. So we don't want to use add. Let's use icon of share. Let's use kind of a share something. Okay, so icon of share. Let's save this. Let's see. As you can see, we have this icon declared for us. So you can have anything actually. Let's say user. Oh, we don't have user here. So I'm going to teach you how to add font or some in the future, but for now let's just work with what we have here. So let me look for comments. Okay, we have comments. Save. Now as you can see, we have comment. So you can do as many things as you want with floating action button, but the main purpose of this floating action button should be going for share. Maybe you have a post that you want to share with friends. Then once they click on this share, it's going to pop up a share data that you can share with friends. Okay, so now let's see if this button is clickable. So let me open my my log area. Then this onPress area, we're going to return print working. Let's see, print I'm working. Let's save it. Let me clear the existing data that we have there. Right, click on share again. As you can see, we have I'm working. Now this app time starts wherever. You can also take it out. Let's omit it. We don't want to be seeing app time start. So to take it out, just highlight what you have here. Highlight D/EG. That's enough. So just add it here. If you add it here, it's going to be showing. So you need to introduce exclamation mark to take it out. Okay, so we don't have that kind of error again. Now as you can see, we are now focused on what we are working on. I'm working. That is what we pressed. Okay, so in the future we're going to be learning how to trigger something that is going to share the post to our friends, to WhatsApp, or copy the link. Okay, so this is floating action button. And then the next thing we need to add to this parameter is the elevation. So this also supports elevation, a kind of box shadow. So let's see elevation. Then the elevation is going to be let's say 0 first. 0, as you can see, is not glowing anymore. If you change this to 10, again we will see the glow. Now if you change this to 100, there's no 100 is not declared. That's awesome. Now as you can see, the glow is there. If you change to 0, it's going to be blank. So I believe elevation is set by default, so you don't need to worry about elevation. And if you want to remove the elevation, you can take it out and set it to 0. Okay, so this is the part for floating action button. Floating action button. Awesome. Okay, so the next part we are going to be looking at is the background color property. So background color property, let's take it up. So let me hide this command, this terminal. So background color. So scaffold also supports background color. So now let's do that. Let's add background color. Let's say background color. So background color is going to be colors dots. Let's use color dot red. Don't forget the background color is set to scaffold. Save. Now as you can see, my entire body is red. If I change this to green, so you can use it to change your entire body. Pink. Okay, save. Now as you can see, everything change, but you can change it to white. Save. Now it is now white, but it is white by default, so you don't need to give yourself stress. It is white by default. Okay, so the next one we'll be looking into, it is primary. We are going to be looking into primary. So let's check the document. Let's read what primary does. Let's go back to the document. So document primary. So the primary, it is said it is what it is used to tell whether the scaffold will be displayed at the top of the screen or not. But it is set it is default. It is true by default. That means the height of the app bar extended by the height of the screen status bar. So this part is actually normally set to save automatically because we want the scaffold to be at the top of the screen. Yes, we want it to be at the top of the screen. So just leave this primary the way it is. Let's move on with that. So the next one is persistent footer button. It is a list of buttons that are displayed at the bottom of the scaffold widget. This property item are always visible. Even we have to scroll the body of the scaffold, it will always wrap to the button bar widget. They are rendered below the body but above bottom navigation bar. Okay, so to achieve what we have in the persistent footer button, we are going to be using this simple demonstration. So to do that, let's go back to our code area, then open our emulator. So now we are going to be doing that right after the floating action button. Where are you? Floating, or let's do it after the body. So the body ends here, I'm very sure. Okay, it ends here. So now let's introduce persistence footer button. So persistence footer buttons. So this button is going to be okay. Let's add const to this place. Let's add a const. So they don't flag us. So we are not being flagged. So now inside this const, we are going to be returning button. So let's return some buttons to this const. So the button we are going to be returning is, let's return icon button. So let's return icon button. So icon button is going to be returned, but what do we have here? We have an error here. The value in the const list literal must be constant. Try removing it. Okay, so let's take it out. Let's take this const out. Okay, let's take it out. Okay, so let's fix this. This starts here and ends here. Okay, so this footer button starts here and ends here. So footer button is accepting an array of icon button. So icon first, and we're going to be returning the onPress. Save. Okay, so now as you can see, we have an overflowed pixel. So the reason why we have this is just because our body is not scrollable. So we need to make the body scrollable for the persistent footer buttons to work. So let's make it scrollable. Let's take it down. So this padding is going to, we're going to wrap this padding with single child scroll view. So let's add a single child scroll view widgets. Okay, so with single child scroll view widget is going to solve this. It's going to enable us to scroll. As you can see, it's what supports scrolling. Now it supports what scrolling. We can now scroll within the application. Let's try to scroll again. Scroll. Okay, now it's working. We can scroll down. The button is what is added. Let's open up our logger. So let me close this. If I click this button, you're going to see it. What button, what press, button contact, what press. So it is working. Everything is working as expected. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to be looking into is setting this button at the center. So we want it to be spaced evenly so that we don't have space, one space bigger than another. So let it be the same thing, that space evenly. So to achieve that is very simple. So we are going to cut everything we have here. So let's cut everything. Let me cut it. I'm going to cut what we have here. Let me cut it. Control X to cut. Then we are going to introduce row widgets. So row widget is going to sort that for us. So let's use row. So row is just a layout. It's a layout widget that's going to sort things for us. So it's going to address that issue. So using row, we are going to pass what we copied the last time into children. So the children will be accepting an array. Okay, so let me paste it inside. So now we have the what, we have the row and we have the children passed into it. Now this time around it's moving to the left hand side. So now the next we're going to do is to assign the main alignment to it. So let's set the main alignment to space evenly. Okay, main alignment dot what space what evenly. Let's save it. So now as you can see, we have it at the middle. Now everyone is now okay, everyone is fine, there is no disturbance or anything. Okay, and I can scroll my screen. Let me scroll. As you can see, it is working. Okay, so this is for the what persistence footer button. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section we'll be talking about the bottom navigation bar. The previous section we talked about persistent footer button, and I hope you enjoy it. So this new one is bottom navigation bar. So this property is like a menu that display a navigation bar at the bottom of the scaffold. It can be seen in most of the mobile application. This property allows the developer to add multiple icons or text in the bar as items, and it should be rendered below the button, below the body, and also the persistent footer button. So this below code is an example that we're going to be using. So now let's dive straight to our code area. So I'm going to open my VS Code, open my emulator. Then over here, so let me close this terminal. So we're going to be adding it right after persistent footer button. Okay, so footer button ends here. So here we add bottom navigation bar. So bottom navigation bar is going to be returning bottom navigation bar widget. Okay, so now let's take this down. Then bottom navigation bar is going to be accepting an items, and the items is going to be returning bottom navigation bar item, just as the example we talked about. So let's use this. And bottom navigation bar is also going to be accepting on tap, that is the one you clicked. So on tap is going to be listening to the index of the item you clicked on. So now let's check this out. Okay, let's fix this. What is the problem? Let's see the problem. So let's add a const modifier. Okay, so bottom navigation bar item is accepting what icon and also accepting title, but we are having an issue here. It says the name parameter title is not defined. Try correcting the existing parameters name or define it as what. So let's see the quick fix. Okay, it is now label, it is not title anymore. So let's change it to label. Let's change to label. How about this? Let's see. A value of type text can be assigned to parameter type of string. So label doesn't take a widget of text, so it is a direct string we are using for this. So do the same for this area. Label, then we pass the word string. So let me take this out, delete and delete. Okay, so now we have this updated. So we have the items and we have the what on top. So let's fix the rest. So this start here and end here, this start here and end here. So let's take out this one, which is a duplicate of what we have. So let's check it again. This start here, end here, and scaffold end here also. This start here, end here. So the first one is index of 0, 1 and 2, don't forget. So anyone we click on, the index will be printed over here. So let's save this, and as you can see, we have it what we have it listed. So on the index area, you can now be setting something to set the focus. We're going to look into that shortly. Okay, so now let me open my terminal. Let me delete what we have here. So let's say index. So let's see the index that is being clicked. So this very first one is 0, 1, 2. So I've saved this now. Let me click on it. I clicked on home. So home is set to 0, awesome, and setting set to 1, awesome, and contact set to what, 2, awesome. So now we have it sorted. Now the next one we need to add now is the initial state. So you can add initial state to your current index. So let's set a current index. So current index, let's set our current index to 1, which is what settings. So let's say it's going to be. Now as you can see, it is what set to what, to 1, and if we change it to 0, it's going to automatically turn to what, to this, and if we change it to 2, it will automatically turn to what, contact. So that's active event. So you can also change the color of the active. So let's say fix what, color. So let's say the color will be colors of black. Let's save that. As you can see, active color is going to be what, black. If I change this to 1, we should have settings highlighted in what, in black. So you can do a lot of amazing things with button navigation bar. So in the future, we are going to be looking into making this dynamic. So whenever you click on home, it's going to highlight itself. I should actually show you how that is done, but it will be more comprehensive to adapt to the current level that we are. But in the future, we are going to be looking into that because this is an awesome feature. So once you click on this home will be highlighted. Once you click on settings will be highlighted. Once you click on contact will be highlighted dynamically. So you don't need to now start coming to this place. Or let's just let's quickly look into that. So let me check if we are currently running on stateful widgets. Let me see if the stateful widget we are running on, so we can just apply it. Okay, let's see, is this stateful? Okay, we are using stateful widgets. Okay, since we are using stateful widgets, let's do that amazing settings. Let's do it. Let's do it. So that first, your current index will be declared as a property. We need to declare this as a property instead of adding it manually. We need to declare it as a property. So let me close my terminal. So I'm going to declare it as a property above the above our final area. So let's declare it. So declare property. So property count, property index count. Let's call our own index count. So index count is going to be an integer. So the default value will be what? Will be 0. But this is not allowing you to set a default value. So private field could not be final. So what we need to do is just make it, don't let us make it private now. Okay, now it allows us to do that. So now I take it out from private, because once we have underscore, it is set to private. But now we set the default count to 0. So let's take this count, and apply it to our index. So count is 0. So let's change this to red. I will love it to be red. So save. Now the count is what? 0. But if I click other things, nothing is happening yet. So now our index count is what? Is 0. Sorry. So over here now, I'm going to update the state of index count. So to update this state, we are going to be using set state. So update index count state. Sorry. So we are going to be using set state function method rather. So once I click on that, the set state is going to update it to the current index that is coming from the on tap. Do you get? So set state is a method that's going to be triggered, and it's going to update this index count property automatically, and it will re-render the UI. So once it re-render, it's going to be seeing the new index that we have. Okay, so if I save it now, if I click on settings, it's going to be settings contact. Can you see? This is the amazing feature I was talking about. So I just want us to just see how it works. Okay, so that is for the bottom navigation bar. Let's take a break for now and see you in the next section. Thank you for taking your time to look at this. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In this section, we'll be talking about any drawer. Actually, any drawer and drawer is actually similar to themselves, but in this end drawer case, it will start from the right side of the screen by default. So it's always start from the right side of the screen. So let me show you how the end drawer works. So it's still the same properties. The same property that normal drawer takes is what end drawer is going to take. So let me show you. So let's say we have end drawer after the bottom navigation bar. So after the bottom navigation bar, we have end drawer. So this is end drawer. So end drawer. So let me use GitHub Copilot to automatically generate that. So end drawer is still taking the same functionality as the normal drawer. As you can see, it's still the same thing. Have version 1.0 and the drawer header, just same thing. Let me show you. It's still the same thing, just the same thing as the drawer. But in this case, this end drawer is going to be starting at the right hand side. So if I save this now, we are going to see it. Can you see? This is it starting from what? From the right hand side. That is for the end drawer. So the end drawer is similar to a normal drawer, but it starts from the right hand side. So that is for the end drawer. So the next one we are going to be looking into is resize to avoid bottom ends. So if it is true, the body and the scaffold floating widgets should adjust their size themselves to avoid the on-screen keyboard. The bottom property defines the on-screen keyboard height automatically. So let's see how that works. So resize to avoid bottom ends. So let's see how that works. So I'm going to introduce an input feed above this sample text that we have here. So let's see if it's going to automatically adjust itself. So let's go to body. This is body here. So after my picture, let's add an input. So input. Let's add an input over here. So it's going to be our text feed. So let's save this. So text feed widget is for the input, and this decoration is to add the label text int, which is placeholder. This is the int, what is going to show to the user, and this label text is the placeholder. This is border, so we don't need this border actually. So let's take out this border. I don't need the border. Let's take out the border, so it's going to look really cool. So let's save it now. Now we have this. So let's scroll up so that you can see the screen very well. Now if we enter some text here, now our button is going to show up, but nothing is really moving. So now let's take it out. Then once we take it out, we are going to enable the resize to bottom insert. So let's add resize to bottom insert. Let's set it to what? To true. Let's set it to true. Let's see what we're going to get. Let's set it to true. Let's edit it again. Okay, actually it is actually true by default, because everything we have here is actually still moving. It's still moving. Let me take it down. Is it moving? It's moving. It's still moving. So let's set it to false. Let's see the difference. False. Save. Okay, so let me take it down. Let me click. As you can see, once it's false, it's not going to push up, but once it's true, so I think it is true by default. So once it's true, it's going to push the input alongside with the keyboard. So let me take it down. So in case you are building your software, notice that. Okay, so now we solve that issue of what resize to avoid bottom insect. So that part is done. We have successfully fixed this part. So the next one to look into is floating action button location. So by default it is right, so you can set the location to be center float, center dock, and dock, and float. So let's pass the floats, let's pass the floating action button location. Now as you can see, we have a center float, so it's going to be at the center. And if we don't want it to be at the center, we can introduce the docker, end docker. So let's say start docker, so it's going to be at the start docker, and we also have the end docker. So you have a lot of parts that you can use to do that. So we have end docker, we have our end float, end top. Let's see the end top. So there are lots of ways you can do it. Can you see it's at the top end part? So there are a lot of ways you can use to do that. So end top, end top, and float. So let's see the end float. Can you see end float? So there are a lot of features that you can do with the word floating action button. Okay, so that part is also resolved. So the next one we are going to be utilizing is the user account user account drawer header. So let's introduce user account drawer header. So we don't use the drawer header anymore. So let's just user account drawer header. So let's scroll up to where we have this particular drawer header. This welcome to AKSQ. So let's scroll up, take it down. So let's scroll up to where we have that. Then let's change the drawer header to user account drawer header. So let me delete this, delete and add user account drawer header. Okay, so with user account drawer header, we are going to be accepting account name, account email. Then the account email is going to be AKSQ. Let's see, hello@aksq.com, hello@aksq.com. Okay, so this is passed, then comma. So let's see. Okay, so with user account drawer, you can accept a current account picture, other account picture, current account picture size, account name, account email on detail press. Once you click on the details, and also arrow color. So now let's add a current account picture. So current account picture. So with the current account picture, let me pass circular avatar. Oh yes, circular avatar. So let's pass under circular avatar, let's pass in the URL. Let me see. So the child is going to be an image. Oh yes, so let's pass an image. So let's take out the background as white. Let's close this, then add comma. Under it we have the child. So the child is going to be accepting image. So the same image that we have here. So image dot network. So let me pass this picture that I'm currently using. So image dot network. What is the error? Try removing the const. So we don't want to use a const. Okay, save. So now this is a generic image from the internet, but let me pass my picture so that it's going to look more real. Let me copy this picture, image.network, image.network. So save that. So this is a circular avatar widget, which is going to make it circle. Now, as you can see, it is not actually doing what we asked it to do. It is not circling the image. So to circle this image, we are going to be passing a background image and a radius of 30. So let's do that. So I'm going to change this child. We are going to override the child. So I'm not going to be using child anymore. So instead of child, we are going to use background image. So let's see background image. So the background image is going to be accepting network image, because background image doesn't support image.network. It's not going to work. So it only supports network image widgets. Can you see network image widgets? So we're going to be taking out image.network out of here, and the child, we don't need that anymore, so that we're going to generate something circular. Now this error is because we need to add a const. So let's add a const. So it's going to resolve that for us. So after the background image is initiated, then as you can see, it has automatically updated itself. So we can also add border radius, radius. So radius of 30 if you are not okay with what you have there. But in case there is a background to what you are doing, you can set a background to be colored white or colored the picture you are adding. As you can see, is not actually visible. So you can also do more things. So you can see minimum radius, maximum radius, foreground, background. So child, so it's the child that we used just now. That is not solving our problem. Okay, so the main purpose of you writing a code and building an application is to solve problem. So this actually solve our problem. Now we have the icon. Our image is set as the icon. So that is the solution that we are adding here. So this is added to our bottom, to our drawer. Okay, so now the left drawer doesn't have something like that, so this is how it is. But currently our left drawer is solving the problem. Okay, so that is that for scaffold widgets. That is that for scaffold widgets. So eventually now we come across something like this, which is great for us to start with. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to check out the scaffold widget. Okay, so now let's run this code also on iOS. Let's close this. Let's run it on iOS simulator. Let's run it on iOS simulator. Go to File, open simulator, Android, iPhone 13. Okay. So let's wait for it to load. That's been loaded. So let's run this in iPhone 13. Let's see how it will look like. Okay, it's launching. Okay, just give it some little time. It's launching. It's launching. Okay, so this has successfully launched. So in iOS, this is how it's going to look like. So let me also text the keyboard functionality. Let's see. Okay, due to iOS 15 and Android 13, it automatically be waiting for my keyboard to work. So it will not trigger keyboard. So I need to do a kind of settings to show the keyboard. So it depends on my keyboard or my computer. It depends on that. So in case you want to test out how the keyboard is going to solve, so we need to do some settings. So what kind of settings are we going to do to open the button, to open the keyboard rather? So let's see. Preference. Let's see the preference. Keyboard. Can't get that over here. features, face ID, location. Okay, so this is not actually showing keyboard. It's depending on my MacBook keyboard to operate. Okay, so let's say that part is solved already on Android. So on the real device is going to push itself up to do that. So let's also test the click me is working. Let's test this. As you can see, this is also working. It's highlighting. This is also working. If I check the terminal, let's see, click button, home button, contacts, okay, home, settings, contact, awesome. So it is actually working. So now let's see the left navigation. As you can see, it's working. So the left is pretty, this is awesome. Also the right also is working. Yeah, so guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this amazing section. So the next section we're going to be learning more about Flutter widgets. That is going to change what we are building. That's going to add more value to what we are building, to the project we are working on. Okay, so thank you once again. See you in the next section. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning everything about Flutter container. Yes, Flutter container widgets. Okay, so now let's define what is Flutter container and let's know what Flutter container can do. So Flutter container, the container in Flutter is a parent widget that can contain multiple child widgets and manage them efficiently through width, height, padding, background color, etc. It is a widget that combines common painting, positioning, and sizing of child widget. It is also a class to store one or more widgets and position them on the screen according to our needs. Generally, it is similar to a box for storing content. That is what container does. And also a container widget is same as the div tag in HTML. Yes, the div tag in HTML. So it's similar to the div tag that we normally use in web development term, which is the div. And if this widget does not contain any child widgets, it will fill the whole area on the screen automatically. Otherwise, it will wrap the child widget according to the specific height and the width. It is also note that this widget cannot render directly. It will not work. I don't know if you remember the last time we tried to load container directly without passing scaffold, without passing padding or row or column. It will not work. So for you to render container widgets, you have to include first scaffold widgets or center widget, padding widget, row widget, column widget as its parent widget. So now once this widget is declared, then you can now use container widgets as a child under them, or as a child under them, or if in the case of column it's also a child but in an array that is multiple child. So once you have these guys declared, it will automatically accept Flutter container widget to take place. I will show you that very soon, and how it's gonna look like once you did not pass scaffold. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to look into now is why we need a container widget. Why do we need container widget? If we have a widget that needs some background styling, maybe a color, a shape, or a size constraint, we may try to wrap it in a container widget. This widget helps us compose, decorate, and position its child widget. If we wrap our widget in a container, then without using any parameter, we would not notice any difference in its appearance. But if we add any properties such as color, margin, padding, etc. in a container, we can style our widgets on the screen according to our need. A basic container has a margin. A basic container has a margin, border, and a padding properties surrounding its child widgets. Now look at this picture image below here. This is just a simple example that but what we are just saying. Now it says a basic container has a margin by default, border by default, and the padding properties surrounding its child widget by default. So now what we have here now, we have a margin, so we have a border, we have a padding. So now by default you can set margin to your child element inside your container. You can set border, you can set padding. It supports padding, it supports border, it supports margin. So with container widget you can do a whole lot of these three things on a go. Okay, so now the constructors of container class. Don't forget, every widget is a class, and everything that determine a class is properties and constructors, data passing into the class of the properties. Okay, so now what we are going to be looking at now is the constructors of container class. So the following are the syntax of container class constructor. So over here now we know it's accepting key, which is a unique key for you to target the kind of widgets you are trying to manipulate. The alignment geometry, so the alignment, the padding, just as we stated, the padding, the color, the width, the height. You can set an height, you can set a width to it. Decoration, foreground color, constraints, child, which is the most important part of everything. So all this can still be blank. You can omit all this, but this child widget is very, very important. So the child, and also what the clip behavior. The clip behavior is set to none by default. Okay, so now let's move on to the properties of container widget. The properties of container widget, that is the declaration we have here, which is our constructor. We are going to now look into the properties one after the other. So the first one we have here is child. This properties is used to store the child widget of the container. Suppose we have taken a widget as its child widget that can be shown in this simple dialog that we have here. Now this is the container, this is the child. Just as we have the child property here, this is the container widget itself, and here we have the child, which is this child here. So everything we have here now is inside container, and this container is accepting this text through child properties. So now what we have here now, we are going to make an example, a real practical, so that we have the full knowledge on how this work. So now I'm going to open my VS Code now. Then load my emulator. So what emulator should I use this time? I think in the previous class we used iOS, so let me use Android this time. So let me launch my Android emulator. So let's wait a bit for this Android emulator to be to come up. So let me just take it a little. Let's wait a bit. Okay, so go to the virtual device. Okay, virtual device has been clicked. Okay, so now click on play. This should load the emulator. Okay, emulator coming up. So please, once your emulator is loading, just give it time. Don't rush your system. It might crash, and once it crashes, you will need to just reinstall the Android Studio from the beginning. Okay, so now the emulator has been loaded. So what we're going to do now is break this screen very well. So let me try to break this screen. Let me take this a little bit back, and let me zoom my screen so that you can see what we are doing. Let me close the terminal. We don't need the terminal now. Okay, so over here now we have a single file main.dat. So now this main dot that I will love us to drop this to GitHub. So now let me initialize this Git package. So I'm going to use Ctrl J to bring up my terminal, go to Google Chrome, open new tab, go to my GitHub account so you can access the file. So I'm going to create a new file now called Flutter container. So let me go to new repository. Here we're going to have sorry, Flutter course. Okay, so the description we have here will be simple Flutter course. I think that's great. So I'm going to make it public. So create repository, then copy everything we have here, Ctrl C, go back to my VS Code, paste it here, enter. Okay, that has been dropped. Then I'm going to go to my Git control panel, take it down, look at the changes, make sure it's pointed to the real commit area. Good, this is the commit area, which is my image. So now I'm going to now add this to this place, because if I refresh this page now, we are going to only have the readme over here. As you can see, we have just readme here. So I'm going to now commit this now as initial commit. Okay, so mark this, then push it to GitHub. Okay, that has been pushed. If I refresh this page, good, now we have the file here. So now inside this file, again to locate main.dat. As you can see, this is the file we just edited in the last section. So I'm going to create a new file now called Flutter container. So the Flutter container file I'm going to be creating now is what we're going to be using to solve the current example that we are currently on. So now let me go to this place, close my terminal, show my file area, then create a new file called Flutter container. So I'm going to be breaking it one after the other so that we have full understanding. So now this is where we did in the main.dat is where we perform the Flutter scaffold. So over here is Flutter container. So in the Flutter container section, we are going to recreate everything we have here. So you can just copy everything we have here. So Ctrl C, then paste it here and delete everything down to scaffold area. Yes, down to scaffold area. Delete everything down to scaffold area. Okay, so at the scaffold area, as you can see, we return nothing. We are returning nothing in this place. Everything is empty. So now what we are not going to do now is to perform what we are talking about in this document. So let me try to take out some other parts. Let me take out this index count, delete, we don't need index count, so we can still leave the key. It doesn't mean, so we are just trying to make sure we have a direct file. So you can still leave out this global key. It's not really disturbing us, since I've explained what this guy does in the previous section. You can still use it. Okay, so here in Flutter container.dat, what we're going to do is return. Let's try to return. As you can see, it says this will not work. As you can see over here, it says where do we find that? Okay, it says it is to note that these widgets cannot render directly. Without any parent widgets. So now let's try to pass it directly and let's see if it's going to work. So let's see the magic. So I'm going to pass container, the inside container I'm going to pass a child as a text. Pass child, then pass text. Inside the text, write I'm working. So let's see if it's going to work or it's not going to work. So I'm going to close this statement over here because it's a return. So we are returning a widget into what widget type. Okay, so now we have successfully returned this. Now let's save this file. Now I've saved this file. Now to launch this file, I'll just go to, instead of me going to this run, if I go to run and start debugging, it's going to locate my main.dat, which means it's going to run the index file. So now I want to run the file individually. I don't want to run from index. I want to run directly from Flutter container. So in this case, I'm going to be using this area, this run. So that's going to locate this file. Okay, so let's click on run and let's see the magic. Now don't forget we are returning just container into our screen. So now let's see if container is going to work according to what we have here. It is noted that this container cannot render directly without any parent widget. So let's see the magic in action. Okay, so coming up, as you can see now, we have working above is not displaying very well, though it's visible, but is not okay. If I add another thing, as you can see, is not really okay. So the best part is just to introduce let's introduce. Now we've introduced scaffold return bar, but let's say we want to introduce center too will not really do something great. It won't add any color or any header or footer data for us. So it's just best to just use scaffold. So I use center now. Let me wrap this guy with center widget. So to wrap this guy with center widget, you click on the widget, then you click on this idea icon. So let's wrap it with center. Now if I wrap it with center, what do we get? Let me open my emulator, save. Now as you can see, it's actually centered, but it's not really great. It's not rendering as we really wanted. We can't present this to a client. A client will not approve this kind of application from you. So for us to have a good working application with a great interface, we need to introduce scaffold. So this scaffold is what we're going to be using, and we are going to return container widgets. We are going to return container widget under padding or under center or under row widgets or under column widgets as the body property. So now let's do it one after the other. So I'm going to Ctrl Z this. Then I'm going to wrap this with a widget of scaffold. So let me just wrap it with a widget. So wrap with a widget. So under this widget, I'm going to call this scaffold. Scaffold. So I'm going to wrap it with scaffold widget. So under scaffold widget, this is going to be accepting body, because it is body that will take the container. So now under the body, above the body, we are going to be accepting our bar, because we need something that is going to show to us as an header. So the bar is going to return bar property, just like the one we normally use in the previous section. So in the bar property, I'm going to be returning title as the application. I think that's great. So now the application cannot be printed this way because we need another widget to translate that for us as a text widget. Okay, so now let's pass it into text widget. Then this is going to print for us as something that is presentable to the client. So now you can present this kind of application to the client. At least the client will know that this thing has header, it has status bar color, and it shows something in the body, which is what I'm working SDS. So now this works. Okay, so now the best part for you to print a container widget is for you to introduce scaffold. That's just the best part. Scaffold, just make sure you are rendering with scaffold, then customizing your scaffold to your best taste. Okay, so that part set. Then the next thing we're going to do now is to make our text a little bit bigger. So let's introduce style. Into style, then under style we have text style. Under text style we introduce font size. So font size of 30. Let's give it 30. I think 30 is going to do the job. So give it 30. Okay, I think this is big enough. Let's give it 40. Okay. Now you can see the screen. We use 40 font size. for the text widgets under what, under the container child property. Awesome. So we are done with the child. The next thing we need to look into now is the color. This property is used to set the background color of the text. It is also it also changes the background color of the entire container. So now let's do this. To do that, we're going to introduce what color properties. Then the color properties is going to accept colors dot what dot green. So this which is the normal color declaration of Flutter Flutter widget. So let's go to the VS Code. Then we set the color. Take it down, right color. Then the color is going to be color dots let's use blue, colors dot blue. Let's save that. Okay, as you can see, the entire what div change. Let's make this white. So colors dot white. Let's change this to white. As you can see now, we have white as the text and we have blue as the background. So let's make this pink. Let's say pink. As you can see, it's working real time. It's working real time. So this is for the color properties. Let's move to the next one. Height and width. This property is used to set the container height and width according to what our need. So let's set the height of 100 and the width of 200. Let's see how it's gonna look like. So I'm gonna say the height of 100 and the width of 200. Let's see. Now as you can see, it's rendered just as we would add it. Now we have height of 200, it shows 200, width of 500, and what it shows 500. Awesome. So now the next thing we need to look into now is the margin. So let me reduce this height and width so that we can be on the same page. So the width 200. Let's see that. Okay, awesome. So now the margin, this property is used to surround the empty space around the container. And we can observe this by seeing the white space around the container. Okay, so now to to check out what the margin does, we use the edge insert dot all widgets, and the static properties of all, setting the value into it that gives us the margin in all the 4 directions of our container, because we have the left, we have the top, we have the bottom, and if we want to do everything on a single fly action, we're going to use the edge dot all and pass the value into it. So now let's take a look at that and let's see how it's gonna be. So I'm going to pass margin, setting all the areas to 20. Setting all the areas to 20. So let's see that. So I'm going to say margin, then edge. I'm going to use edge insert dot all. So using this dot all static property, you are going to set everything to what, to 30. So comma. Okay, save. Now as you can see, we have the left, we have the top, we have the right, we have the bottom set as the margin declared. So we can also declare it by saying, okay, from the left to right, from right to left. So we can say from left, top, right, bottom. So let's give the left 2, let's give the top 10, let's give the right 0, let's give the bottom 0. So that if I save this now, you're gonna see the changes. Okay, sorry, I need to give it a comma has been added. Now as you can see, we have this. So we can also change this to 20, which is was the left. As you can see, L, we have the left. Now this works, this is great. Then the next thing we need to look into now is the padding. So the padding also accepts edge insert dot all, similar to the margin. So now let's not check the padding. The padding is going to take effect within the container. Now, as you can see, this property is used to set the distance between the border of the container or for direction or a particular direction and its child widget. We can observe this by saying the space between the container, yes, and the child widget is inside while the margin is outside. Good. So now I'm going to go into the code again, pass the padding. Don't forget this margin is outside while the padding is inside. So I'm going to pass padding, then the padding is going to accept edge insert dot haul as what 30. Now, don't let's use 30, let's use 5. So this 5 is going to render inside the widget area, not outside as the margin. If I save this now, you're going to see the changes. As you can see, it shows. So let's give it 30 or 20 so that you see it very well. Now, as you can see, the text is too big to contain that because the padding is very much. So I can set it to 5. Now 5 is what is still visible. So that is how the padding and the margin work. So to move on to the next one as alignment, this property is used to set the position of the child within the container Flutter, within the container. And Flutter allow the user to align its elements in various ways, such as center, bottom center, top left, right, and center right, left, right, and many more. Okay, so now let's see the below example over here. Now, as you can see, the alignment we have here. So we are going to set the alignment to our desired area. So I'm going to change this font. I'm going to change this font to 20 so that we can see the changes in action. Then the width, let's give it 400. I think 400 is good. 400, good. Okay, so let's give it 300. I think it's touching the body. 350k. We are now in 350. Awesome. So now I'm going to now set the alignment. Okay, so alignment is going to be accepting alignment.center. Now as you can see, we have what alignment but bottom right over here. So let's say alignment.center. If I save this down, now as you can see, it center the content to the center. If I say okay, alignment.right, okay, let's set it to the right. Right. Okay, we need let's see the entire properties of the center area. So for you to see what we are doing right or wrong. Okay, we have top left, we have top center, we have top right, we have center left, we have center right. Okay, we have bottom left, we have bottom center, we have bottom right. Wow. Okay, those are the supported alignments. So now if we are to move it to the right area, we are going to use center. We're going to use center right, just as what we just learned now. Center right, as you can see, we have center right or center left. Center left. Awesome. Now that is great. We can also set to the bottom center. So let's say bottom center. Awesome. So bottom left or bottom right. So let's set okay, bottom right. Let's see what we have. Now as you can see, it is changing real time. So that solved the problem. So the next thing we need to look into now is the decoration property. This property allows the developer to add decoration on the widgets. It decorates or paints the widget behind the child. If we want to decorate or paint in front of a child, we need to use the foreground decoration parameter. The below image explains the difference between the two properties, foreground and the background. So now over here now we have foreground. Foreground is this yellow. Yellow image above, and the child is in between the foreground and the decoration. Okay, now let's look into that. The decoration property supported many parameters such as color, gradient, background, image, border, shadow, etc. It is to make sure that we can either use color properties in the container decoration, or but not in the container decoration, but not in both. So now let's see the example. So for us to be able to perform the same tasks, that we are looking into. So once we declare the decoration, the box decoration is now going to take place. The inside box decoration, we initialize what? The border. Now this border takes border widget.all. Now the color of the border will be presented and the width of the border will be presented. Inside the same box decoration, we have the border radius. The border radius is going to be presented as what? Border radius.circle, how many width you want it to be. And the box shadow is still inside the box decoration. The box shadow is going to be coming back in an array of widgets. Then box shadow is going to return a new box shadow widget, returning the color and also setting the offset. Then finally we have the child taking the place of the properties that we just declared. So now to do this simple example, now we are going to go into our VS Code to see how this works. Okay, so I'm going to move down to my VS Code now, load my my emulator. Okay, so now I'm going to declare the decoration below my child so that it's going to look more awesome. So here now I'm going to have decoration. Then decoration is going to take the place of box decoration. Okay, box decoration, awesome. The inside box decoration, we are going to return what? Border. So let's return what? Border. So we need to return the border. Okay, so border has been returned. Border is going to return border.all. The border.all is going to what? Accept the color for our border. So the border color we want to use is what? Border color of what? Of black. So let's use the colors.black. Then the width for our border is going to be what? Is going to be 4. Let's give it a width of 4. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to run this code now. Let's save it and run it. Now as you can see, we have an error. It says cannot provide a both color and a decoration to provide both. Cannot provide both a color and a decoration to provide both. What it simply means is we cannot be having color in the container here and still be portraying color in decoration. So I can either remove this guy or remove one. Have to leave for one. So now let me take out this color we have here, so we don't need to pass this color. Then save. This should work. As you can see, it work. Then the background color that the color we set for the text normally is white. So let's make it black. Let's make it black so that you can see it. Now as you can see, it's visible. So let's take out this error log. It says the child has to be on the last end. So let's move to the last. As you can see, it wants to be in this place. Now this is resolved. So let's move on to the next one. The next part of here is the border radius. So border radius, then border radius.circle. So now let's look into the border radius. So I'm going to now point border radius over here. So after the decoration ends here. So comma, then take it down. Over here we have the border radius. So border radius is now going to accept border radius.circle. So border radius dot circular of what? 8. Let's give it 8. Save. Okay, let's check the emulator. Now as you can see, it changes to 8. Let's make it 10 so that's gonna be more visible, or 20. As you can see, it's changing real time. So that is how the border radius circular will work. Then let's now introduce the box shadow. So box shadow is going to return what? Box shadow widget array. So now let's dive into the box shadow. Come on. Okay, now let's do this now. Box shadow. Okay, sorry, I'm outside the decoration. So over here I'm gonna give a comma. Then here we have what? Box shadow. Then box shadow is going to return an array of what? Box shadow elements. So now let's check it again. Box shadow is going to return what? Box shadow, then returning the properties of what color dot green. Now let's now introduce it. Box shadow, then inside box shadow we're going to return what? The color of the box shadow, colors dot black. Then save this. What do we get? We get this as the box shadow. So let's now introduce something different. So let's just set it, let's set the offset to this. So let me copy this offset. It's a bit long, so let me copy that and paste it into this place, offset. So let me take out the new, save. Now as you can see, the offset is added. So let's give it the border black or some what do we change? Okay, let's change this to yellow. Let's change this to yellow so that we can see something different. Now as you can see, the box shadow is added and the offset is 6.0 and 6.0 area. So let's set this to 1.0. Awesome. As you can see, it's changed. Normally I don't use this. Well, it's just for you to just know that it exists, because if you don't know it exists, you will not really get the functionality. So now this is done for the box shadow area. Yeah, this is done for the box shadow area. So now we have successfully finished up the part of the development of the container. So now what we are going to now learn next is the other amazing Flutter widgets that we really need to know. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to learn this current section. In the next section, I'm going to be introducing an amazing part that we need to just work on, that is going to look more real. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to take this course. Thank you also for giving your time to watch this lesson, because I know it's not easy for you to just sit down whole day looking at your screen, learning something new to yourself. Please, if you have any question, do comment below. I will do my best to answer it. Thank you so much. Love you. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In this section, you are going to be learning row and column in Flutter widget. So before we proceed, we are going to be creating a new file, copying everything we have here into the library folder. So here is going to be Flutter row and column. So we're going to be learning more about it. I'm very sure we already talked about it in the previous section, but we're going to be learning more about Flutter row and column. So let me copy everything we have in Flutter container, paste it here, then delete container, so that we can learn other aspects of the widget we are looking into now. Okay, so now that has been deleted. Now as you can see, it says Flutter row and column. And in the previous section, we've learned about how to create a simple Flutter application, yes, which is basic styling to the widgets. So now we're going to learn how to arrange the widgets row and column on the screen. So the rows and columns are not a single widget, they are two different widgets, namely row and column. So they are different widgets, is not just a single widget. So here we are going to integrate the two widgets together, because they have similar properties that helps us understand them efficiently and quickly. Okay, so row and column are two essential widgets in Flutter that allows developer to align children horizontally and vertically according to our needs. These widgets are very necessary when we design the application user interface in Flutter. So the key point that we really need to know in the row and column is row and column widgets are most commonly used layout patterns in Flutter application, and both may take several child widgets. So it can take any widget that you really want to work with. A child widget can also be a row or column widget. You can have a sub row or sub column. So we can stretch or constrain a particular widget with children widget. So Flutter also allows developer to specify how the child widget can use the row and also the column widgets available space So you can specify how you want the child widget to use the space available for your row or column. So the first one we're going to be looking at here is the row widget. So this widget arrange its children in a horizontal direction, on the screen. In other words, it will expect child widget in a horizontal array. If the child widget needs to fill the available horizontal space, we must wrap the children widget in expanded widgets. So if we want it to just fill the entire space of the screen, so we are going to introduce expanded widgets inside the row widget. So a row widget does not appear scrollable because it displays the widget within the visible view. So it is considered wrong if you have more children in a row which will not fit in available space. So it is totally wrong if you have more widgets displayed that is more than the view of the screen that you are working on. So if you want to make a scrollable list or row widget, we need to use list view widget. So with list view widget, you can do that. So now we can control how a row widget align its children based on our choice using the property cross-axis alignment and the main axis alignment. The rows cross-axis alignment will run vertically and the main axis alignment will run horizontally. So see the diagram below here. Now over here, now we have the main axis alignment from the start to the end, while the cross-axis alignment is from the top to the bottom. Okay, so note that Flutter row widget has several other properties like main axis size, text direction, vertical direction, etc. So we are going to be discussing mainly on the main axis alignment and the cross axis alignment property. So now we can align the row children widget with the help of the following properties. The first properties we need to look into here is the start property. It replaces the children from the starting of the main axis. Also the end property. So as we are now looking at the properties that we have over here, it will be of a good way for us to just point it directly to the screen. So now to do that, I'm going to go to the VS Code now. Then once I get to the VS Code, we are going to redeclare a new a new row widget that we are going to use to make a great example of what we're talking about here. So now let's go to the VS Code. Before we do that, let's look at the example that we have here. So as you can see, we have the row with main axis alignment, and the main axis alignment is space evenly. So we're not going to do this. We're going to be starting with what we have here, so that is going to look very easy for us to understand. So here we have the start, and we have the end, we have the center, we have the space between, we have the space around, we have the space evenly. So all this is just for the alignment of the widget that you place in. So let's go to VS Code, open up this area. So let's return row. Then inside our row, we're going to return the children. Oh, the children is returned already. Sorry, there's a lot on my screen. Okay, now inside this place, I'm going to return a text. Let's return a text. How are you? So let's return the text, how are you? Let's duplicate this text so that you will get the full knowledge. If I save that now, we should, okay, sorry, I will need to now rerun this. So let's stop the current operation, then run this again as a new data in our file Flutter row widgets. So to fix this is just going to add a constructor to what we have here. So that has been added. Okay, so let's wait for it to load up. Okay, so now this has been loaded. Now as you can see, we have the text, how are you, they are all together. So based on what we are learning here, now we can align this in either cross-axis alignment or what main axis alignment. So if we are to use main axis alignment, we are going to what consider either for the start or for the end or for the center, space between, space around. So let's work with the main axis alignment so that they are going to be space between them. So now let's check this out as main axis alignment. So take this down. Okay, take it down, right? Main axis alignment. The main axis alignment will not be main axis alignment, but what space between. So if we use space between, is going to free space between them. But let's start with the start. Main axis alignment dot start. So if we use dot start, the start is going to what it will place the children from the starting of the main axis. So let's check our code. Let's check our emulator. Let me take it down a bit. So if I save this, you're going to see this is the default area. Then if we change it to end, let's see what the end is going to do. End. Let's save. Now as you can see, they all move to the end area. And if we change it to center, let's see, center, awesome, and space between, which is still one of the best parts that I normally use. Space between, space around. So let's use the space around. Space around. Sorry, space around. Okay, as you can see, we have that, and we have space evenly. So space evenly, it will fill the space between the children evenly, and before and after the first and the last children widget. So now let's use space evenly. Space evenly. Space evenly. Now if I check this out now, you're gonna see it gives it an accurate spacing between themselves. So this is the best part of what main axis alignment. Imagine we don't have it, everything is going to what jam together, and it's not really what a good way for you to design your widget. Okay, so now this part has been done for the what main axis alignment. You can also do the cross axis alignment. It's still the same flow that it's gonna take, but it's not really necessary. But let's pass it. Cross axis alignment, let's pass it. Okay, so cross axis alignment is going to take care of cross axis alignment of center. So let's see, it might not really take effects, so let's say dot start, though it's still same property. Let's take out what we have here. So it might not really be effective, so let's give it to center. Let's see first. So because it's top and bottom, so it's not really an horizontal part that is going to be very visible, so it might not be visible enough, but it worked. But this guy, main axis alignment, works really great. It's very visual because it's going to take the main axis of the widget you created, which is the horizontal. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. The next part we have here is the column here. So we achieved this just now, exactly the way it is here. So we achieved this just now. The next one we are going to now do now is the column. So this widget arranges its children in a vertical while the row is in horizontal. So this widget arranges children in a vertical direction on the screen. In other words, it will expect a vertical array of children widgets. So if the child widget needs to fill available vertical space, it must be wrapped with the children widgets in an expanded widget, just the same format that can be used to do the same on the row widgets. So if you want the row widget to take the entire space, also you can wrap everything expanded so that will take the entire space. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. It says a column widget does not appear scrollable. The same applies to the row, because the display widget is within the view, and it is considered sorry, a column widget does not appear scrollable because it is display the widget within the visible view. That is, within the visible view of your application is what you are writing the code for. It is not scrollable. Now I can't scroll what I just did here because it is visible. That is what we have here. So it is considered wrong if you have more than what, if you have more children in the column which will not fit the available space. So if you have plenty or more columns here that is not fit to my screen and you are expecting it to scroll, it will not scroll. Okay, so to make it scroll, we are going to what, looking into list view. So with list view, you pass the children into it and it's going to be what, scrollable with list view. So we can also control how a column widget align, just like the row. They are similar to themselves. So in this case, we have what, cross axis, and we also have what, main axis. Awesome. So with this case, if you pass the main axis, you are going to see the difference within the row. So the row is just vice versa of the column, but the difference is just horizontal and vertical. Nothing really serious about that. So now let's check out the column and let's see how it will look like. So let's go back to the code area, open my emulator. Then now here we have what, we have row. So I'm going to introduce column inside my row. So let me introduce column inside my row. So to introduce column, I'm going to pack all these guys inside column so that we can have a list so that we can have a vertical data. So let me take everything we have here, Control X. So don't forget this is row. Okay, let me leave it and take out just the very first one. Let me take out the very first one and pass column to it. So you can have row, you can have column inside column. Like you can take as many as you want in themselves. Okay, now this has been passed. Then we pass the word, the children. Then inside the children, I can pass the word, the text widget that I would like to pass. This is column. Okay, so let's check it out. Something is wrong. Something is okay. I did not pass comma. I just put the comma now. Let's see. Okay, we are still having some issue. What's the issue? The constructor is not okay. Okay, good. So let's take out the const. We don't need const because we have column integrated. So if I save it now, this work. So if you check it out now, again, discover that the column will take the entire space. This is the column area. So if I, as you can see, this is column. This is this guy here, the column. So I can also duplicate what we have here. Now, as you can see, if I save it, we have this is column. Now, if I take out this space evenly and just make it center, everybody's just going to be at the center. But don't forget, is the row. So it's going to, they are going to maintain their spacing. So it's not just best to do it this way. So the best way for us to just do this to make it look great is for the row to be at the top, then create another word column. So to do that, let me just show you how that is done. So first, we are going to make sure this guy is ready. Let's make sure this guy is ready. Now this guy is not ready. We know this guy is ready. He's fine, doing great. Now as we know that this guy is doing great, let's just try to add a padding. Let's wrap it with a padding of 8.0. Take it down. Okay, so we are now going to introduce column below it. So that column is not going to be the one to wrap into the row. So, or if you want the row to wrap into the column, it is possible, but in this case we are taking it vertical, so we already have an horizontal data. The next data we need to consider is column. Okay, now this our row now will be the first child of the array in our column. Then the next one we're now going to look into is the text. Now don't forget, all this thing that we're doing now is inside the inside the column. This is another column. Now if I save it now, it's going to show under it. and over here you can introduce spacing. So to do spacing, you can use sized box widget. So sized box widget. So with size box widget, you introduce what height, and the height is going to be added. That's break tag in HTML. Okay, so now as you can see, this showcase to us very well. This is great. So with this format, you can display amazing things. Now also the main axis alignment is also applicable to this guy, and as you can see, just like what we have a main axis alignment space between. So now let's try to do main axis alignment. Let's take out this guy and let's see what that is going to do without passing the space directly to it. So I'm going to now specify it here, main axis alignment to alignment dot what, main axis alignment dot space between. So let's first use the center. Let's use the center. As you can see, everybody's what is moved to the center because column has it all. It has 100% of the space. Okay, so I'm going to call this space between. I'm going to what, space between the data. Now as you can see, because I specified to space between, there's space in between them. Now we have this guy at the bottom, we have this guy at the top. So if I call this space around, so we should have it around himself. So let's say space around. As you can see, we have it as what, space around. So everyone has their space around them. So how about space evenly? So if you call this space evenly, if you call him space evenly, is going to what, is going to be equal. So the space here, and the space here are equal. So there's no cheating, there's no more space for the other. Okay, so this is how you can manipulate row and column in Flutter application. Awesome. So we've successfully what, achieved everything we have here. Great. So thank you so much for taking your time to check this section. See you in the next section. Love you. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning about Flutter text. Yes, Flutter text widgets. So before we get started doing anything, I'm also going to clone a new file over here so we can be tracking what we are doing. So I'm gonna call this Flutter text. So Flutter text that will be the name. So I'm going to also do the same thing over here. I'm gonna copy everything, paste it here, then delete what we have added in the body. So we are only going to be left with the widget we are going to be building now. So at the moment I've taken that out, and I'm going to be writing a text widget here because we are learning more about text widget, Flutter text. Okay, so this is what we're going to be working on. Let me run this now. Run, then it's going to process this file into the emulator. Then we should have the code on our screen. So don't forget, this is a new file created. So let me take this down, and also let me okay, fine. So let me just add a gate. So added a new file into the gate data. So added a new file, git push this file to GitHub. Okay, that has been pushed to GitHub. So not now. Let me close this terminal. I don't need that. So at the moment we have what, Flutter text, and that is what we have printed over here. Flutter was text. Okay, so now let's dive straight to Flutter text. We have been using it right from the day one of this tutorial. We have been working with Flutter text, but we don't really know how to use it more. So what is Flutter text? A text is a widget in Flutter that allows us to display a string of text with a string line in our application. Depending on the layout constraints, we can break the string across multiple lines, or might all be displayed on the same line. So if we do not specify any styling to the text widget, it will use the closest default text style, and this class does not have any explicit style. In this article, we're going to be looking how how to use the text widget and how to style it in our application. Okay, so here is a basic example that we have already output on our device, but in this case we have what center what widget which we actually introduced. So let me show you that. Let's go back to our code and go back to our emulator. So take it down to where we have the text. Now as you can see we have what Flutter text. So let's change it to welcome to AQSQ. Welcome to AQSQ. Now as you can see we have what the results. So now we are on the same page with the document. So it says in the above code we use material hub widget that calls the home screen using the what my text page, but in my own case we are not using my text page. So I believe we already understand how scaffold and material widgets work. So in this case we are working only with the text widget. So let's go down to the text widgets area and let's study the constructor of the text widget. So what does text widget entails? So we have the key, we have the style, we have the structure style, we have text align, text direction, overflows, soft wrap, text scale factor, maximum lines, semantic label, text width basis, text height behavior. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do now is look into this one after the other. So first let's look into this style, because this key is like an ID, so we don't need to point to any key. So let's start with the style. I'm very sure we've already dealt with this in the previous section, but let's look into the style. Let's see how the style will help our text achieve a brighter stuff. Okay, so I'm going to move into this text widgets. Then let me take out this terminal, break this down, then break the text down, which is the first parameter, then come and add what style, then inside the style introduce text style. So text style is going to be introduced, then the text style is going to be accepting font size of 24. So let's say this font size 24. Let's give it a colors dot red. Yes, so colors dot red. Awesome. Let's set a font width of bold, font width dot bold. Now it is now bold. Okay, so let's do more amazing things. So there are a lot of things you can do. Let me show you the properties of the text style. Now as you can see in the text size section, we can pass the word, the color, background color, font size, font weight, font style, letter spacing, word spacing, text baseline, height, a whole lot. So you can do a whole lot with what the text style. So let's pass letter spacing. Let's pass letter spacing. So letter spacing 2. Let's see. Now as you can see, that gives a space. Now let's check the word spacing. Let's see that. So we passed the letter spacing just now. Now let's use the word spacing. So word spacing. Okay, so word spacing, let's give it 3. Save. Now as you can see, that also spaces it within the words where we have the word letter spacing. So now you can do a whole lot with this. Just check the properties that can be accepted. Now as you can see, now we have the color, background, and all this huge data of the object that can be accepted with the text style. Awesome. Okay, the next one on the line here is struct style. So struct style is just to set the baseline, the height of the baseline of the text. So at the moment we are not going to touch this. So we are going to move on to the next one because it's more of advanced level. Okay, so the next one we're going to be looking at is the text align. So we often use text align. So let's go back to our text area and let's set this text align. Let's set that. Okay, save this. Let's set the text alignment. Okay, so I'm gonna say text align. So text align dot center or text align dot left. So let's save this. It's in the center, left. Save that. As you can see, you're not gonna see the changes due to center widget. So let's take out center widget. Let's remove this widgets. Okay, let's save. Now we have our text align dot left, text align dot center. Okay, by using center, we did not really see the center data. So let's add a widget. Let's add a container widget. So this container widget is going to be taking the weight of let's give it a weight of infinity, width of infinity, then a height of 200. Let's give it a height of 200. So infinity is just the entire area. Okay, so now we have a width of infinity, that is the entire screen itself, and the height is 200. So by the time we set this to text center, it's going to take effect because container widget is going to set like a div in the HTML time. Okay, so let me now change this now to left. Let's see if it's going to work. Save. Now we are in left. Let's change to right. Is it working? Now it's not right. I will change it to center. Is it working? Now in center. Let's change this to purple. Okay, save. Now it's working as expected, and we can add a padding to the container just to make sure it's working fine. So edge insert does also all the area 20 pixel for the padding. Now this has been added, so it is working for the text area. So this text area alignment is controlled by the container, so make sure your container is set to the required size, then the text alignment is going to be effective. Okay, so let's move to the next one, text direction. So the text direction is what we're going to be checking now. So what is text direction? So it is used to determine how text align values control the layout of our text. Usually we write text from left to right, but we can change it using this parameter, text direction. So let's go back to our code and let's see how text direction is going to help us. So pass text direction. So text direction, then text, we are going to use text direction class, text direction widget dot what, left to right. So how many properties do we have over here? So we have left to right, right to left. So let's check that and confirm it. So we have left to right, that is RTL, and what we have right to left and left to right. Okay, so that is great. So let's change this to what, right to left. So just change it to R. So right to left. Save. Okay, let me take the alignment. Let me take the alignment. Okay, so once I take out the alignment, you're gonna see the changes. So here we have what, right to left, as you can see, from the right to left, from the right to what, from the right hand to left hand. And if I change it to left to right, I save, then it's gonna start from the what, from the left hand side to the right hand side. So that is how the text direction works. So text direction will take effect only when you have when you take out the text alignment, because once I bring in text alignment, it's going to override text direction. Okay, so by default we have what, left to right. So the next one we're going to be looking at is overflow. So what is overflow? How does it work? So overflow is used to determine where the text will not fit in the available space. It means we have what, specific more text than the available space. So now let me try to add more text than the available space. The current space that we have is 200 for the height, and the width is unlimited. So let me just try to add more text here. Let me add more text. Let's see. Let me add more text. Okay, I think this is enough. Save. Okay, this should end at 200. Let me change this to 100. Good. Now as you can see, when 100 and that's cut out, so the 120. Okay, this is 120. Now let's now introduce overflow. Let's introduce overflow. So over here we're going to pass in overflow. Okay, so overflow dot what ellipses. So let's save that. Okay, so this add a 3 dot to our text because we are currently running on a single line. So once we introduce these to about 4 lines, which is the maximum line, this guy here, so it is used to determine the maximum line the text can be displayed. So now let's introduce more lines to it. So here I'm going to introduce the max lines, and the max line is going to be 4. Let's go to 4. As you can see, we have it at 4. So let's reduce this height to 100. Save. Awesome. So the maximum line is 4. That is why the ellipses did not come up. So if I introduce this to be 2, we should have it. Can you see? 1, 2, 3. So that is how the maximum line is going to affect the overflow. Awesome. Okay, so the next one is text with basis, text height behavior. That will not really be effective, but the major part is the maximum line, the style, overflow, text direction, text align. Okay, so now let's dive deep into the next one. So what we have here is the style. So what the style takes in, I showed you the last time for background. We've touched this also. We've touched this, the decoration, the shadow. Oh yes. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to check the Flutter text. So in this new one now we're going to be looking is Flutter rich text widgets. Flutter rich text widgets. So Flutter rich text widgets is more complex than the Flutter text. So here we have what rich text is very useful widgets in Flutter, which is used to display a paragraph of text on the UI with multiple styles. Yes, inside the widget we can have different style by giving a tree of text span widgets. So each text span can set its own style for overriding the default style. So this rich text widget is very important. So I just need to teach you what you will really be using in your project and the current project we are building. So we don't need to just learn anything that we're not going to use at the end of the course. Okay, so now to dive into rich text, you're gonna see this diagram. Now this diagram is the tree on how rich text work. So first we declare the widget rich text, then the next thing is what the text span, and the text span is gonna take in several text span. So text span can take in a learning text span as you want, so you can expand text span to reach as many goals as you really want to achieve. Okay, so we're going to be looking at some example. So over here we have rich text as the parent, and the text is what text span. So inside text span is being what improved to accept more data, which is what children. So children takes in another what text span, and the text span we have it was sign up. So here now it says don't have an account, then you can add another text span that's going to what take in the text, so you can have different color for different what button. This is the simple what example over here. Don't have an account, sign up. So this is how to achieve this in Flutter. Oh yes, so now let's achieve this now in our VS Code. So let's go to our VS Code by declaring rich text, then text span. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down to the last end, then we are gonna do this. So container, let's change container to column so that we can have something new on the next line. So here we have another container, or let's just pass rich text directly. So rich text, then inside rich text we have the what? They have the text. Then inside the text we have text span. Then text span takes care of text. Text span takes care of text. Now the text we are passing here is don't have an account. If I save this now, we should have something on the screen, but nothing is coming up on our text span area. So let me give it a style. So style text what style that's called color of black. Save. Now as you can see, is not visible. So by default the color is going to be white. So now I just have to set the color to be black. Okay, so after the color has been set, you can set the size to be 16. I think 16 is great. Oh yes. Now let's introduce the children. So here we introduce the children. Children takes in an array. Then in the array we have what? Text span. Okay, take it out. Okay, so introduce const. Okay, save. So now text span is returned. Then we have what? Sign up. So let's give it a little space. Save. Now as you can see, we have what? Don't have an account, sign up. Awesome. So the color that we use here is blue. As you can see, we have the blue. Then the next thing we have since the sign up is a clickable text, so we need to implement on tap action on this part. The text span container tap gesture recognizer that implements on tap action. So now we're going to introduce on tap. So whenever you click on sign up, it's going to trigger. So to do that, we're going to loop into a recognizer. The recognizer is going to accept our tap gesture recognizer. So let's move down to the sign up area. Okay, so we're going to pass the recognizer to the text span widget. So you can either add it to the top parent text span widget or the child text span widget. So let me add it to the child text span widget that we have here. So I'm gonna pass this right after the style, so make sure it's added as the last property. So I'm going to call this recognizer. So recognizer is going to take in tap gesture recognizer. So now we have GitHub Copilot added this for us. So now tap gesture recognizer widget is going to be called. Then we point to the method on tap. The on tap is going to return this method. So whenever the user trigger this text sign up, something is going to load up to the screen. Okay, so now as you can see, it's not saving. We have an error. The reason why we have an error is because of this constant. We need to take out the constant, so everything is going to work fine, and we are still having some issue. Okay, so let's track it. Text span starts from here. This text style. Text span starts from here and text span ends here. So who is this one? Nobody. So let's take it out. Okay, so this works. So now let me clear my terminal and let's click on the sign up button. Let's see if it's gonna work. Sign up. Now as you can see, we have hello. My hello is my previous terminal login. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to restart this this application entirely. So in case it's not working for you, please let's click on this icon, restart. So once you click on restart, it's going to restart the application and you should be good. So I think this has been restarted. As you can see, we have what sign up here. So if I click on sign up, we should have what sign up now is working as expected. So you have a lot of possibility with tab gesture recognizer, so you can do a whole bunch of things with it. Let's check the source code. Now as you can see, we have what we have on tab up, tab down, on tab what, on tab up, on tab, just simple on tab. So there are a lot of things you can do. On tab cancel, a lot of things on tab up, on tab down, a lot of things that you can do. So there are a lot of things. Once you just check their documentation, you're gonna find a lot of things that you can achieve with the on tab, but this is just the primary usage for you to get started. So once this on tab is added, you click on it, it's going to what support tapping, then you can trigger anything you want to trigger on the screen. Okay, so let's look into the document and see what is left that we have to do. So I guess that is all for, okay, I think we still have something. That's all for rich text widgets. So now, and it says sometimes the developer need to show an icon with text widget. To do this, Flutter provide widget span inside the rich text widget to add an icon with the text widget. So let's see the example. Oh yes. So here we have a text span. We have rich text, and text span is the parent, and the class of the text span text index span. Then here we have what widget span. So inside widget span, we can now pass an icon. So icons.add, you can add any widget of your choice with widget what span. Okay, so now let's introduce widget span. Let's introduce widget span to our current write-up. So at the moment we have sign up. So let's add an icon before the sign up, just right after the question mark. So I'm going to add it before the beginning of this array. So I'm going to make it a 0 index. At the moment we have text span as the first index. So I'm going to pass this as the first index, the widget span. So widget span is going to be the first widget. So let's take care of this. Sorry, comma. So here we pass in the child, and the child is going to take in icon. So icon, then icon is going to take in icons.add, icon widget icons.add. So if I save this, now as you can see what we had, now we had a new icon to that. So let's pass the user. Let's see, I think users, oh, that is not coming up. Let's see user. Okay, we are not getting something. Okay, I think this is similar. So user what supervised user circle. So you can actually use font awesome. There are a lot of icons and parts that you can address into your Flutter project. You can add any icon to it. So don't mind this default icon. This is just the default icon by Flutter. So you can add any icon of your choice. So as you can see, we added an icon and the button is still clickable. Awesome. So that is how the Flutter text will solve your problem. That's how it's gonna solve anything you want to build, anything you imagined that you really want to carry out. So this solution should solve it. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to watch this section. Thank you very much. See you in the next section. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back again to this next section. In the previous section we stopped at Flutter text. Okay, so before we proceed, we're going to be uploading this to GitHub so that you can have the source code at the end of this course. So I'm going to go to my Git area. Let me see what we have here. This has been saved and the button is clickable. Awesome. You can find what sign up. The button is clickable. So what I'm going to do now, go to the source control, then added Flutter text. Okay, save, then push it to GitHub. Push. This should be uploaded to GitHub. Now that has been uploaded to GitHub. So okay. So the next thing we're going to do now is to move on to the next step, which is Flutter text feed. Flutter text feed. So on Flutter text field, we're going to create a new file, delete the existing data we have on our file area. So I'm going to create a new file called Flutter underscore text feed. So text feed dots exactly. Then go to Flutter text dots, highlight everything, copy, go to text feed area, paste it inside. Then let me take out my sidebar, then delete everything inside the body of our column, because we can still use this column, we can still use container, but let's take out everything. But initially we can still use column, but let's just take out everything so that it's going to be blank. This is going to be blank, so let me take out column itself. So now we don't have column anymore. So now this is scaffold, this is empty area. Okay, so this is empty area. Okay, so now we are going to learn what is Flutter text feed before we proceed to VS Code. Okay, so a text feed or text box, they are they are kind of same property. A text feed or text box is an input element which holds the alphanumeric data such as the name, the password, address, etc. It is a GUI control element that enables the user to enter text information using a programmable code. It can be of a single line text feed when only one line of information is required, or multi-line text feed when more than one line of information is required. A text feed in Flutter is most commonly used text input widget that allows users to collect input from the keyboard into an app. We can use the text feed widget in building forms, sending messages, creating search experiences, and many more. By default, Flutter decorated the text feed with an underline. So we can also add several attributes with text feed, such as label, icon, inline, int text, inline int text, and also error text using an input decoration as the decoration. So if you want to remove the decoration property entirely, it is required to set the decoration to what? To null. Okay, so now here we have a simple widget example that is going to be what we're going to be working with. Now here we have the text field widget, and also we have the decoration. So under the decoration, we return input decoration widgets, which takes care of the border, the label text, and also the int text. Okay, so now let's output this on our screen so that we can see what we are talking about in real time. So I'm going to go to my VS Code now, open my emulator. So at the moment we don't have anything in the body, so this body area we need to return the column. I said the last time that we still need to return something. So this column is going to allow us to address a lot of widgets in a vertical format, so we don't have to be passing it with a kind of layout that is not really recommended. So let's use the column widget to address that. So I'm going to be introducing column. So column is going to take in children. Then in the children area, which is an array, we're going to pass in the text feed that we just go through. So text feed is what we're going to be returning here. Okay, sorry, text feed. Okay, text feed is going to return the decoration. Then decoration is going to return input decoration. The input decoration is going to accept border. Okay, so let's pass in border. Okay, and the border is going to be input border dot none, but we have an error. Okay, this is supposed to be a capital letter. Okay, so the border is going to be input border dot none, so comma. Okay, so we're having an issue due to const. Let's pass const. So input border dot none onto the text feed area. So the next we are going to add is the label text. So label text is going to be let's call this username. So username is going to return an int, so we need to pass an int. So int text, enter what? Username. Now let's save this. Let's see the preview. Okay, so we need to reload the entire application itself to take effect. So let's do that. Okay, still let me check my terminal. This should work. Oh, sorry. You know, we duplicated this file, the previous file, into this new file text feed.dat. So we need to stop the current operation and run this personally. So I'm gonna click on this run, then it's going to trigger. It's going to process what we have in this new file. Don't forget, this is flutter underscore text feed.dat. Now we have separate file for a better tracking of the code, so you can get back to the code and work with the example that we are using currently in this course. That is why we have to just create a separate file for everything that we are working on. Okay, now as you can see, we have the input declared. The input is working as expected. Awesome. Okay, so we are going to move on to the next one. It says most of the common attributes used with what text widgets is as follow. The decoration, which is what we just use right now. It is used to show the decoration around the text feed, yes. And also border, it is used to create default rounded rectangle border around the text feed. So let's pass in border and let's see how it's going to be. So over here, I'm going to take out what we have here, and I'm going to introduce outline input border, because it is outline input border that can address that. So also, if you take out this border entirely, it should come along with the default. If I save, as you can see, we have underline. So now if you want to customize it directly to your own taste, that is when we're going to be introducing the outline input border. So over here, I'm going to say border, the outline input border. If I save this, we should have the entire area outlined. So let me give it a padding. So let me add a padding to this text feed area. So padding, okay, 8.0, save. Okay, this should be visible. As you can see, is now. Let me improve this to 15. Let me improve it to 15 now. It is more visible. Okay, so now we have the focus area as a red border color. So you can also change that. It is possible. So to do that, we are going to be introducing a new parameter, a new object parameter for the input decoration area. Okay, so now to do that, I'm going to pass in focus border. So focus border is going to be accepting outline input border. Then we return border side as the color. Okay, now let's pass this as black. Save. Now we have black. Awesome. So if we pass this as blue, you should have that as blue. Great. Also, you can enable border. It is possible, but we are going to learn more about that in more of this lesson that we are going to be taking. So please, let's just stick around and stay focused on what we are learning. So now let's move on to the next one. Now here we have some of the most common attributes used in text feed widgets are as follow. Decoration, okay, we've talked about that. Label text, we've talked about it. In text, we've talked about it. And also icon. Icon is used to add it is used to add icon directly to the text feed. Yes, it is possible. Now let's take a look at what we have here. We've done this very first one. Okay, so now let's check the second one. So over here we need to add an icon, but there's no icon sample. So now let's go back to this place and add an icon. Okay, so here we are going to pass it into the text feed area. So if we check the text feed area, we are going to get all the properties that can be accepted on this end. So if we check everything, you're going to see what you can pass and what you are not supposed to pass in. So let's check the text decoration area. So under the input decoration area is where we can pass in the icon, and also there is an icon color that we can pass. So over here I'm gonna say icon, then icons, then the person, which is username. Then we can set the color. Let's save this, and as you can see, we have the what? We have the icon. We can set the icon color. So let's say icon color, then colors dot let's give it the colors dot black, Okay, save that. Oh, this did not change. Okay, so let's see what is causing that. Should work. Okay, let's try another format. So under icons we can set color. So let's pass color directly. Color is going to be colors dot black. So let's pass in colors dot black, save. Okay, so it's picking this color from the default end, so passing it directly to this place is not really working. This guy still override the action, so let me just delete this guy since it's not really relevant. So if I save now, we should have that. If I change this to pink, it should change to pink. If I change to green, it should change to green. Okay, but I would prefer what? Black is still the best version for this. Awesome. Okay, so we are going to move on to the next method now. So this new method is the password. So let's introduce password to the new section area. So here we have the padding. So we are going to add another index to the array of the column that we set earlier. So I'm gonna pass this as password. So this is password. So password should generate a padding for me. Okay, so under the password section, so we introduce obscure text, which is true, and this is going to make it invisible. So this current text field data is same as this, but the difference is the lock and also the obscure text. So if I save this now, this should show to the screen. Awesome. So now over here, now if I type in anything into the password section, it's going to be what is going to be hidden. And if you want it to be visible, you can change this to what? To false. So once you make it false, whatever they are typing is going to be what? Visible. And if you change it to what? To true, is going to be hidden. Okay, now that is how it works. Okay, so now the next thing we are going to be looking into is retrieving the data. Oh yes, retrieving this value. So first we can use the onChange method to retrieve, but it is not really recommended, but you can use this for a drop down method. But in the current section that we are doing, in this current course we are working with, we are going to be dealing with the input format majorly. So let's dive straight to the input and also the onChange. It is possible with the onChange. So the onChange just listen to the change of the input text, then you can improve the state of the value. But let's work majorly on this controller because it is the most popular method that is being used to retrieve the feed area. Okay, so now to do this, I'm going to be generating username controller and also the password controller. So let's go to the code section again and scroll down to the very first stop over here. So here we are going to declare the username controller. Okay, sorry, username controller. Then this will generate the username controller, and also here we have the password controller. Okay, so this controller will pass down to the controller section. Here we have the username. So on the username section, after the before the decoration, we can pass the controller into this place. So we pass the controller, which is username controller. Great. So the controller is not declared. What happened? It says the value. Let's see, the value in a const. Okay, in the values in a const list literal must be constant. So try removing the const. So we need to take out this const, so that it's going to be real-time data. It's not going to be static data. Okay, so the same applies to the text feed. Let's pass into the password controller into the password section. Great. So if I save this now, this has been applied. Then the next thing we need to work with is the button. So there have to be something that will trigger to get these things from these guys. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna pass in button. So button as elevated. So we should be using elevated button. So elevated button is still the best option for you. If you are using raise button is depreciated. So place you can omit raise button and use the elevated button. Great. So now let's go back to the code section. Okay, so I'm gonna take out what we have here, which is the snack bar. We don't really need snack bar yet, so let's take out this guy. So this button is going to be triggered whenever they type in their details. So let's just check if this button is working. So I'm going to print something working, save that, and let's see if it's going to work. Click on login. Okay, now this is what's working. We have what I'm working. Then the next thing we're going to be looking into is getting the data of the username. So variable username is equals to what? Username controller, so underscored username controller dot what? Dot text. So getting the value is dot text. Okay, so now let's print this guy. Let's print this two beautiful code. So print username, and also we can add a password to print in the password. So this is a simple concatenation in that. So please, if you don't know how this work, if you don't know how this happen, please take the Dart programming course on aqskill.com to learn how concatenation works in that. So this is just a simple Dart concatenation. So now let's save this and let's take out this section. Let's take out this terminal log area. So if I input my username now as higher DG username, and the password is 12345. Now if I click on login, we should have something on our terminal section. As you can see, we have so many things that is logging, so that we can actually make this logger hidden. It is possible. So just copy the first unique key that you need to hide, add a comma here, pass it into this place, give it another comma, pass in the next version, then add exclamation mark, give it a comma, then also do the same for this guy, add a comma, then add exclamation, then pass in the unique key, give it a comma, and pass in everything that you don't want to see on your screen. Any logger you don't really care about, just take it out. Okay, so over here I'm going to do the same thing for this guy. Also the text input plugin. Oh man, there are a lot of things logging into this place. Okay, so by taking out this is going to help you read your own log yourself, the log you really care about. So now this is actually what we care about. The username, the password is what we really love to see on the screen. So now this has been logged down to our area. So I'm going to save this again and click this button. So before I click that, I'm going to change this data. So let me change it to something new. Now as you can see, we have what my username, and the password is this. I can also update this password to something new. As you can see now, this is working. This is working. Awesome. So now let's check on the next area. So what do we have on the document that we have not touched? So we have the text input area. So this actually deals with the lines that can be contained in a text input area. So here you can have the maximum lines and also the maximum length. It is possible, just like what you have on HTML input field. It is possible to have lines. So let's take for an instance, there is a breakdown to what you have here. As you can see, if your user will like to do some other things, they would just need to scroll down to the horizontal end, which is not really advisable. So in this case, we can use max line. So let's try max line and see how max line is going to help our input area. So let's add max line. max line as 4. Let's pause it. Let's see. Now can you see? Now after adding the max line, we are able to do this. This is great. This is great. So this max line will help you drop things down to generate what we call text area. In terms of HTML, we call that text area, which takes care of a very huge number of data text in a single typing. So this will help you address that. Okay, so with maximum line you can address this, but it is not advisable to be passing maximum line to a username. So I'll just take it out. I'm just showing you the possibility of the maximum line. So if I save this now, this should return to what we have earlier. And let me highlight everything and delete, select all, delete, and pass my what username back to it. Login. Now as you can see, I have my what username logged to my terminal area. Okay, so thank you so much for taking your time to watch this current section. I know it's not easy for you to sit down a whole day looking at your screen learning Flutter development. Okay, so thank you once again for taking your time to watch the video. See you in the next section. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In the last section we stopped at Flutter text feed. So with Flutter text feed, we are able to achieve what we have currently on our screen. So what I'm going to do next now is to move on to Flutter card. So for us to get started with Flutter card, we need to take out what we currently have here. So to do that, I will first commit these current changes. So let me add this to commit. So added Flutter text feed, added Flutter text feed. Okay, let me push this, push. Okay, that has been pushed. So what I'm going to add next now is Flutter card. So I'm going to create a new file called Flutter card dot dat, Flutter card dot dat. Then I'm going to go to the Flutter. I can go to the text anyone, highlight everything, Ctrl C, go to Flutter card, Ctrl V, scroll to the top, scroll to where you have the body, and take out what we have here currently. So I'm gonna highlight everything down to where it starts from, delete. Okay, now we have just the body, no any other widgets is added. Yeah, so before I can run this, we need to add something. So for us to add something, we need to read the basic of what we are working with. So now let's dive into Flutter card. A card is a sheet used to represent the information related to each other, such as an album, a geographical location, a contact details, and etc. A card in Flutter is in rounded corner shape and has a shadow. We mainly use it to store the content and action of single objects. So in this article, we are going to be looking at how to create a card widget in Flutter. Okay, so here we have a simple example here. So here we are going to read about this now. Let's go through this first. So the card creation in Flutter is very simple. We just need to call the card constructor, which is the card widget, and then passing the widget child as the property for displaying the content and action inside the card. So now let's check in the example that we have here. So currently we have widget card accept the child. So this child accept the column, and inside this column we pass the size of the main axis. Then after the size has been passed, we have the children of the column. Then list style is added. Now inside this list style we have the leading and we have the title and subtitle. Okay, so let's dive more about the card. So the card properties, so we can customize the card using the properties. Some of the essential properties are given below. So the first one is border on foreground. It is used to paint the border in front of a child, By default it is true. If it is false, it's painted the border behind the child. So color, it is used to what? It is used to color the card background. Elevation, it controls the shadow size below the card. A big elevation value makes it what? Bigger. Shadow distance, margin, shape, shadow color, and clip behavior. It is used to what? To clip the content of the card. Just a kind of rounded stuff. So if you want to customize the card size, it is required to place it in a container or a size box. If you want to customize the card, it is required to place it in a container or a size box widget. So here we can set the card height and also the card weight that can be shown below. So here now we have what we are talking about. So this is the container widget, because it is container widget that is going to give us the ability to set width and height, or size box also is going to enable you to set width and height. So either of these two widgets can be used to set the height and the width of a card. Okay, so now before we move on to the next one, I will like us to show this on our screen. Let's see how this works. So I'm going to go to emulator, go to the code section, then over here I'm going to enter the bodies area. Then inside the body area we are going to return card. So let's pass in card widgets. So this is card widgets. Inside card widget we pass in the child. The child is going to be returned. Inside the child we have the column. Okay, the column is passed. Then we pass in the main axis size, but without that let's just pass in some other things. So let's pass in the children without passing the main axis size. So we are not setting any size since it's an example. So we pass in the list style inside the card. Then the list style is going to return title, subtitle, and the leading, which is the icon. Okay, so the list style is going to make the card come alive, because the list style is the action of what we are doing at the moment. So the reason why we have this is because of this const. So let me pass in const so that we don't have an error. If I save that, it's not going to show anything. So I'm going to run it in the emulator. Let's see how it's going to be. Okay, I should have stopped the previous one, man. Let me stop it. I should have stopped the previous one, exactly, so it will not crash. Let me stop this. Okay, so that has been stopped. So let me now run it again. So in your own case, please, you can stop the existing one for you to run the second one, so it won't crash your emulator. Okay, so now we have the card declared. So here we have the list style. So list style is going to be the one that is going to return the title, the subtitle, and the leading icon, which is the main character of the card section, because the card only accepts shadow, surface tint, color, elevation, shape, border on foreground, margin, clip behavior. Okay, so let's go back to our explanation. So over here now we're going to continue Flutter card properties. So we can customize the Flutter card using these essential properties. So these are the properties. Okay, we've talked about this. Yeah. So now we're going to move on to this one. In this example, we're going to create a card widget that shows album information, an action named play and pause. Okay, so to do that, we are going to follow this simple process, which is very simple. So here it is inside a container widget, and the container widget has a width of 300 and height of 200. Padding is added. Then the card return into shape objects, and the shape object return rounded rectangle border. Then the rounded border return border radius of 15.0. Then here we have the color of red, elevation of 10, and the child return the column that we just used now. Okay, and we have the first list title. sorry, the first list style, and also we have the bottom bar that accepts the play icon or the play text. Okay, so and another one that has the button of pause. Yeah, okay, something like this is what we're going to end up designing. Okay, so now to achieve this, now we are going to embed this same example into our current design that we just did. So to do that, we are going to go down to VS Code, open the widgets, open the current emulator area. So over here now, we are going to bring in the center widget first, and container widget is going to follow, so we can incorporate it with what we currently have. So first, let's design with the center widget. So I'm going to wrap this with center widget. Let me save this. Okay, nothing actually happened. Then the next thing to do is to wrap the card with container widgets. So wrap this guy with container widgets. Okay, then the container widget is going to return a weight of 300. Okay, and an height, sorry, 300, height of 200. Okay, then padding of 10, padding of 10. Okay, so now moving down to the card section. So in this card section now, we are going to modify what we currently have. In the previous example, we pass only the card, then we start injecting the center widget, container widget, passing the width and the height, and also passing the padding. So what I'm going to do now is also extending the card so that we can pass in more attributes. So let's save what we have currently. So if we save what we have currently, we are going to what? We are going to be returned to something that we currently have on our screen, which is amazing, which is close to what we have in this screenshot. Can you see? Okay, so now let's go back to our code. Then inside our card widget, we are going to pass in a shape. So the shape is going to return rounded rectangle border. So now let's pass in shape, then it's going to return rounded rectangle border of 15.0. Awesome. Then the next thing we're going to pass in is color. The color is going to be red. Okay, so color.red, and elevation is going to be 10. Okay, so the next thing we're going to look into now is the child. So now let's save this first and let's see what we have. As you can see, we have the border of 15. If you pass this to 25, you're going to see the difference, or pass this to be 5 or 3. Let me put 3. Can you see? And if I pass it to 15, it's going to change real time. Okay, and if you change the color to blue, it's going to change to something new of your choice, and just about anything you really want the card to be. So let's leave it at blue or pink. Let's try pink. Okay, this is pink. Purple. Yeah, this is fun. So once you have purple, then the rest of the text has to be white. So let's just work with red so that we don't have to be changing color all the way. Okay, so after that has been passed, then the next thing we need to look into is the column section. So now the column section in the example that we passed, in the example that we checked out, it is passed. We passed the main axis side. So now we're going to pass the main axis size of minimum. So now let's pass it to be minimum. Okay, that has been passed. Then the next thing we need to look into is the button. Yes, after the list type, we need to add a button. So let's add a button so that we can have something similar. So let's pass in button. So we're going to use elevation button here because raise button is depreciated. Okay, so let's use elevation button. Okay, so elevation button on press. Okay, then the child is going to be text. play. Then over here we have this error due to the constants. I think we added a const, so let's take out the const, reading the const. Then here we have what print. We call this play. Yeah, print play. Print play. Okay, so that is for the play. Let's set the background for this button. So over here we have the this. So let's set the style, and the background is going to be, let's say, okay. So if we set the primary to be red, let's set the primary to be black. Okay, black. Okay, I think this is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. So this text, let's change it to white. So let's change it to white. White. So we call this text style. Text style. Text style. Then the color is going to be white. So let's call this colors dot white. Colors dot white. Okay, save. Okay, the same applies to this guy. Colors dot white. Okay, and this icon, where is this icon? Hey guy, where are you? Okay, icon also white. Awesome, awesome. So now let me change this to something long. Let's see what we have here. We have what? Sonu Nigam. Okay, let's call this Sonu Nigam. Sonu Nigam. Okay, Sonu Nigam. Let's save that. Okay, awesome. Then change the size to font of 330 because it's the header. So let's change the 30. Save. Awesome. Not that is too much. 20. No, 25. 25. Okay, I think this is great. Then the subtitle is going to be best of Davido. Let's call this Davido. Let's have Davido music. So OBO Omo Baba Olowo. Okay. Oh, that's too long. Okay, so let's just call this Davido. 30 billion gang. Okay, so now we have what Davido 30 billion gang, and the subtitle is what best of Davido was music. Okay, so now let's give it the size of 18. I give it a size of 18 for the subtitle. 18. Okay, save. Yeah, I think this is okay. Let's change this 15, about 15. Okay, 15 is awesome. 15 is awesome. Yeah, I love 15. Okay, so now we add the first button. Also, we need to add another button as pause. So another button is going to be added. So let's call this pause. Okay, pause button. Let's see, which is pause. Okay, let's see, is it closed? It's closed down here. Okay, save. Okay, so now we got this. So we got the play, we got the pause. Awesome. So now what we are now looking at is achieving something like this. So let's go back to the code. Open our emulator. Then we're going to introduce button bar, which is a container for holding two buttons. So let's bring in button bar. Wrap with widgets. Then this widget is going to be button bar. Awesome. Then the button bar is going to accept children because it's an array. Then the children is going to pack in an array of data. Then we take out this guy and close the array at this section. Array has been closed. Then close the button bar. Button bar has been closed. If I save this now, we have it side by side, which is awesome. Then it is not solved yet, so we need to pass this button into the middle so that it's going to look more great. So now let's pass in alignment. Then alignment is going to be the center. Yeah, so let's pass it at the center. Now this has been centralized. There we need to change this person icon, so we are not really using person icon, so it has to be an album because it's album that we are dealing with. So let's pass an album. Album has been added, okay, which is great. So this album, we need to increase the size of album. Then checking the icon, we have what? We have size. Now let's pass in the size. Sorry, I click navigation error. So pass in the size. Let's say 50. Okay, 50 is actually great. Yeah, 50 is great. So now this is awesome. Like awesome, this is amazing. So now we have successfully achieved what we have here, which is great. So we have a background. Now I showed you the last time how to change background, which is very simple. So checking the scaffold, look at this configuration, checking the background. Can you see we have background color? So let's pass in background color. Let's see what is going to be. So background color, let's set it to be black. Let's see, let's just try it out. Can you see it's changed? So if we change this to yellow, it's gonna be yellow. So something similar to what we have here. So that's it. Can you see now? So you can use as gray. Let's say think it is gray. Yeah, gray, safe. So gray is awesome, but nevertheless white is still the best. White is still the best. So you have the play, and don't forget this button is clicking real time. Let me show you my log. Let me take out this current log. If I click on play, can you see it is what it is clicking play? If I click on pause, it is what it is clicking as pause. Awesome. So guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch the Flutter card tutorial, Flutter card section actually. So thank you so much for taking your time to watch it. See you in the next section. Love you. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section you are going to be learning how to create the home page of our application. So we're going to take it one after the other so that we don't get confused in the development of the home page. Okay, so first I'm going to create a new file that is going to handle the home page. So at the moment we have this Flutter card, which is our last project that we built. So I'm going to go to my library section, and in my library section I'm going to introduce home. So home.darts. Okay, now we have home.darts. Just go to your Flutter card and copy everything that we have there. Copy everything and paste it in home.darts. So let me take out the terminal. Okay, then take it, just highlight it from where you have the body, highlight it from the center widget down to where it ends, and delete it. Delete. Okay, now we have the body. Awesome. Okay, so what we are going to be doing in this section is fixing this this status bar color and the main app bar color. So we're going to change it to white, turn this to black, and add some buttons that can share and another icon that you can use to search. So once you click on the icon, the search page is going to show up. So we're going to take it one after the other. Don't forget, one after the other is what we are going to be doing. Okay, so before I move to the top area, I'm going to return something simple in this place. So let me return text widget so we don't have an error while doing that. Test. So let me just return test. Okay. Oh, sorry. We need to stop the Flutter card, then rebuild for this current page. Sorry, so in case you don't know, I stop the current operation so we can run the home.dat from here. Don't forget, from this side. So we are running from a single file and not global. So if you run global, it's going to start from main.dat. So just follow the process, run from here, and we're going to get what we have here. Okay, so now I pass test, so the test is visible. So then let's start from the very top where we're going to be fixing the background. Okay, so let me scroll to the top. Here we have the style 2 at the application, so we can change this at the application to news app. Okay, then this theme, we don't really want this color. We want the color to be white, including the status bar to be white. So we don't want primary swat color. So we are going to be changing the theme data color from primary swat to color scheme. So just follow the process by passing color scheme. The passing color scheme, then color scheme dot light, targeting the primary and the primary section. So I'm going to pass this as color scheme dot light. Okay, then passing the primary and also the secondary. So the primary is going to take in white. Okay, so by default the secondary is going to take in sorry, not secondary, the on primary. So once it's on primary, it's going to take in color black. Okay, so save. Awesome. So if I change this to green, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Can you see this is the on primary functionality? Why this works for the status bar, as you can see. So that's the difference. So let's change this to white so that we can have something great on the screen. Black. Awesome. Okay, so I hope you understand what I just did there. So in case you don't get how this is done, please comment below and I will explain it very well. Okay, so let's move on to the next one by changing this title bar for the app bar section. So news app, save. Now we have news app on our app bar section page. This is great. Okay, so we are going to add a font weight of bold to this news app so that we have something great. So let me just Ctrl Z in case you don't have an auto completion. So let's do manually. So add a comma, put a style, then style return font weight, sorry, text style not font weight. So we are trying to set font weight into it. So now here we have the font weight. Okay, then font weight dot bold, font weight dot bold. Okay, so let me save this so that you see my screen very well. Now can you see I have style, text style, font weight dot bold. So please just follow this process, and I already explained how this works in my earlier section, so don't get confused. Okay, so this part is fixed. The next part is adding a button at this right angle, adding two icons. So we have the search and we have the share. So the share is the first icon we're going to add. To add any icon, we're going to target actions. Actions is going to accept an array, and the first action we're going to be passing is an icon. So sorry, the first part we're going to be passing is an icon button. So icon button is going to accept an icon, icon, and the icon is going to accept icon widget, then icons dot share. Okay, so we have icon dot share. Then the next we need to pass is the on press. So we need the on press, which is very important, and here we're gonna print something, share. Okay, so this is to print the share if the share is clicked. Let's save it and let's see what we have. Now as you can see, we have the share icon, and if I open my terminal and I click on share, as you can see, it triggered. We click something awesome. So let me close my terminal and add another button. This button is going to be search, so search icon. Okay, save, and we have search. If I click search, search also work. If you check it out, as you can see, we have what search, it also work. This is great. So now we have the header, fixed. So the next thing we are going to do is to add a space. We are going to add a space at the last end of the icon. So to add a space at that part, we need to pass in sized widget, size box with a width of 10. Yeah, so that's pushed it to the side, which is great. Awesome. So the next thing we're going to be doing now is passing a column, because it's going to be listed. So it's going to be listed. To accept any list, it has to be in a column, so that we can push in several arrays of widgets. So let's pass in the column. So we have column widgets is going to pass, then column is going to return children, then inside children we are going to pass in our data. So but before I do that, I'm going to be introducing scrollable widgets, but let's still hold on. So by the time this column exists, this entire height of our screen, like once it's longer than the screen, there will be an error, but we are going to rectify that once we get to that stage. Okay, so now let's pass in our children into this column, so that we can list it in an array. Okay, so to pass that, I'm going to be having a comment here as header. This header is going to accept container. So we have container. The container widget is going to return the width. Oh, come on. It's going to return the width of double dot infinity. Okay, come on. And the height is going to be 250. Height is going to be 250. Okay, this is getting there. Then we are going to pass in a background image. We need to pass in a background image that is going to be setting as our header image. So let's pass in the background image. So here we have background image. Okay, so we pass in decoration and we push this. So this taking the background image as decoration, just like the way we normally pass it in the example we presented in the last time. So now this background image is what we're going to use to showcase the header background image. So once this is passed, then I'm going to push in some other elements. But before I do that, let me get a proper picture from Linda Ikeji's blog. So I'm going to go to Linda Ikeji blog. think I'm correct. Yeah. So go to Linda Ikeji's blog and look for something cool, not something scary or something immature. So let me just pick this. Okay, let me pick this picture. So copy image address, go back to the code. Okay, let's change this code to this, paste, save. Okay, so we have nothing yet. Okay, that loads up, which is awesome. As you can see, this loads very great due to the double dot infinity, so we take in the entire space of the screen. Awesome. So if you want to increase the width, the height of this container, it is possible by passing height, but it is recommended we use 250 so that we can have a good header image. Okay, so that's great. So the next thing we are going to be working with now is passing a kind of opacity. We want to pass an opacity on this image so that any text that is being added to it, for example, Atiku Abubakar Secretary Abdullahi Onyanko is dead, so now this text is going to be visible. So to do that, we are going to first pass in the opacity layer. So the opacity layer the opacity layer has to pass before we now pass in the text. Don't forget, the opacity layer, which is another container, has to be passed before we now pass in the text. So now let's take it one after the other. So now this decoration ends here, then we pass in our child, then the child is going to return another container that is going to handle the opacity layer. So we are going to return another container. So this container is going to return a new decoration. So the decoration, we already have it. Exactly, that's exactly what I want to type. Yeah, but let me just take it out so that doesn't confuse us. So we have decoration. The decoration is going to return box decoration, box decoration. The box decoration is going to return gradient. Is going to return gradient. Okay, then gradient is going to return linear gradient. This is like this Copilot is working with my mouthpiece, so anything I just say, it tries to process it. So linear gradient. Okay, the linear gradient is going to accept a new property of begin. So please just follow this process, and the begin is going to accept the alignment of the bottom center where the opacity is going to work itself. So alignment dot bottom what right. So comma, then we have in the colors, which is going to accept an array, and the array is going to be color 1 and color 2 with opacity. So the color is going to be an array. Okay, so let me just take out this guy. We don't need. Okay, good. So we have the color 1 with 0.8, but we don't want this, so I want the color 1 to take a 1, opacity of 1, and the color 2 is going to take opacity of 0. Okay, and the colors is going to be black. Awesome. Now our box decoration is done. The next thing I'm going to add now is a padding, but before I add the padding, let me add the child so that you can see something on the screen, not that we are just typing, we are not seeing anything. So now in this place, now we are going to return the text. So let's return the text, and the text is going to be the title that we have here. Okay, copy, Ctrl C, go back. Okay, then Ctrl V, save. Now as you can see, we have our text above and the opacity is correct. Now the job is not completed yet. It's not completed yet. And the next thing we're going to do is to style this text. So let's just style this text first before we move on to the next one. So we are going to pass in our style into this text. But before we do that, should we just pass in the alignment? So let me just pass in the alignment. So I'm going to wrap it with widgets align. So align widget, and the align widget is going to take in bottom left, just like how we want it to be. So we have the alignment bottom left. Okay, bottom left, save it. Now we have it now at the bottom left. Okay. Then the next thing we are going to do is to pass in our style. So style return text style, okay. Then text style return font size of 26, comma, color of white, so that it's going to show in the black section, colors.white. Awesome. Then height is going to be 1.2. okay, and the font weight is going to be weight of 900. So font weight of 900. Cool. Now if I save this, now we should have something. Can you see we're getting there? So this is the alignment that says this guy here. So if we change this to bottom right, it's going to move to the right. Bottom right, can you see? It's going to pass it to the right, and we really want it at the left, so I need to just put it at the left because the right will not really be visible, but we really want it at the left hand side. So if I click on save, you're going to see some changes. Can you see something moved? But it is not really visual. Okay, so now that part is done. Then the next thing that we're going to do is to add a padding to this, so that is going to give us a padding between the edge and the bottom. So to do that, I'm going to pass the padding here to the container. Then the padding is going to be 15. Yeah, 15 is good. 15. Let's see. Awesome. So we have a 15 padding added. This is great. Now let's say this text is very long. Let's see, let me show you something, just like the example we treat the other time. Now we have a longer text which is longer than what you think. So in this case, we're going to introduce the maximum line. So maximum line is going to be 3, maximum line 3, then the rest is going to be chunked. Okay, so once the text is more than what is supposed to be visible, we are going to add an overflow of text overflow, so that is going to ellipse like a dot to show that it has a continuation. So here we're gonna have overflow, then overflow dot ellipse, save. Now as you can see, it shows that the text remain. Now if I reduce this text and it's contained there, we don't have overflow. Sorry, Ctrl Z. What did I do? Okay, I moved to Flutter card. Sorry, go back to home.dat again. Okay, so I'm in home.dat now. If I save, is it working? Good. Let me change something just to be sure. Okay, it's working. Save. Good. Now our header is created we have a good header. If you change the picture is also going to change. Okay. So the next thing we are going to do now is the body. We have the header now. The next thing is moving to the body section. So the body section is going to be created in the next section of this video. So you guys have really tried with this one. So you have really tried. So let's go through this thing again so that you don't get confused. So first we change the color of the status bar to white and the text to black, and we change the title to news app. Give it a font width of bold. Added an icon share and icon search, which takes this guy in an action area. So in this action area we pass in the icon button 2, and we notice that the space for the search is too close, and the distance from the search icon to the margin to the right hand side is too close to the wall of the mobile app. So we need to just add a space so that it's going to push down the margin of the icon to the left. That's why we have this width of 10. Then we continue to the body by adding a column, and this column takes an array of container. So at the moment we have just single container, so we are going to add another one in the next section. So this container accepts width of infinity, like complete width of the size of the screen, and the height is 250. And we added a decoration of box decoration. The box decoration accepts an image, the image accepts decoration image, and decoration image accepts another image. So this image is not coming from the network, which is from the internet, and we make a fit for this image to fill in the entire space of the container. Then we return the data to the child property of the parent container. Then this container is responsible for opacity. Then the opacity is passed down to the decoration format again. So in this case we are not using decoration image, just like what we have here. So we are now passing gradient. The gradient return linear gradient. Then where it begins is from the bottom right, and we pass in the various kind of color we want the top and the bottom to accept. So they are both accepting black. Then the top takes in one opacity, the bottom takes in one opacity and the top take in 0.0 opacity. So it's just like no opacity at all. So and you move on to padding accept 15, and this child accept and align widgets that help us move down our text to the bottom area. And after that has been added, we added a text. We gave it the maximum line of 3 overflow that we had a continuation dot to our text if it's longer than what we defined here. And also the text style, we added a text style. So I hope you understand what I just explained. So guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this video. I know it's not easy for you to just sit down on your screen looking at code blue, black, green. And it's not easy, guy. I'm telling you the truth, you are amazing. So thank you so much for taking your time to watch this video once again. See you in the next one. Love you. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to where we stop in the previous section. So what we're going to be doing next now is adding a new layer that is going to be accepting the list of the news that we're going to be accepting on our page. So we already had the header. Then the next thing we're going to add now is the body. So the body is going to be responsible for the looping, like we for each loop the news into the card. Okay, so without further ado, let's dive straight to the code. Okay, so I'm going to move down to where we stop on the container widgets. Okay, so let's take it down. As you can see, the container widget ends here. Awesome. So I'm going to add a comma, then move down and pass this as body. Okay, so after this has been passed as body, inside this body we are going to return the card, just like the card we used in our previous sections about 30 billion gang of Davido. Okay, so I'm going to pass in card. Then my card is going to return margin. Sorry, my card is going to return margin. Okay, so margin of 10, margin of 5, 10, 5, 10. But for us to have a clear picture of what we are passing on margin, let us take out the margin first so that we don't pass the margin. Then after we add the data, we can be passing the margin. So inside this card we are going to be passing in row, because we are going to be pushing image, and also we are going to be pushing text. So we need a row to accept 3 parameter, including the size box. We are going to be pushing that. So this rule is going to help us achieve that, to put them side by side, the image and the text, and also the spacing in between them. So first, let's deal with the image. So this is what we're going to pass inside the row. So now let's push in the row into the card. So this is the card that we push in row widget. So this row widget is going to accept children, and the children is going to accept the image. So this here we call this image because it's going to handle the picture of the incoming news from the API. So here we call this image and call this container. So container is going to accept this data. Actually, this is exactly what I want to do, accepting the picture from the API. So we add a width, height, decoration, just something similar to what we have at the top, but in this case the height and width is specified. Okay, so now this part is done. Let me click on save. Let's see what we have. As you can see, we have the picture what designed for us. So the next thing we are going to be looking into is the other area that we are going to be passing in the text, the title, and some other rich data that needs to be passed. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one by passing in expanded widgets. Okay, so with expanded widgets we can do we can occupy the entire space without having to without having a leftover on the body that we are assigned to. Okay, so now let's push in expanded widgets. Then expanded widget is going to accept our widget into this child property. So this property is going to accept column. So this column is what we are going to be pushing in our title, our dates, and the content, short content area. Yes, we are passing the title, the date created, the author, created by author and co. Then the content. So we need a column to address it into this small space. Our space is very small, so we just need to manage it into that place so that we have something awesome to push in. Okay, so this child is going to accept column. So let's pass in column, then column is going to accept children. So children. Okay, so the children is going to take in the first one as text. So we have the title as the text. So move out. So we have the text. text widget. Okay, so the text widget is going to take in other news. So let's go for other news. Like this one we have here. Let's Ctrl C this guy and paste it into this place. Paste. Okay, so this has been pasted. Then we need to now push in the date that it was created. So let's move to the next one. The date, so this should be date and author. Date and author. Okay, so the both of them. So here I'm going to have the text text widget. So here we have by Linda EKG. Sorry, I have a little cough. Linda EKG, EKG's blog. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, no, we don't need to pass a go. It's not really necessary. So once that is done, we can now pass comments. Yeah, comment, which two comments. Let's just pass two comments. Yeah, so two comments is good. Yes, two comments. Okay, so we have an error because we don't pass the const. Let's pass in a const, then we have that shut down. Okay, so now our column is passed and our text is scattered, is not really aligned. Then let's just continue. So we have a short content that we have here. We need to copy everything, Ctrl C and paste it into this place. Text. Okay, then paste, save. Now we have this bunch of text. Okay, now let's now start the styling. So the styling is going to come from the column itself. That will be the first side. So we go to the column, set a cross-axis alignment to start. Yes, so cross-axis alignment, then pass it to start. Save. Now everybody is at the beginning, which is great, which is awesome. Now the next thing we're going to move on is the title. This is our parent title, and it needs to be well designed and to look awesome. So here I'm going to pass in my my style. So here we pass in our style. So the style is going to return font size of 16. So sorry, text style, yes, sorry, text style. The text style is going to return font size of 16. Ctrl S. Okay, this is great. Then we need to make it bold. Font weight of 900. Font weight of 900. Ctrl S. Okay, we are getting there. And let's pass in line. Let's pass in a height of 1.2. Okay, the height is passed. Then let's since the color is this color is great, we can continue with the black. Yeah, the black is awesome. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to set in our maximum line to 2. So maximum line 2, make it 2. Okay, so now we have something awesome also there. Now let's pass an overflow to ellipse. Okay, so this is great. Yeah, this is great. This looks better. Now let's add a size box with an height of 5. So sized box with an height of 5. Yep, height 5. Ctrl S. Okay, sorry, I need a comma. I need a comma at the end of this widget so that the array can be passed. Okay, so now this is passed for the title, which is great. Now let's move on to the Linda Cage's part. I mean the author itself, author and date, the both of them are in the same area. So in this case, we want Linda Cage's name to be clickable and we want it to be bold, and we want the comments also to be bold and clickable. And also we need to pass in the date. Yes, we need to pass in the date. It is very important to pass in the date. So by Linda Cage's blog, or by Linda Cage, let's just pass Linda Cage so that the date is going to be accepted by Linda Cage. Then heart the date it was created. So let's say we have a sample date here. Let me copy this sample date because date is really important in a blog. Copy this date, Ctrl C. Okay, so let's say we have this date passed down. Okay, Ctrl S. Now awesome, now we have that date passed. So to achieve this, we are going to introduce the text span. Yes, we are going to introduce a rich text. So with rich text, we can pass in bold to Linda Cage's name and everything will look awesome. So to do that, we're going to change this to text.rich. So over here, I'm just going to drop it down to make a replicate of what we have there. So here we have text.rich, text.rich. Then the richest is going to accept text span. Text span is going to accept text span. Come on, my keyboard. Text span, awesome. Then text span is going to accept. Come on, why are you doing this? Okay, let me add a comma so that we don't have an error. Then text span is going to accept the first area, which is this by. So this by needs to be passed as the layer, the parent text span. Then text span is now going to be accepting the rest of the data. So this text span is going to accept the text. So this text is going to be by, comma. Now that is done for that part. So now we have by, comma. Now once the by comma is added, we're going to add the same style that we added for we're going to be adding for by, so that it's going to look really awesome. So let's add a style to this by. As you can see, this is the by that we have here. So now this by is going to take in its own style. Then text style. This text style is going to accept fonts, font size of 12. Okay, then we have the color of gray, the height of 1.2, awesome. Then we have the font weight of normal, okay. Now let's save this. Okay, now as you can see, it is now gray, so it's not as visible like before. So the by is fixed. The next thing we need to do now is to pass in children for us to pass in the author. Okay, so here I'm going to say children, not inside the text style, sorry, after the style section. So let me take this down, comma. Okay, so here we have children. Then inside the children we are going to send in another text span replicating what we have above. Okay, so this actually do what I wanted. We have the Linda Cages and we have the dates and also the comment, which is awesome. Okay, so I'm going to be using this to save our time. Then I'm going to explain the code. Move. So here we have the children. So the children is passed and we have it here. Okay, so I think some part needs to be cleared. I think it's this guy. No, I don't think. Let me take out this const first. Let me take out this const and remove this section. I think, yeah. So let me check the code again. Text span start, no, text dot restart from here. Start from here and it's end here. Awesome, is correct. And this guy starts from here and end here. Great. So now we have the by, and we are replicating the same thing into the children. Here we're passing the author Linda Ikeji. Then once you make a click on this recognizer, it's going to print Linda Ikeji, and you can pass in the routes or something down to the event. Also, we have the date at so date, and the comment is 2. So now these 2 comments, we are going to separate the comment section into another text span, so that is going to take in some kind of styling. So delete this, save. Now over here I'm going to design the Linda Ikeji's name itself. So let me design the Linda Ikeji's section, which is the author, so that we have something great. So the color is going to be black. Color is going to be black. Save. Then the font weight is going to be weight of 900. Save. Awesome. Okay, so now the date is going to take in normal, which is still the same as we designed. Okay, this is still great. This is great. Now we need the comment section to be passed. So here now we pass in the comment. So let's just call this comment so that we have a faster widget creation. Awesome, because it's still normal. Okay, so let me take out this iPhone. iPhone is too long. Font size should be 10. Let's see. Okay, this is great. This is good. Okay. How about we make this black? Let's see. Okay, black is great. Black is great. So let me change this to this. Save. Okay, this is great. Now let's take out this old text. We don't need it anymore. Delete. Okay, now after the date and author has been passed, the next thing we now need to do is to add another space here. We need to add another space. So we have sized box, then add a height. Okay, so let me take out this. Yeah, okay, save. Now there's space between the author's profile and also the content. Okay, so now let's work on this content. Okay, so content is going to accept the style, and the text style is going to accept text style. Text style taking font of 14, font size of 14. Then we have the color of gray. Colors dot gray. Okay, the height of 1.2, same thing. Then the font weight of normal, so font weight dot normal. Save. Okay, so need to, yeah, this is great actually, but let's just change this to 13 or 12. Yeah, 12 is too small. Let's use 14. Okay, now let's pass in our maximum line to 2, save. Awesome. Then overflow. Okay, ellipses. Okay, then soft wrap. Going to pass in soft wrap to be true. Okay. So that has been passed, which is great. So let's take it to the top where we have the header. Let's pass in a soft wrap for the header also. So soft wrap, true, save. Okay, so once we have the container which takes the image, and the expanded which takes the content, in between this row we need to add a size box. Awesome. Now the size box is passed. Okay, so now if I open my terminal now and I click on this author name, this author name is going to trigger something. Can you see? Which is great. Save it. Okay, so let me change this picture to the exact picture. Yeah. Save. Yeah, this should work. Awesome. Now we have the picture declared, which is great. This is awesome. Now we need to pass in a margin. I talked about margin the other time, so we need to pass in the margin. So margin is going to help us from the wall. So let's pass a margin to the card. Margin of 10. Yeah. So now margin takes it out from the wall itself. So you can just make that 5. Let's make it 5. Let's see. Okay, 5 is not bad. Yeah, 5 is not bad. Okay, so now let's pass in a padding to our content section. So we need to pass in a padding. So we can either pass in a padding using a container again, or using a padding widget. So let's use the padding widget to do that. So I'm going to click on this row, and this role is going to accept padding. You can either use container and pass padding, or use padding itself. So let's use padding. Padding is going to be 8.0. Now with 8.0 we don't really have good results, so I'm going to use from left to right and co. So left is going to be 5, and the top is going to be 10, and the right is going to be 5, then the bottom is going to be 10. So let's see this. Let's see what we get. Okay, so save. Now awesome, as you can see there's space between the card, and don't forget this card can be clickable, but we are going to do that in the next section. Okay, so in the next section we are going to learn how to duplicate this card, like make it 20. So how to duplicate this card, we're going to learn it in the next section. Hey guys, thank you for watching this video once again, and it's not easy. See you in the next one. Love you. Hey guys, in the last section we stopped at the news card. Yes, we stopped at the news card, where we have the Nigerian prophet sentenced to 7 years in jail for defrauding a church. Okay, so we're going to be continuing from here. So what we're going to be doing now is creating a new class that can take in this card, so that it will support loop, so that we can use it for a looping by the time we are getting a real data from the REST API. So to do that, we are going to learn how to do this now, to create a new class and add the method to it. So first I'm going to scroll down to the end of this file, or possibly create a new file, but because this is just a beginner's class I'm going to chunk everything in the same file. So here will be new class for storing not storing passive, new class for blog list template, just kind of a template that we can use to replicate for the other. Okay, so this class is going to be called class add a blog list. Okay, add a blog list. Okay, so add a blog list is going to take in a method, not a direct class property. So I'm going to introduce the method and not a property. So the method is going to be list, or let's call this get card. So we're going to call this get card. So get card. So let's call this method get card method. So get card method is going to be returning a widget. So let's address this to be widget, because it's going to be returning a widget. So widget get class is going to return a widget. So here we're going to return widget. So what widget are we returning? We're going to return the widget that we have. The Nigerian prophet sentenced to 7 years in jail is going to be our widget that we're going to be returning as a card on its own. So now let's trace it to where we have it. Now this is the body, this section, this body is the card. So from this card section down to where it ends, we need to copy everything, Control X, then Control V on get card section, close your statement. Now I'm returning a widget down to widget so that get card is going to work. Awesome. So if I save this, it will work. As you can see, there's nothing in our list section. So now this body is not going to return add a blog list dot what get card. So add a blog list dot get card. So dot get card. So get card will be, sorry, that will be comma. So get card will be the method that we're going to be returning. So that is a custom widget that we built here, get card. So if I save this now, it will show. Can you see? It's now visible. Now from here we are going to be passing some parameters. So it is the parameter that we are passing from here that is going to showcase itself in this place. So to do that, I'm going to push in some parameter. So the first parameter is going to be this picture, this pastor's picture. So let's push in the picture. So let's call this thumbnail. Yeah, so thumbnail, if you can do it two ways, is either using the object format or passing the required position format. So the required position format will require you to pass exactly where this is where this is designed. That is, if I pass thumbnail the first index, you have to pass thumbnail. The same applies to title down to date. But instead of doing that, I'm going to use the object format so that you can pass it anywhere. So just anywhere you pushed it is going to address itself. Okay, save that. Then thumbnail is going to fall under thumbnail. So let me highlight this, Control X, then call this thumbnail. So this is now accepting thumbnail. In case you don't understand what I just did here, please go to AKSQ to get a Dart programming course. It's going to tell you more about this. Okay, so I'm going to go to the card section now, then push in thumbnail. So thumbnail is going to be accepting what I just copied. So if I add a comma, the next thing I need to push in now is the title. So go straight to where we have the title, which is this guy. Control X, then pass title. Title is passed, then move down to this place, passing title. So title is pushed, comma. Then the next one is what? Description. Oh yes, description. So we are going to move down to the description section, and let's paste the description objects and highlight this so that we can grab the text. Now the text has been copied. let's go to where we have the description section, push it in and paste it inside. Then the next one we need is the author. Oh yes, the author, which is Linda KJ. So let's pass in the author. Let's cut it from here, Ctrl X. The author has been cut and pushed down to this section. So let's pass author, comma, then we have author. Author is now pushed, so now we have the author listed. Then the next is the date. The date has to be pushed, so this is the date here. So I'm going to concatenate the date into this section by using $sign. So applying $sign, we concatenate it. As you can see, it is concatenated, and if I save that, it's going to automatically work. So as you can see, we have null at the date section of the blog post. So I'm going to move down to this place. So now I told you in the beginning of creating the get card widget that once you have dates, once you have object format, you can pass it anywhere. Is either putting it in the first index, so it doesn't really matter, it's going to work. Now as you can see, we have the dates at the last index. I'm going to pass the date at the first and it's going to work. So date is going to be what I just copied now, or anything. So what did I copy? Did I copy any date? Let's take it down. See, oh, I did not really copy any date from here, but I will use any date since this is just a template. Now the date is now in index 1. You see that it's gonna work. Can you see now it's working? So once you use the object format, you don't need to point it directly to where it is located. It's going to work anywhere you point it because it is designed for a particular key of acceptance, so it's going to work. Okay, so that has been saved. We have our get card widget designed by us. Imagine personal widget is designed. This is great. Now this is the first widget that you design yourself without you having to stress or having to give yourself headache. Okay, so now the first widget has been designed as get card. So get card is now being pointed to on our body section. Let me go back to this again so that you have full knowledge on how this works. So first we created a new class called the blog list. Then at the blog list accepts a method of get card. Inside our get card we are returning widgets, so we need to pass in widgets. And on the get card we accept several parameters of the thumbnail, the title, description, author, the date. Then we return the card that we created in the first section, passing in the properties, the objects that we are sending from the main area of the body section here. So that is how this is designed, and by returning this card data we close the statement. So remember to close your statement. Can you see the statement is closed? So I will close the statement so that it's going to work efficiently. So if I save this now, as you can see, it's working. And if I take it out, Ctrl X, save, it's not gonna work. So if I return it back, is what is working. So this is amazing. This is awesome. Okay guys, see you in the next section. Hey guys, welcome back again to this new section. In the previous section we learned how to create our own widget, which is this get card. So the get card widget is accepting thumbnail, title, description, author, and also date. Okay, so in this section we are going to be learning how to loop through. Yes, how to loop within a widget. That's what you're going to learn how to do. In case you don't know looping in Dart programming, please ensure to take the Dart programming basic course on aqskill.com. that will help you improve on the several types of looping that we have in Dart. Okay, so by doing that you are going to have a deep knowledge on how Dart work and how to manipulate things around Flutter. Okay, okay, so let's continue where we stopped in the last section. So we are going to introduce loop within this widget area. So introducing a loop within a widget is very critical. So first, we are going to be using a single line loop. Yes, we are going to be using a single line loop because we cannot use a opening statement and closing statement loop. It will not work. For example, if you try to make an if statement, like a conditional statement within a widget, you also need to make a conditional statement of a single line. You can't pass conditional statement that has to do with opening and closing of your tag. It will not work. So now let's work with the looping. So we're in this loop area, we're going to be using for loop. So I'm going to design a pre-made for loop of 10 or 20 so that we can have something scrollable. Okay, so before we do that, let's do 3 so that we can see the screen. You see how it is. Okay, so here I'm going to introduce for loop. So for loop, so for variable I is equals to 1. So for variable I is equals to is equals to 0, then we can pass in. If the I is less than 10, then we make an increment. So let's push this. So for variable I is equals to 0. Okay, equals to 0, then close your statement. Now you now check, this is a condition area. So if I is less than, if it's less than, is going to end in 10. But don't forget we are doing we are in 3. So if I is less than 3, then I plus plus, sorry, I plus plus. Okay, so what we have here is if I is less than 3, that is, if it's less than 3, count from 0, 1, 2, 3 will not be added because it starts from 0, except we push it down to start from 1. Then we can now pass this if it's less than or is equals to. I know this might look a bit confusing with the way I'm explaining that part. Okay, let's take a deep breath. And let's start all over. So what we have here is for loop. We are trying to loop this card. This single card must be looped so that anything we are receiving from our REST API endpoint, we can loop through the data one after the other. So the main reason why we are looping through this data is for us to loop through our data that is coming from the back end. Yes, from the back end. That is why we are doing this loop. So for us to achieve this loop, we are going to use this example that we have here. This example is already stated in the Dart programming basic course. So in case you don't still understand how this works, I beg you just take the basic Dart programming course so that you will have full knowledge on how this works. Okay, so again we are going to be using for loop single line. So we are not opening a tag and closing a tag here. It will not work. So opening and closing of a tag directly within a widget tree is not recommended. So you need to pass it as a single line. That is why we can do something like this. This is absolutely correct when you are not in a card or in a widget list, maybe within a function or within an event clicking function, like you have on press or on click events area. You can easily pass it within the function section. But once you are in a widget list, you can do something like this. So please take out the bracket. So it's not needed. So we need a single line for loop. So for variable I, so this I can be anything. I can write for variable ID, for variable Deborah, for variable today. It can be anything. So don't say because high has to be high. I can call it for variable B is equals to 0. This is why I'm setting B to be 0. Is for me to just know that okay, my baseline, my base data, my base number is 0. It can be 1 and it can be 2. So any one you really wanted, but we need to pass 0 because what we are going to be accepting from the server is going to start from 0 because it's an array. It's a JSON. It's a JSON data, a JSON that's compiled with multiple dimensional arrays. So passing 0 is the best shot for that because you're going to be seeing 0, 1, 2, 3, something like that. Okay, so you can use anything. We can use for variable b equals to 0, for variable I equals to anything. So let's return this to I. So I hope you understand that part now. So once I is now 0, then the next thing we need to pass now is the condition. So if I is less than 3, what should happen? Should I loop or just stop the loop? Okay, loop through until I gets to 3 section. So once I is equals to 3, the loop stop. It will not work again. I hope you understand now. I hope I'm not too fast. Please comment below if I'm too fast, and comment below if you don't understand. Okay, so let me save this, and this should turn to 3. Or Control S. Now as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3. Now we have 3 card. So let's say we are accepting several lists from the server. This is exactly how you are going to loop through it, like real time. This is how you are going to loop through it. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do here is increasing this to 10 so that we can have a long list. Okay, so let me Control S this now. Now as you can see, we have this error, overflown pixel. So because the data is longer than the screen, is unable to present that to us. So let's make this scrollable, so whenever the user scroll on this card, it's going to push the entire data up. So to achieve that, we are going to go to the body section where we have the column and introduce a new widget called single child scroll view. So with single child scroll view, is going to support scrolling. Now as you can see, no more error, and if I scroll through, it's going to scroll the data. Sorry. Okay, now it's scrolling. As you can see, we can scroll, and once we get to the last end, we are going to be given a kind of notification that this is the last section. So you can have many data as you want. We can make this 100. It's going to loop through 100. Can you see? Let me try to scroll this. Now we have 100 data. Can you see how much this data is? Very plenty. So you can have any kind of list that is scrollable to your single child scroll view. So let me just pass this to 3 because I cannot be scrolling up and down. Okay, let me take it down. Okay, now because it's a single child scroll view, you can now push any data and make it scrollable. Okay, guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this section. So in the next section, we're going to be introducing the bottom bar so that we can have a bot that says home, search, and also e-commerce. Okay guys, see you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, we're going to be learning how to add bottom navigation bar to our mobile application. So that is basically what we're going to be doing in this video. Then after adding it, we'll learn how to get the keys so that we can switch between pages once the key is being declared. Okay, so to get started, I'm going to move down to the body section. As you can see, this is the body section. So after this body parameter, body object, I'm going to push in a new parameter, that is a new object, that is bottom navigation bar. So bottom navigation bar, then bottom navigation bar is going to return bottom navigation bar widgets. Okay, so here we return bottom navigation bar widgets, bottom navigation bar widgets, bottom navigation bar. Okay, then the items is going to be an array. Okay, then in the array we have the bottom navigation bar item that is going to accept that part. Okay, so at the moment we are having a blue error, so let me pass a const so that we don't have an error. Okay, now this part we already touched this part in our previous section. I don't know if you remember, we already talked about bottom navigation, by a lot of this section has been treated in the previous section. Okay, so now the button navigation bar has been passed. The first action, which is the button navigation bar item, is home, which is what we have here. It's not really visible, but I'm going to make it visible. The label is home. The second one is favorite, so we are not going to make this favorite. This is going to be e-commerce, so let's call this e-commerce, because we're going to be combining e-commerce you're going to be combining e-commerce with the blogs section that we are currently working with. So e-commerce, and the last end we are going to have a cart, so we are going to also be working with cart. Let's save this. Then the icon will be switched to something similar, so cart. Let's look for a cart. Where are you? Cart. Okay, let's call it shopping cart. Shopping cart. Awesome. Save. Now we have what? We have carts. Then for the e-commerce, we're gonna have a shopping bag is great. Yes. Okay, so now for the home, let's call that blog. So this is going to be what should we call this? Document. Let's see. Document is not really good. Okay, let's just leave it as home. Okay, so on active, once there's a new selection, what should we pass? Default color that should be passed. So let's set the default color. So selected item color. So this selected icon color should be red. Let's make it red. So that's the one that is selected, just like what we have here. It is now red. But this one is not really active yet. Okay, so selected item color is red, and we have three pages that is accepting over here. We have the home, we have the e-commerce, and we have the cart. Okay, so we need to now set a new param, which is the current index. So for us to use this current index, we have to we have to declare an integer that's going to be accepting the index. So here we're going to have add page index. So page index is going to be 0 by default. Okay, so this is private, but you can just take that out and you don't have the blue arrow. Okay, so that part is done for page index. Once this variable is declared, the property is declared, then you can move down to the bottom navigation area, then set the current index. So let me just take this down. My formatter is formatting it to current current VS Code format, which is the pretty editor. Okay, so if I save this again, it's being formatted in the well readable format. Now we have the current index as the 0. Don't forget this page index is set to 0 by default. Now if we change this index to 1, this e command that is going to be active. Let's see. Okay, so that should work. Okay. Let's set it to 2. Wow. So it will not process itself directly. The reason why is because we need to rebuild the state. The state has to be rebuilt. So in case you try to just pass 0 or 2 while page index has already been declared, it will not work. For example, now if I pass it as 1 and I reload the entire project, is going to pick e-commerce. Can you see? e-commerce is highlighted. So in the case whereby this is 0, you want to be changing it so that whenever the user click on the e-commerce is going to be active, cart is going to be active. Yeah, so that is where you're going to introduce the set state, because we are currently a stateful widget. So with stateful widget, it will do that for us. So we are going to introduce the set state function. Is a built-in function by Flutter. So that is what we are going to introduce to. Okay, so to do that, we are going to point into ontap method, ontap property. The ontap property is going to return the index for us. Then within the index, we are going to rebuild the UI. So once we rebuild the UI, we pass in the new page index, and the current UI is going to reload itself, then sends the new index into page index, and we are going to switch to the next page. Let's save this and click on e-commerce. Now can you see the page rebuilt itself and is working? Okay, so for us to really see what is happening, let's log this index and see what we have. So here I'm going to log index. So what index are we? Save, that has been saved. Then if I click on this guy again, let's see what we are going to get. E-commerce index 1, carts index 2, home index 0. So this is awesome, this is great. So the next section that we're going to be looking into, we are going to learn how to what should we do from here. You know, we have a title above and we have search and this. So this is a page on its own. So what we're going to do, whenever we click on e-commerce, we are going to be redirected to e-commerce page, like a new page entirely, something similar to what we have here, but in a format of e-commerce. So once we click on e-commerce, we are going to be pushed to e-commerce section. This will not be news anymore. We are going to replicate the exact UI we have here into a shopping format. Okay, so once we click on e-commerce, we take the page takes us to e-commerce page, and over there we're going to have the cart icon. Then at home we can switch to carts, and we are going to be taken to cart page. Once we click on home, we are going to see the news page. So let's just take it one after the other. Okay, so the next section we're going to look into that. Thank you for staying by. See you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back again to this new section. In this section we're going to continue from where we stopped in the previous section. Okay, so first we are going to take out this log. So since we have the log of 0, 1, 2, 3, so what we need to do is just take out this log, and we are going to split the body. This content that we have here, we call it the blog content, and this same page we want to load the e-commerce into it. So for us to achieve this, we need to move this guy to completely from here down to a new class that we're going to be building, a new widget, a new stateful widget entirely. So we are going to be creating a new stateful widget where we're going to move this entire content to. Then after we do that, then we are going to introduce the e-commerce. So whenever a user click on home, the home is going to show, and once they click on e-commerce, is going to show the e-commerce that we are talking about. And if they click on cart, it's going to take them to cart page. Okay, so now let's do that. So to achieve this, we are going to still extend this same file, this home.dat. So in the future we are going to break it so that it is not going to be too long on the same file home.dat. So here we are going to be extending home page for blog class itself. So here create blog stateful widget. So we are going to be creating the stateful widget here. Stateful widget. Okay, so here I'm going to use STS. Yeah, STS. So I believe you already download this. Okay, so the name of the class is going to be blog. 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 Yeah, let's call it blog. Blog page. Yeah, I think blog page is great, just to make it unique. Blog page. So this is done. So what I now need to do now is to return this exact content that I have here. So returning it should be returned using scaffold, so that you can print something within the scaffold area. So it's just best to return it within the scaffold. So may not return bar, but pass the body. So return it within scaffold. So I'm going to go to the body section. I'm going to go to the body section now. This is the body section where we have single child scroll view. So I'm going to highlight it down to this place. So from here to here, Ctrl X, scroll down to where we have the blog page, our new class for extending the blog. Then I'm going to paste in what I cut just now into the body. Okay, so let me close this statement. Now I'm returning scaffold of our data back to our blog page. If I save now, nothing will happen due to the error we just created. So I'm going to go back to the body section again, this same area. Now in this area, I'm going to introduce a new widget called index tag. Yes, a new widget called index tag. So with index tag, we can pass in the page that we are trying to get. So index tags work with 0, 1, like an array in general. Okay, so let me push in the index tags to widgets. So here we're gonna have index tag. So inside index tag we have the children. So the first child is going to be that guy. This guy we just created. This guy we created. Let me go and copy the widget name at the blog page. So here I'm going to have at the blog page. Then close it. Oh, sorry, I'm closing the tag. Okay, now in between the index tag, this guy is now listed as 0, first of the array. Okay, so if I save this guy now, it's going to load by default. Let me reload the entire application. Now it's still working. Can you see we still have the data there? It's still visible. So after that has been done, I'm going to create a new page also. After this at the blog page, this page is going to be the e-commerce. So create page for e-commerce. Okay, so we are going to initialize the stateful widgets, and this is going to be called RD e-commerce. Okay, so we return also a scaffold, so we can pass in bottom so that we can push in a bottom notification by extending the scaffold area. Okay, so for the e-commerce, we have not really designed the e-commerce, so we're going to design that. But by default, let me return a text widget just for us to see that something is happening. Yeah, we call it e-commerce. Okay, we call this e-commerce and close this statement. Ctrl S. This is now working. So if I click on the e-commerce, nothing will happen for now because we have not passed something into it. So I'm going to scroll up to where we have the index stack. They're passing the e-commerce. So the e-commerce will be passed. Save it. Then over here we're going to push in the index. So push the index and point in page index. Pointing page index. So save it, and this will happen. So page index has been pointed. So once I click on e-commerce, e-commerce is going to load. As you can see, e-commerce. If I click on home, home is going to load. If I click on e-commerce, e-commerce is going to load. So this is great. So if I click on carts, nothing in carts for now, so it will break the system. It might not really it will not even work because the system does not really push it. So we are now going to target the third index. We need to target the third index because this third index, we want it to go to a separate page. So we are not rebuilding the UI once it's in third index. So to do that, we are going to check if index is to go to page. So we are going to go to page. So else we are going to rebuild the UI. Okay, so now let me take out this UI rebuild and move it down to this place. So take out this state also, delete. Now that has been deleted. Let me comment the navigator dot push. That's the URL that we can use to communicate within our current page and that page. So I've saved it now. Close. So let me rebuild the entire UI. Okay, so now this loads successfully. So if I click on e-commerce, e-commerce is going to work. Home is going to work, as you can see. Now if I click on carts, it's not crashing like before again. So once I click on carts, instead of rebuilding the content of the page, is going to take us to a new page where we're going to see the list of carts, the list of products that has been added to carts. Then we can click on back icon. Okay, so we are going to be introducing into the new widget called navigator. So navigator will be responsible for moving us within pages, and with its context we can pop down, like we can pop out. Once we click on go back, it's going to automatically return us back to this page. So once we click on this push, a new page is going to push on top of this one. It is not that this one will exist completely. A kind of pushing something over the current area we are. That is it. So we're going to be using material page route to move this content, to move the user from the current page to another page. Okay, please, if you don't understand, just let me know. So I'm going to create the cart page now. So to do that, I'm going to extend this same file by creating cart page. So let's call this cart page. Okay, so stateful widget. So we call this add cart page. So add cart page is going to return. You can return the container, just a demo. So the child is going to be text widget, and text widget is going to return I am cart page. And don't forget, this container has to be in a scaffold so that we can render a better data. So scaffold, then the body of the scaffold is going to be this guy that I just copied. Container I am what cart page. Save that. Now inside this scaffold we need to return the app bar. So app bar is going to be controlled as carts. Then we have the back icon. So by default the back icon is going to be introduced. So let's save this and let's go back to this page. Oh, I need to copy the widget name. So add the cart page, scroll to where we have the navigator.push section, then update it with added what cart page. Click on save, rebuild the entire UI again, Okay, so the UI has been rebuilt. So if I click on e-commerce work. So if I click on carts, carts will be we are going to be taken to the carts page. As you can see, this is the carts page. If I click on back, it's going to take us back to where we are coming from. I hope you can see that. So what you have here also, you can replicate the same for e-commerce. So you can just use that as a tutorial for your own parts. But in this section that we're going to be building, we are going to be working practically on how to do this. Okay, so an assignment for you. Once you click on e-commerce, let e-commerce title be visible here. Let me give you the assignment. So once you click on e-commerce, change the title from news to e-commerce. That's just this, from news to e-commerce, and the cart is practically is the cart. Okay, so guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this video. Thank you, you guys are amazing. You are amazing. Okay, see you in the next section. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, we are going to learn how to switch this title. No, in the last section I talked about it by giving you an assignment to work on it. Okay, so in this section we are going to be learning how to do it. So it is very simple to do. First, you are going to tap into this else statement by making the title dynamic. So anytime there are changes, it's going to be updated. So here we are going to have a string title, app title. Okay, so we have app title. Okay, nullable. So we need to make this nullable. Okay, so this is now working. So once the app title has been passed, so by default we don't have any data. So for us to have this news app on it, we need to just pass a default value. So let me pass a default value of news app. So news app is the default value, then default value is going to be pushed down to this place. So whenever there's an update, that is, I click on the e-commerce, is going to update the state by changing the app title to e-commerce page. So here we are going to do that, update title. So we are going to check if the index is 0, app title will be news app, else we have what, e-commerce. Save. Okay, so now let's do that. Let's see. If I click on e-commerce, it's not e-commerce. If I click on news app, it's not news app. Can you see it is now working real time? This is awesome. So we can also make the layer to change the background layer of the e-commerce parts. So first, to do that, we need to first check the background of the app bar. So background color is white, so we can just make it red. Let's set it to red. So is in red, but we are not seeing any changes. Okay, app bar, yes. Okay, inside app bar, let's push in the background color. So this is app bar here. Let's push in the background color. Okay, so colors.white. So the previous one was in the scaffold, so sorry, that is the body. Nice one. So this one will just be white because this is the body. This background color works with the scaffold section, while this background color works with the app bar section. Okay, so I'm going to check if the index, if page index is 0. Now look at the magic. It's a simple ternary operator. Ternary operator is a single line conditioning statement. So if page index is equals to 0, 0 simply means what? Blog. If it's equals to 0, colors.white. Then else colors.what? Red. Let's give it to red. Save. Now at the moment it is what 0, which is blog, but go to e-commerce is going to be red. Go back to blog is going to be white. So let's also set this text icon to white so that it's going to blend alongside. So let me see if we have general color, surface tint color, foreground color. So let's try the foreground color. Go back into the app bar, so comma, here we have the foreground color. So foreground color, let's see, foreground color, we have an error. Okay, over here, yes, save. Okay, that's work. So the background is for the background and the foreground is for the white. So page index, if it's blog, that is 0. If it is blog, it's going to be black. The foreground, the text color. So, and if it is e-commerce, is going to be white. As you can see, it is changing real time. It is changing real time. So this lets it look effective. It's lets it look like we are clicking something. Here you get. Okay, so guys, thank you so much for watching this section. So in the next section we are going to be starting something new entirely. So in this section we only work on title, dynamic title and dynamic status bar color. So in the next section we are going to be working on landing page, the blog landing page itself. So we need to work on the blog landing page, and yes, one of the blog landing page is designed, then we can move to the comment section. So for the blog landing page, we are going to be using the same header section that we have here. Is what we are going to be using to design the blog landing page. Then we have the content below, and the comments is going to be loaded below the content of the blog. Yes, below the content of the blog. So we are going to be using this format, don't forget, and we are going to have a back icon. Okay guys, see you in the next section. Love you, bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In this section you are going to be learning how to create sub page for the feature part, the feature area, and also the cards area. So first we're going to launch into the feature area. So once we get the feature area, it's going to be replicated to the cards area. So let's focus on fixing one layer, then we'll replicate it to the other. So first I'm going to go to our day blog page. Oh yes, our day blog page. So I'll go into this page now and scroll down to where we have this feature image, which is the header. Can you see? This is the header, blog header. So let's call this blog header. So this is the blog header. So now this blog header starts from this container down to this section of the container. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this container with a clickable widget. It's either you use gesture detector or you use inkwell, but I use inkwell widgets a lot. So I'm going to wrap this widgets with inkwell. We call it inkwell. So with inkwell you can wrap several events, like clickable events, double click, a lot of things. Let me just show you how that is done. First, let me just do the one that really concerns me, which is the on tap. So let me show you the rest. So you can see we have on tap, on double tap, on long press, on tap down, on tap up, on tap cancel, on highlight change, on over. So there are a lot of things you can do. Mouse cursor, focus, color, over color, just several. So you can do anything with inkwell, and it's really amazing. So what I really want to do is once the user clicks on this header, is going to automatically take them to the blog detail page, which we are going to create. So the blog detail page has not been created yet. Okay, so now let's see the login area for the blog header that I just added to this place. So let me close this sidebar so that we can see better. Save. Now if I click on this now, you're gonna see it. Can you see it says what block header, because I passed it to the print section and it work. So what I'm going to do here now, I'm going to redirect the person to the blog detail page once they click on the feature image. That's what I want to do. So let's take out this guy and comment, go to blog detail page. Okay, so now the blog detail is what we're going to create. Don't forget, this is still the same navigation panel we used for the previous section, which is this cart. So we're going to use the same thing. So I'm going to declare the blog detail. So I'll go down to the last end of this file, and here we have what the blog detail. So later in this tutorial, we're going to learn how to split our files into several pages so that we don't chunk everything in a single file. So putting everything in a single file is not really awesome. It's not a good idea, but for beginners level, that's why I'm doing this now. But after this blog detail page, we have to start splitting. It is very important, else our file will be very long. Okay, so I'm going to call this stateful widget. Okay, so stateful widget are the what block are the block detail. So the block detail is going to return scaffold. So I love scaffold because it has more power. So scaffold bar, inside my bar will return bar, then bar type 2. Okay, bar type 2. Let me take out this, it duplicates. So I will close this statement because I'm returning, don't forget. So close statement. Block detail page has been declared, but there's no content yet to the scaffold. So let me just pass the body. So I am block detail, save. Let's see what we have. So as you can see, we now declare this widget had a block detail. So whenever the user click on the feature area, block header, use the feature, which is this picture here, is going to automatically take them to this page at the block detail. Yeah, okay. So once that is done, I save it and click on it. And as you can see, it takes me to the blog detail page, which is awesome. Now this blog detail page is what we're going to design next. So because we can't use this for our blog detail, it is empty. So first, what I'm going to target is the title of the current data that is coming. So don't forget, this title is going to be dynamic in the future. So we are just doing this to wrap up a template. So once the template is set, then the rest is going to be very easy for us to achieve. Okay, so I'm going to pass it here as the title. As you can see, this is the title. Awesome. So the next thing is the body section. So this body section, I'm going to be replicating what we have on the header part. As you can see, what we have here is we have an opacity on the particular image, but in our own case now we're going to add opacity for the entire container and container widget, and the text is going to be centered. Then we had the date and also the author username. Oh yes. So now let's go back to this place now. So over here now, I'm going to be returning a container. So first I'm going to return a container. So this container that we're going to be returning is going to take in the box decoration, just like what we have in the previous section. So the difference is just the opacity that is going to be pushed on the layer. So if you want to do a copy and paste, it is very allowed. So you can just go there, copy and paste. To what you just be pasting is the background. So here we have what background. So this should paste it for me, background from there. Okay, now this has been dropped down for me. So I have the same image that was used over there. So in this section now, I'm going to be accepting the background of the previous background. Don't forget, this background image is going to be dynamic in the future. So if I save this, we have something like this. So I'm going to add the width and the height. So the width is going to be infinity, just like what we have for the header, and the height is going to be 250. Don't forget, this is replicated from the header. Can you see? This is the header here. Oh sorry, let me pick my phone. Okay, so to continue, now as you can see, this is what we are replicating down here, so nothing new. Okay, so let's go back to block detail page. This is the block detail page. So we have the weight 100% to fill the entire screen. Now the height is 250. So if I save this now, we should have something like this, which is great. Okay, so after this has been done, the next thing is adding opacity, which is very, very important. So this opacity is going to help us achieve the text part. So to add this opacity, we are going to add it to the container child. So add it to the child, add another container to the child. So here we are going to have a new container. Okay, so this container is going to take in color, and the color is going to be colors.black, then with opacity of what, 0.6. 0.6 is awesome. So if I save this now, can you see what we achieved? We have a complete opacity of the entire screen. So now this opacity now has set a pace for us. So the next thing that we're going to do now is to push in our text. So the text we're going to push in is the title, the article, Abubakar, blah blah blah. What we have at the navigation section here will be the title. So now let me go here and copy this title. Don't forget, in the future this title will be dynamic. Okay, so now we have the color set, then we have the child, which is text widget. Okay, now save it. Now we have something like this above, so we need to set the font and course. So let's pass the style. Okay, this is great. So the color is white. Now let's pass the font to be 26. So font size 26 and the height 1.2. Okay, then font weight 900. Awesome. Save. Okay, so now we have something great on our screen. So what I'm going to pass next again is the text align. So text align, which is center. Save. Awesome. Now it is not center for the text align. So let's say the text is overflow. So overflow is going to take in the ellipse. Okay, just like what we have earlier, but we have to set maximum line, which is very important. So the maximum line is going to be 3. Maximum line 3. Then we can have what the ellipses if the maximum line is over the text. If the text is over the maximum line, sorry about that. Okay, so what I'm going to do next now, we need this text to be at the center, which is very, very important. So what we are going to be doing next now is adding a column, because we need to add the date this content was created, and also we need to add the author. Those two parts is also very important. So first, what I'm going to do is to push in this guy as a column. So this text is going to push as a column. So click on it, wrap with a column. Now the column has been wrapped. So over here I'm going to pass the constants. There's no event handler. Then within this place I'm going to set it to the center, and also the cross axis. So cross axis alignment to the center. Okay, so save. Good. Now we have it at the center, which is great. Okay, so now this container, let's set the padding to be 15, just for us to have a smooth data. Okay, padding 15, which is great. Then the next thing I'm going to now add, now after this text, the next thing I'm going to add is a size box, a kind of height between the text and the date. So we're going to add size box. So the size box is going to take in height of 10. Yeah, 10 is great. 10 is great. Save. Okay, awesome. Then the next thing I'm going to add now is dates. So this date is going to take in icon and a text. Remember, icon and the text. So we are passing in two things into the date section. So okay, so now we are going to add the date and the icon. So to achieve that, we're going to be using the row, as I've said. So over here we pass in the row, which is going to take in the dates and the icon. So over here, let's do that. Okay, my phone again. Okay guys, let's continue. So this is the row that we're going to pass this thing into. Then over here we push in the icon and also the date that we need to pass. So let me push that, and we take out this one, go to the top, take out the constant because the constant is going to be affecting this. Then over here we need to pass the constant here because we don't have any event that we trigger. So if there's an event, we need to take out the constant. So save it. Now as you can see, the date is now visible, which is very great. So let me also pass the cross axis alignment to be center. Okay, this is great. Now here we have the icon declared, so we need to add another segment of same functionality just like what we have here. Okay, so now to achieve that, I will need to declare another row. Now look at the way we do this, very simple. So we need to do something similar again, and in this case we are going to have it as the author. So this one is the date, so is the date. Then the next one we're going to do, which is another rule entirely, so it will be rule again, rule inside row. Then this rule is going to take in author data. Yes, author data. So something similar to what we have there. Can you see is the row? So we have the icon user and the title for the author. So if I save this now, we have this declared. Okay, so above the first row section, we are going to push in the main axis and the cross axis alignment because it's not the one carrying the entire power. Awesome. Now we have the two data declared, which is great. So we have the date and we have the author data, the author name, the person that actually created the course, they actually created the post. Okay, so now this is awesome. So now we have successfully pushed the header section for the blog detail. Okay, so in the next section we are going to be learning how to split this blog detail page so that we have something cool on our screen. We don't have a lot of files, so all these files is going to be optimized. We need to pass each files to their specific files and pages so that we don't jam it together on a single home page data. Okay, so guys, stay tuned and let's push on with what we are doing. So in the next one we are going to complete the rest of the section. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section you are going to be learning how to split the current page we have into several files so that we don't have a long list of code to edit. So I'm going to reduce this font size now so that you can see my screen very well. So this is great. Let me close the terminal. So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to start from the bottom so that we have a clean view of our screen. So once I start from the bottom, over here I'm going to create a new folder in the library area. So I'll create a new folder. So this folder is going to be called pages. Okay, now inside this pages folder I'm going to have a new file called blog, or let's call it single blog dot dat. So single blog dot dat. So in single blog dot dat file I'm going to highlight what I have here, the blog detail page. So I'm going to highlight it and move it down to single blog file, single blog dot dat. So paste it here and import the required data. So what I'm going to be importing here that is very, very important is the material dot dat. So import material dot dat, and most of everything is going to be fixed. So the reason why we have some that is not really working is because it's due to construction area. So let me just show you something like this. Once you have const, it's not going to have an issue. So the same applies to this, prefer with const. So if I push in const, it's not going to cause any error. Sorry, it's not accepting from here. So let me push it from here. Can you see what I'm talking about? So most especially this blue is constant, So once you push in const, it's not going to affect anything. So don't see it as an error, just relax and move on. So this has been passed into serial 5. Then the next file we are going to create is, let's see, add a cart page. So cart page 5. So let's highlight everything, Ctrl X. So over here, open a new file section and call this cart.dat, paste it inside and bring in material widget. So let's import material. Then we have material widget imported. Then the next one we're going to do is the e-commerce page itself. So highlight everything you have here, highlight, Ctrl X, then go to this page also. Now type shop.dat, paste it inside, then import material widget, save it, and this is done. Go back to this place and let's copy the block stateful area. So this is the block stateful area, which is the page that we used to load the home page. So let's highlight it down to this place, Ctrl X, go to this place and let's open a new page and call this home data. So let's call this home data. Home data is a new folder, home data. So home data is going to accept newscard.dat. So we know this one is newscard.dat. Then after newscard.dat has been pushed, then we need to import material. Material has been imported. Then add a blog detail is going to be imported. So just import it this way and that is going to help you. Import this also. This has been imported. Now everything is now working. So you can fix this by passing const over here, so you don't have that kind of error. Pass const. Now as you can see, the const is passed and there is not any issue. After you are done with that, save it. Okay, yeah, this is great. So save it and let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now if I go back to the home page, now we have an error. Now this is the main file, this is the main class for a new class for the blog list. Wow, so we even have a listing page. That okay, this is the get card section. So where this place is the blog detail. How about this one? Add a blog detail. Okay, how about this? What do we have here? Create blog stateful. Then the blog list. News card list. So let's call this news card list. Sorry, I did not copy down. So go back to home page. And highlight everything. We need to copy this guy too. Imagine the file is already much. So highlight it from here down to this section. Okay, Ctrl X, go to news card list, paste it here, then import material widget, material.dat. So this has been imported. So over here you can pass in your const just to be on the safer side. So it's not really necessary, but you can just pass it to be on a safer side. So you can pass it. So this is not accepting except the text style that is accepting that. So you can just pass it manually, but it's not really necessary. Okay, so tap gesture recognizer is not accepting my constant. So let me take this out. We still have an error. So quick fix, we need to bring in gesture detector. So it is not because of the text area that is causing that. It's because we did not import the tap gesture recognizer namespace. So that has been imported. Okay, so now this file has been split successfully. So now let's now go to the blog detail and take out the one we imported in the first time and import this block list again. So let's import it again. Import news card. Okay, so save. This has been imported. So go back to the home page and let's now re-import this data. Okay, import it, then import this, import this also. Okay, so now we have everything. We have everything that we need on this page now. So this is great. This is great. So now let's save this again. Let's see who's going to work on implemented handling of missing static data. Okay, static target. So to do this now, we need to just we need to reload what we have. So without reload, it might not work. Okay, so I reload the entire page and it seems it's working. Now we have our files in a separate folder and not in a chunk folder that it is before. Though okay, now this data is now well placed. So we have a good location to track these files and track this data. Okay, so now let me click on the block title. Now it's working. That is the feature. So now this feature is what we're going to be completing in the next section. We're going to add more data to this so that it's going to be more great for you to push in your content. Awesome. Okay, guys, see you in the next section. Thank you for taking your time to watch this video. I know it's not easy, guys. It's not easy. So thank you for taking your time. Just keep watching. You will definitely achieve something great with this. Okay, love you. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, we are going to be moving forward from where we stopped. So the last time we stopped at the detail page for our news application. So let's go to the detailed page. So we are going to move down to single block.dat, which is this section. So if I add something here, you're going to see the changes. Okay, so save this. Then the next thing we are going to add here, after we are done adding the featured image and core. So let's track our column. So here we have the container takes in, and the container takes in the header section. So this is the header section that has been passed. So what we need to pass now is the share button. So to put in the share button, this container has to be wrapped into a column. Very important, so that we can pass in the share button. Now this has been added to a column. Then we are going to create a new container. A new container will be added. So here we call it share icon and comment. So share icon and comment is what we're going to have here. So the share icon is going to be in a container. Now as you can see, something similar to what we have previously. So this is the container with a padding of 15. Then we have a new row inside the container so that we can have an horizontal data in between. Okay, so the alignment of the axis is between, and the cross axis is center. So for the inner child, we have center. So this is the share, and the color is set. Then also we have the share text. So we are combining an icon and the text together, just like the way we do it in the previous section. So this blue is just the const that needs to be added. So I pass that, is still not picking. So let's see what is causing the error. Prefer constantly trans parameter const on immutable classes. Okay, let's see if passing from the parent section will help. Okay, so that's really work. That really works since we don't have an event. Okay, awesome. So if I save it now, you see the share icon and also the comment section. So in this comment, we are going to pass in how many comments that has been pushed. Is it 1 or 2 or 3? So let's call this 2 comments. Okay, so the comment is added. Now this is done after the container. So what we're going to push now next is the divider. So let's pass in the divider. So this divider is going to be something like this. So you can either use container with infinity width, height of 1, color of gray, or you pass divider directly. So we have a divider itself. So there's a divider that you can use. So this is a divider. So this divider is awesome. So it's similar to the container, but this is just the best to use. Yeah, so our divider widget is passed. Now we have the divider added to our share icon below. So if you just push this to 2, the height to 2, that should be visible 5. Okay, so let's push it to 1 and turn this to no opacity. Take out the opacity, we don't need an opacity. Okay, let's put it black. Save. Okay, black is awesome. How about gray? Just gray. Save. Okay, gray is great. So let's push in a const. Save. Now this is awesome. Okay, so now this has been passed the share icon and the comment section. Okay, so the next thing we're going to work on is the content. So here I'm going to push in the content. Okay, so here we accept the content in a container. So let's see what we are going to generate. But if that is not coming in, okay, it came in. Awesome. So here we have the content. So this content is not formatting as I really want it to be. So I'll just accept the very first one, then take out this column. I don't need this column. So before I take out the column, I will delete this section first. So let me take it down to this place. Delete. Okay, take out this column. I don't really need this column, so let me just highlight what I need from here. So I love this part. I don't want this part down to this place. Then paste in the content. This is the text content. Then close the container. Okay, container has been closed. Save. Now we have this. So the font size is going to be 14. Save. And font weight is going to be normal. We don't need to make this bold. Save. Okay, so we are getting there. Then this guy is not going to be center. Doesn't make sense. And overflow, we are not overflowing anything. For the maximum line, we are not really passing maximum line, which is infinity. Okay, so let me push this to be const so that we don't have an error. Okay, so now here I'm going to pass in some content, random content. So the random content is just going to be generated here. So let's see the content. Awesome. So this is great. Then we are going to highlight everything. Ctrl C, then add a new line, backward N, that's new line, backward N, another 2 new lines. Save. Now we have what? We have 3 paragraph generated. So we have the first one, then we separate it with 2 line over here. Okay, so now we have 3 paragraph. Now this paragraph is going to be coming from the REST API, but for now this is just a template. Don't forget, this is a template. Okay, now this has been generated as our content, which is awesome. So the next thing we are going to now work on now is the recent comments, because our backend programming course supported comments comments submission. Yes, it accepts comment submission, and we need to also push in comments into this blog post so that we can send back comments to the server. Okay, so now let's now address this by introducing the comment section. So here we are going to call this recent comment. Okay, so the recent comment is going to be pushed down so that we can have a nice layout. So let's see. So this is pushed. So we have the container, we have the decoration similar to what we have earlier. So we have the column, we have the row. Okay, so now I'm going to be accepting it down to the end of this column. So let me see the row. This is the row, which is for the user profile, and the size box is for the height, and here we have the content of the text. Okay, so let me accept the rest. Font weight normal. Okay, so this is pushed. Then the next thing is to close this content. So here we have this data. Let me close this. Then over here I'm going to close the column, I guess. So let's see, what did I close here? I close the column. Now we are left with the container. So let me close with the container. The container has been closed. Now let me now confirm what I just closed, because we have column, and we have row. So this row end here, this guy end here, and this guy end here. So this array end here, and this column end here, and this guy end here. Okay, so who else? We need this guy. So another array and a column, another array and a column, another array and a column. Okay, so what we need to pass now is the container itself. Okay, so we pass down the container itself. Awesome. Okay, so what we have here is very simple. So we generated a new container, passing the padding, decoration with opacity. Okay, so decoration with opacity, that is what we have here, and the column is pushed to accept the picture of the user. Now inside this column we have a vertical data, then we have a row which supports the horizontal data. Now this horizontal data is going to accept the picture, and within the horizontal data we push in the text of the name of the author. So under the name of the author we have a column. This column accepts vertical. So under the name of the author we push in the date of the content, the date of which the comment is placed. Yes, the date of which the comment is placed, and the row ends here, which is for the horizontal section. Now the next one is the column, which is for the vertical. So the vertical gives it a space between the content itself, between the text that is provided by the user and the user name and the picture. So over here we have the text, and this is the text that is dropped by the user. So this text that we are going to be looping through on the comment page, but for a preview we are going to only be showing a single comment. Okay, so if I save this now, we are going to have a crash. As you can see, there is a crash on our page. So to fix that, we are going to introduce single child scroll view on the body section so that we can push down the entire data up once we are scrolling. So wrap it with a widget called single child scroll view. Save it, and this is resolved. Scroll up, we have this data. Okay, now this data is being passed, which is great. So let me give it a space between the comments so that it's not too junked. Okay, let me just take out that guy, we don't really need. Okay, now this is passed. Now we have recent what comments. So let's add a new button here that says create new comments. So to do that, so let me pass the const here so that we don't have an error. We don't need to pass this guy anymore. Save it and go to where we have recent comments. Don't forget, this is a column. This is a column of vertical data. Okay, now inside this column that we have this recent comment, we need to now introduce a new row to accept this text. So to do that, I will take out this, then wrap this guy into a row. Yes, a row. Now inside this row, I'm going to point in const within the what, the index area, the array. Now inside this row, I'm going to introduce the new data of icon and text. So icon and text is going to be inside another row. So icon and text is going to be inside another row. So I'm going to initialize another row. Let me just pass icon icon to view or comment, icon to add comment, icon to add comment. So spacer is going to be initialized. Then here we are going to have a row. Okay, we already have a row. Awesome, but we need to add several. So row is going to be initialized. Then we have the icon and the text, so we should have that. So if that is not generating, let's push in the children. Okay, it's actually passed, but we are given a wrong data. So because of the wrong data, I'm going to push this manually. Then inside the children, I'm going to pass in icon, and as you can see, we have the appropriate icon data. Okay, so icon starts here and end here. So take out this guy. This is pushed out. We have the icon and we have the text. Add what? Add comment. So add what? Comment icon. This is great. So I'm going to take out this const because there's an error for this row. So this can now pass the const. This cannot pass the const, and we should be fine. Okay, so this is great. Pass the const individually. Okay, so now this spacer is basically going to add a space within the empty section. Let me show you what this guy do. If I comment this guy now, it's going to join together. So with spacer, is going to enable space within the row available space, but you can actually still achieve this with the main axis alignment, which is the space between. So space between can also do that, but I just love to use the spacer. As you can see, space between solve the problem, but using spacer too is not bad. So anyone that is really suitable for you, I can comment this and use the same guy. It's still the same thing. Okay, so guys, we have really gone far. This is awesome. Okay, please guys, do review this course and let me know how you feel about it. And if you have any error or you really want to ask any question, please comment below and let me know your thoughts. It has been a very long day for me. Oh, okay, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this course. I really appreciate your time with it. Okay guys, see you in the next one. Love you. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this next section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to build APIs with PHP. So with this API, we are going to be connecting it to our Flutter project. So for you that already have this course, you can go straight down to the last section of admin, manage other page, download the source code. And for you that does not have this course, it is really important for you to purchase this course so that you can have the basic knowledge on how PHP work and how to submit to database, get from database, submit comments to database. Okay, without further ado, we are going to be downloading the source code now, then extend this project to create the REST API that we are going to be using for the blog section on our Flutter project. Okay, so without further ado, we move down to the PHP area. Okay, let me go to my Finder now because I already downloaded the file. Now here I have the PHP beginner main file. Now I'm going to copy this folder, move it down to my htdocs. Okay, now paste it into this place. So I'm going to rename this to PHP beginner, which is what I'm going to be using now. PHP beginner is already taken. Oh, we already have PHP beginner. This is awesome. So I already have the folder on my system, so I don't really need to use that. So let me just take out this now, since the folder is already on my htdoc area, which is the www directory of my server. So currently, guys, I'm not using WAMP server again. No, I'm not using WAMP. I'm not using XAMPP server. So what I'm using now is map. Let me go to Google so that you see what I'm using. I'm using map server. So map server is what I'm using now. So in case you are running on M1, map server is just the best because WAMP is not working for MacBook. XAMPP is working, but XAMPP is not as stable as map. So with this map, it will help you scale higher with your local host development with PHP. It's really awesome with map. It's very fast and it's very easy to patch into your different framework that you're working with. Okay, so with the same map, it supports everything that WAP XAMPP files supported. So it's still the same server requirement. So in this kind of map server I'm using now, the interface is totally different. So this is the interface here. So with this interface, to start this server, once I click on start, it will start. Once I click on stop, it will stop. And they have a pro. In fact, the pro supports a high definition server system, like a normal server installation system. You can do anything. You can do op cache. There are a lot of things that you can pass into this thing. Look at it, PHP cache, there's apc cache, op cache, and if you even have the pro version, is going to give you more ability to do a lot of things. But for me, I'm not really using a cache because I'm on local, so I don't want anything to be cached. So this is what I'm using, and there's a dedicated port for my SQL and the server I'm currently using. I'm currently working on Apache server. Okay, Apache port rather 888. Okay, so this is the server I'm currently running on. So without further ado, let's go back to what we are doing. So again, this is the server that I'm using, map server. I'm no more using WAMP server and I'm not using XAMPP. Please and please. Okay, so now let's continue. So I'm going to minimize this now. Then let's overtake what we have on this page. So I'm going to go to localhost PHP beginner. So since I already have it, PHP underscore beginner. So for those who don't know how this works, please and please take the basic course of the backend on akskill.com, which is very, very important for you to understand how this really works. Okay, so by default we already have the blog post created and we have the full blog contents, and which is amazing. So let me try to add a new blog post that has a longer content, or edit particular one. So I'm going to go to login. Oh, I don't know my admin login again. No. So let me log in as admin at admin.com. I think the password is admin login. Oh, it's not working. So I will need to just override this by going to the database. So I'll go to the database, look for PHP beginner, go to user, and this is the role admin. So this admin, I'm going to copy the email that I have here. Email has been copied. Then go back to this place, paste it into this place, then override this password. So I'm going to edit this password. Now once I edit the password, I'm going to type the new password that I wanted, which is admin, then change the encryption to MD5 because we are working based on MD5 encryption. Okay, so once that has been passed, I'm going to click on go. So now this has been updated to admin, so this should work now. Admin as the password, click on login. Now I'm in. Awesome. So now I have successfully logged into the admin dashboard using the authentication of using the overriding authentication from the database. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do now is to create a new post or edit the existing one. So let me just add a new post. The add icon, this new product, add new post. Okay, let me choose the post picture. So let me look for a picture to use. Okay, let me use this picture. Yes, this is my one YouTube picture that I'm going to be using. So this title is going to be, since it's a blog, let's go to Linda Ikeji. I love going to Linda Ikeji's blog. Imagine free advertisement. So let me use this. Let me use this title. Sorry, let me use the title. That's adverts. So let me use the title. So I'll paste this title here. Status is active. Category is, let's use the well category, and the content is going to be, okay, this is the picture. Let me download this exact picture. Let's download the exact picture to the desktop. So I'm going to upload that exact picture. So let me select this picture again, go to desktop and save this as the picture. So go to the content area, click on the full post so that we can see the content area. So now this is the full content area. So I'm going to highlight everything that I have here. Control C, then go back to this place, Control V. So now I paste everything that I copied from there, then try to adjust some little things. Yeah, adjust. Okay, this has been adjusted, which is awesome. So I'm going to click on publish now. Now we have what? Post publish. Let's go to the post. Now this is the last post that we added just now. So I'm going to go to the home page to check it out. Now as you can see, we have the title, we have the date this post is published. So if I click on read now, we have an error due to the title. There's a prefix that is not supposed to be passed down to the title, which is this percentage. So now this percentage is what I'm going to sanitize. So I will fix that now. So let's dive to the code so that we can fix it. Okay, so guys, if you don't know how we get to this level, please go to aqskill.com to get started with the backend course from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to go to the finder again, go to the htdoc. Okay, so I'm going to drag this to my VS Code. So I'm going to open my VS Code, then drag this folder to VS Code. Okay, so now this has been dragged here. So we are going to try to locate the body section, because it is the body that is controlling this section that we have on this blog post. So now let's locate where we have read. So for you to quickly see that, just click on search and type read. So now as you can see, we only have one result for us. So this is read. Now over here we are trying to remove percentage from the URL so that we don't have percentage. So what we're going to do in this case is the percentage is going to be removed completely, and not, is it that we remove it completely or we append it with iPhone. So we can just replace it with iPhone or take it out completely. So let me just show you the two parts. So if you want to replace it with iPhone, you introduce an array in this current section. So let me just zoom my screen so that you see that. Let me take out that sidebar. So I will introduce an array. So in this array, I'm going to be passing the first one and the second one. As you can see, let me take this down too so that you see that. So as you can see now, I'm taking out the comment, I'm taking out the space and replacing this space with iPhone. So I can now introduce the percentage. So this is the percentage. So once I introduce the percentage is also going to be changed to iPhone. So if I refresh this page now and I click on this read, it's going to what? It's going to work, but in that place of percentage we are going to have iPhone. So this is actually great since the URL is working as expected. But in case you want to remove the percentage completely and you don't want it to takes in the space of iPhone, So it's very simple. What I'm just going to do is to sanitize the entire stuff directly instead of passing it from here. So I'm going to take out the array. I will take out the array. So what I will just do is embed it directly to the title section. So in this title area, I'm going to use string replace. So what are we replacing? Replacing the percentage replacing the percentage with empty space, with nothing, just nothing. It's still the same thing. So once we replace that, then you will not do the other checking that we're not checking there. So if I save this now, which is actually great, so we don't have additional iPhone. So as you can see, there's no additional iPhone, and this is awesome. So you can also decide to change the entire letters to be small letters. So let's do that also. So over here we're going to highlight it again. So once you highlight it, just use string to lower. So strtolower. So string to lower. So by using string to lower, it's going to lower the entire letters that we have. So it will be in lowercase. So if I go back to the home page, reload and click on this, is going to, as you can see, it is now in lowercase. So this makes it more pretty to read. So if I click any post, it's going to be in lowercase. So no more uppercase or capitalized formats. Okay, so that is done for that part. So what we need to do now is to build API. Awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing now is creating a new file. I'm going to be creating a new file. So this file is going to be called API. So let me should we make it a folder, or what do we do? Okay, let's make it a folder, a new folder on the landing page. So a new folder called API. So this folder API is going to accept the very first one as blog API. So here we're going to have blog API .php. So our API is going to be open to anybody for now. Till when we are done with the API, you can now start learning how to secure the API. But for now, the API is going to be open to everybody. It's going to be open to everybody. So once this API has been declared over here, then the next thing we need to do now is to tap into this data. So we need to get all these posts. As you can see, all these posts that we have here, the title, the picture, in fact the date is added. So we need to get everything and convert it to a JSON object. So to do that, I'm going to go to the body again. As you can see, this is what we are using. So I'm going to use this same functionality to get the data from database and pass in the URL in a readable format. So what we have here is actually readable. The top name, as you can see, it is readable. So now let me just copy what I have here. So I'm going to highlight everything we have here down to where I have the while loop. Okay, so control C this guy, and go to the blog API page. So on this page, I'm going to check if the action that is coming is actually looking for a list of posts or not. So there will be a conditioning query that we're going to be writing here. So to do that, I'm going to have PHP, then paste this guy. Okay, good, is pasting. So let's now do the conditioning query. So check. So I'm going to check if action that is coming, if action is get post. So this is very important. So if action is get post, that's plural. So if we set action and the action is what is get post, so we are going to what get all the posts and return it. So over here now, this is a simple demo, but we don't want this. I'm going to delete everything from here down to this plate because we are not working with that. But we are going to use exist. Exist is to terminate the current processing of the script. Okay, so I'm going to paste in what I copied then into this place. Then I'm going to close this statement here. And above this place, I'm going to have the post array. Then here I'm going to append the result I'm getting from the while loop into the post array. Okay, so this is awesome. Then eventually we are going to send the JSON encode. So send the JSON encode. So that's JSON response. So save this guy, and this will generate the JSON object that we can use as an API in our Flutter application. Okay, so now this section is done. If I save it now and I try to run it, it will not work. It will definitely not work. Let me show you. Okay, now let me change the path. As you can see, the path is currently on the root directory. So /API /blog api.php /blog api.php, and the action is equals to get post. So get underscore post. Enter. Now as you can see, it says undefined variable connection because we are not pointing the connection variable into this file. That's why it's not working. I know it will not work, but the code we write into this place is extremely correct. Okay, so the next thing we're going to introduce is the action. We need to now push in the action.php. So inside this action, we are going to bring in our connection.php file into our action file. Now don't forget it's in outside folder, so we need to now point into outside folder to bring in the connection file. So to do that, we're going to have this as require. Don't use require once. Require once might not push in the connection into another file, so please use require, just single require. So require the root directory. So this is out of the folder, that is out of this API folder. Once you have // you've moved out of this folder completely, this API folder. Then the next folder I'm going to loop into is the inc. Now this is the inc, inc, then / connection.php, which is amazing. Now I have successfully tapped into the connection file. Then the next thing I'm going to require here is the blog API. So here I'm going to require once. So you cannot require once because this guy is just needed once in this action.php. That is this blog API file itself. Okay, so require once blog api.php. So just bring this guy once and not multiple times. Okay, now the blog API has been added and this guy will work now, but it will not work directly on blog API page because if I still refresh, it still gives the same error. Now in this case, now we are not going to be pointing to action.php. So now let me not change this to action.php because it is that action that takes in the connection. Now as you can see, it work. It loop the post that we currently requested for. This is the last one I added the other time. As you can see, is working, is showing. This is the 10% that we reformatted the other time. Okay, so what I want to do now is, this is great with a great URL, but this URL is not perfect yet for my own liking. So I will just want us to improve this URL so that whenever the user enter /API, then once they enter /API, the next thing they need to pass it is this action. So just /API /get post. So once they push in get post, is going to automatically get this data. So you don't need to now start passing action.php where, so it will be a clean API URL. A clean API URL that we're going to be building. So what we need to do now is to go back to the code and let's do that clean API URL. So we don't use this kind of URL, else we're going to be using a clean one. Okay, so to achieve that, I'm going to be going to the htaccess file. So it is htaccess that can help us rewrite that. So to rewrite this rule, what we're going to do now is to pass in the same format that we have been using so far, the same stored product format. So in this case, I'm going to change this to API. So API is going to accept just letters and numbers only. Letters and numbers. So let's just take out the single digits, the integer. So take out integer, but we are going to be accepting 0 to 9, A to Z, small letter E to Z, and capital letter A to Z. Okay, so we are going to be assigning this kind of data. It is possible for us to send it in the future. So now /API, then the file that we are going to be targeting is inside API folder. So target API folder, API slash action.php. Change this to action.php. Now look at the parameter, which is what action. We are using what action equals to get post. So where action is get post. So now that action, now we need to pass it here. So action, where action is equals to what get post. So take out this title, we don't need it. So it's just a single parameter we are accepting, single index. So now the action will be passed into this place, and we are going to accept it on the file page on itself. Okay, so after sending it and we accept that, we are going to load this data. So don't forget, this is called case sensitive, and this L is going to stop the execution. Once this rule is written, is going to stop the execution. So that's what this L and SC means, case insensitive. Okay, so I will save this now. Control S, Control S, Control S. Let's see this test. Let's see how this is going to work. So once I save it, I will open a new page. Let me just Control C, open a new page, paste it, and let's test it out. So I'm going to copy only this guy and take out this one, delete it. We have a clean URL for our API. Paste, send. Is it working? Woo! It says what? The URL request is not found on this server. Woo! The reason why it's not working is because we did not redesign for we did not redesign for / without / because what we are doing now is requesting without /. But if I put / now, you're gonna see it's gonna work. Can you see it work? It work when I put /. But if I take out / it's not going to work because we did not define it. So now let's now write a rule to accept it. Just clone what you have here and take out this /, save it and send it again, and again it's going to work. So it's going to work with this and also with this one. This is awesome. This is awesome. Okay, so now we have successfully built our first API. Oh yes, our first API. But our thumbnail is not coming out good, so we need to just fix this thumbnail. This thumbnail is not coming out good, but in the next section we are going to be doing that. Okay guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this video. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In the previous section we stopped at creating our API. So in this section now we are going to continue from where we stopped. So we stopped at get post using the htaccess. So what we are going to do now is to make this thing clean so that it is going to look great on our mobile application. So first I'm going to target the category ID. Since we don't need status, we can omit the status. So status is going to be removed, and category 9 is going to be a real category that will be visual to the screen, and this thumbnail we need to fix it. So first let's target the category ID, then we can move on to the next one. So I'm going to go to the blog API, blog API.php. So over here I'm going to rewrite this entire results that's coming. So create a new API, create a new array. Now inside this array, close your statement. Now within this array, we're going to introduce a key. This key is going to be called title. So this title is going to return the title coming from the results. Don't forget it is what title. Okay, so the next one we're going to have is the description. So the description or the content, content is great. So since it's a blog, let's accept it as a content. Now we have the content. Now the next thing we need to pass in is the date. So here we have the dates, and the date is going to accept the result date. So the result date that we have here is actually timestamp, so it's not dates, my bad. Okay, so we have a timestamp. Okay, so after timestamp have been passed, we need the category. So here we are going to push in category. The category is going to accept the category ID. Awesome. So the thumbnail is going to be an image. So let's rewrite this to be image. Let's rewrite this to be image. So we're going to have image, and here we have the thumbnail, not image. So thumbnail is what we're getting. So if I save this and reload this page, we should have something new: title, content, date, category, and what image. So now let's rewrite this date to look more great. So now this date is going to be converted. So we are going to rewrite the date. So this date is going to be date. Then inside this date we are going to use capital letter F. So F J then comma Y. So it's going to be month. It's going to be day, month, year. Then we convert this to a string to time and push in the timestamp. Save it, reload. So we have September 25 2022, which is great. Then the next thing we are going to work with is this image. So this image is returning the upload part and not the entire URL. So we are going to be appending the main URL down to this upload part. So by default we have a base URL connected to this project. So let me look out for the header. Let's go to the header. So pages. Now this is the header. On the header, no, this is not the header. Let's look for the header. Okay, this is the header.php. As you can see, we have base. So now this base URL is what we're going to be passing down to that place. So I will copy this. So if you have base URL, copy that and pass it into this place. So once you copy that, go to the action.php and paste it as a source. So just do a definition of a constant. So I'm going to be defining a base that I'm going to be using in all the URL. So base URL is going to be what? It's going to be this, what I copied the other time. And as you can see, it is what? It is the same thing. So once I save that, I will copy this constant, go to the block API and push it into this section as base URL, concatenating the top into it. If I save it now and reload this, it should give me something good. And if I click on this image, is going to show what? The picture. This is awesome. Okay, so now we have rewrite our date and the image is also clickable. So the next thing we need to work on is the category. So this category is returning an ID. So instead of returning an ID, we are going to be returning the category title itself. So to do that, we are going to requery inside this place, or we do join to our get post content. So if you do join might take a little time of our query. That is, once you send the request, it might try to take more milliseconds to get the category. But since our category is not really much, we can use join, but we advise to use the method format. So let's use the method format so that it's not going to delay the request. So the method format is going to look like this, very simple. Let's do the method format on the action end. So action end is going to take the method format. So here we are going to have get category name. So get category name is going to be function get category name, get category name. Okay, so here, sorry, then this parameter is going to accept the category ID. So here we have the category ID. Okay, so over here now we are going to import our connection. So to import the connection, we are going to be using global, because this connection is defined in a separate file, which is what connection. So on getting to the action end, once we have a new scope that is defined inside this method, we cannot just point into connection and be writing like that. It will not work. So the best is to use global. So global is going to import our connection from a different or outside of the method. So anything defined outside the method can be imported into the method using global. So once you introduce global, it's going to automatically bring in the connection into this place. And also we also need to set the connection to be global for the global to be effective. What I mean by effective is, once you just set it as global, once you bring it as global, it might not work directly. So what you need to do now is to set this connection variable as a global data on the connection area. So I'm going to copy this connection and go to my connection area and set it to global. So set global. So we're going to set it to global variable. Sorry, we're going to set it to global variable. So here we're going to have variable globals, then the name of the connection, then pass in the variable. Awesome. So once you do something like this, it's going to be assets globally anywhere you have this connection file imported, like anywhere you pass the namespace of this current file location. So it's going to see this connection as global. So now this has been pointed as global because we cannot be accessing connection directly from a different scope, that is a different method. Inside the method we can't point directly to it except we use a reference, but we are not using a reference in this case. We are using global. So I will save this now and go back to blog API. Go back to action.php, and here we have the global declared, so it is working fine now. So here I'm going to point to the category table. So select all from category, where, so instead of selecting everything, why don't you just select the name? So I can just decide to use or select name from category, where id is equals to what, category id. Okay, so now I'm going to push in the query, then get the results. So the next thing we're going to do now is to copy this method, go to blog API and pass it down to the category section. Since we are receiving an ID directly from display, as you can see we have ID of 9, so pass it down to displays and push in the bracket, save it. Let's see that again. Okay, so now save it and reload this page. Oh, sorry, we are passing the wrong name, a wrong table to our category. So let's save it again and let's refresh. Now as you can see, it's working. So the category is category, not plural. Can you see it is category? Awesome. So if I go back to this API, reload, as you can see is working. We have the date, we have the category, and we have the image. So everything is completed. What we are now going to add now is a custom version of the admin. So in case you have an admin on your in case you have a user on your model, you can pass it, but in this case I'm going to be adding a custom author to this thing. So author is going to be admin. So for now, author will be admin and not a dynamic admin. So you can add that yourself dynamically. So for me, I'm passing it as hard coded. Okay, so if I reload this page now, we have the author as admin. So this is awesome. So we have everything that we need on our Flutter projects. Okay guys, so thank you so much for taking your time to watch this current section. So in the next section, we are going to be moving into Flutter course to test this API and see how this works. Okay guys, bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, we're going to be continuing from where we stopped in the previous section. So in this section, I'm going to be running my Flutter project. So my Flutter project is going to load the API that we created the other time. So let me launch this from my Android. So to do that, I'm going to be sending this request from the landing page home.dat. Don't forget, we are still currently working on home.dat. So I'm going to run to home.dat and run this request. So if I click on run, that will run the request for the current project we are building. So in the next section, we are going to be linking this add the entry widgets down to the main, so that we don't have to be coming here to be running it in a single file. So once we run it directly from run, it's going to pick the main directory and it's going to launch it. But for today, we are going to use this run to process this request. So my project is currently running and this has been loaded. So we loaded this data successfully, which is awesome. So what I'm going to do next now is take out the terminal and we are going to go to the source of the get blog, this header section, because this header section is picking the first index to load, is loading the first index, and also the rest of the index is loaded into this card section. Okay, so now let's go to this feature area to load the first index. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down to where we have the data. So here we have the added blog page. Enter added blog page, and yeah, no. So let me show you how I do that. So if you so that it won't look confused to you. If you want to enter and if you want to enter another file using your VS Code extension, is very possible. Just click on Control and Control click, and it's going to automatically pops up this new page. Then double click on the page that pops up. You enter the page. Very simple. Okay, so now we are in this page, and this is the header. So let me close this sidebar. This is the header. I'm very sure, as you can see, this is the blog header. So in this header section, we are going to load the first index of our content, our blog content. So this first index is going to load into that part so that we can showcase what we have. So to achieve this, we are going to be using Dio. We're going to be using Dio to get the data from our server side into the Flutter end. So to do that, we are going to be introducing into Flutter package. So we are going to scroll down to where we have pub spec.yam. So under this pub spec.yam, we are going to scroll down to where you have your dependency. So under this dependency is where we are going to be adding Flutter Dio. So Flutter Dio is going to be the one that is going to help us achieve the HTTP authentication, HTTP request, HTTP post request, any kind of request you want to point to your server. With the Dio package, that is going to help you to do that. So to get the package, you are going to go to the browser, open new tab, and then type Flutter Dio. Flutter Dio. So with Flutter Dio, is going to help us solve that problem. So this is the Flutter package directory. If you go to the home page, you are going to find a lot of it. So there are a lot of extension. If you are in WordPress community, that is plugin, and for Flutter it is called what package. So this is how it works. So now let me just search for the Dio again inside this search bar part. Now as you can see, a powerful what HTTP client for that. So it's still Flutter. That is still Flutter. So I will click on this Dio, and this will load up. So under this section is what we're going to be using. As you can see, this is the simple way to get the data. Okay, so to install this dependency, just highlight this Dio, Ctrl C, go back to your VS Code, and we are going to paste it right after the dependency tree. So once you paste it into this place, click on Ctrl S, and it's going to get the extension and install the extension for us. So it's currently getting the extension. So you have to just hold a bit while that is loading. Now this has successfully load the data, the Dio class and namespace into our Flutter package. So the next thing we're going to be doing now is to use the Dio extension, is to use the Dio package to get our current endpoint get post. So what to do here now is just to highlight what we have here. We are going to append it to what we currently have on our class. So go to the VS Code and head down to the news card section, which is this place. Don't forget, this is the header section. So here I'm going to create a new method. So with this new method, we are going to be pointing the get data that we just called now. I'm going to be pointing it into it. So I will scroll down to the last end of this method. So here is going to be get post. So I'll paste what I copied from Dio landing page. Then this Dio, we are going to import it into our project, and this is going to validate what we just copied. So the get HTTP is now working now. So to now point into our URL, I'm going to go to the browser to copy my URL, which is this guy here. So Ctrl C and come back to this place and paste it into this section. So but before we do that paste, let's send a request for google.com and let's see what we're going to get. So I'm going to open my terminal so that we can see the response that is coming. So by default this will not work automatically because we have not pointed to the get HTTP. So instead we are going to be using that on our class section. So whenever this class loads up, we are going to automatically trigger the get HTTP. So this is going to be on initialize. So this will be on initialize. Then we are going to override. Ctrl Z. So on init, we are going to override the default. So it's override on init. Okay, so on init is going to point directly to the get HTTP get blog. So we can just change it to get blog. Ctrl C, and let's update this file to get blog. So get blog, and this will be validated. Where is it now? This is it now. We click on save and it's going to save that for us. So anytime we reload this mobile application, is going to automatically process this method for us, and this method is going to query for google.com, then it's going to print it down to this place. So let me reload this mobile application and it's going to requery. Now as you can see, we requery google.com. As you can see, this is the entire HTML of google.com and it's working. So that shows that it's working. Okay, so let me just stop where we are now, and in the next section we are going to continue. But before I close this video, I'm going to explain it again from the beginning. Okay, so what we just introduced now is using a package directly from Flutter dependency website, which is the pub.dev. So pub.dev is where all packages are stored. Okay, so with this pub.dev directory, you can use somebody's class, somebody's solution, like WordPress plugin. So you can use somebody's solution to quickly achieve your own problem or solve your own problem. So with pub.dev, this gives us the ability to use someone's solution to solve our problem. And to do that, we have to first of all go to the pubspec.yarn, which is located at the root directory of your Flutter project. As you can see, pubspec.yarn is where we have this guy here. Now, the package that you are using, for every package there is always an installation on how to install it. So point to the dependency section, copy it, go back to your code and drop it directly to the tree of dependency and not under the subtree of Flutter. This SDK is under Flutter. Why this dependency is the particular place you are going to pass it into. And if you don't want this dependency to go for your live production of your mobile application, you can pass it down to the development area. But this deal, I want to use it in the live production, so I also want to use it at the dev parts at the same time. So once you push it into this place, it will automatically do the both part for you, the development section and the production level. Now this is how we added the deal. Now after this has been added, you go back to your widget where you would like to use this thing. Normally we can point this code directly to where we have this header. Let me show you this header again. To this header section, we can't point it directly to this place and it should just load. No, it's not possible. We can't do something like that for this blog header. So for us to achieve this data, for us to achieve something that is going to help us pass this data dynamically to this part of this header, of this blog header, we have to first of all create a new method called getBlog. This method will return a void for now because we are still testing. It's going to return a void, and we are making it an async because this deal is a promise. So it loads in the background and later returned the data once the data is available. That's why we are using words await, async, and await. It's a promise is a future response. It will not give you instantly, so it has to process before the data is returned. That's why we are appending this await into this variable response. Now after the data has been received, we can now print it into this place. Now as you can see, this is where we are printing it into. So in the next section, we are going to be learning how to communicate with our own self-developed API. Then we can use it directly and update this content dynamically without having any issue. Okay, so that is how we get to this level. Please if you don't understand, let me know. And also, after this method has been created, we also need to be able to initialize that is launch this method whenever this page loads up. So with init state, it will automatically trigger. This will be called when the class is available. That is, whenever this app is opened, it will automatically call this get block. The reason why we pass in super.init state is because we also want to initialize the current parent state. So we don't want to override the current parent state. We don't want to stop the current parent state. So we also want the parent state to continue its transaction. So that's where we just have to pass in the parent state. Now the parent state is now passed. Then we can now push in our own state personally. So we push in our state and this work. So please, if you still don't get how this work, kindly take the Dart programming course for beginner. Everything is well explained on that part, how class is being used, how you can extend the class, and how to override parent class. So thank you guys for taking your time to watch this current section. So in the next section, we are going to be learning how to push in our own personal endpoints and how to load it into this data section. Okay guys, thank you for taking your time to watch this video. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to pass in your self-built API. So to do that, I'm going to be highlighting everything we have here. Ctrl C, then go back to our code and pass it down into this place to replace what we have. Okay, so now let's Ctrl S this and show our terminal, clear the current error or current response we have, and let's rebuild this application and let's see what we're going to get. Now as you can see, it's unable to connect, connection refused, error 11. The reason why is because we are trying to point to localhost, which is on my PC, on my computer. Meanwhile, targeting Android mobile phone, we are using this Android device to access what we have here. So targeting my API area from this Android will not be possible if I use localhost. So the best I can use is to introduce their ports. There's a port that is being used by Android, which is 10.0.2.2. Yes. So by using this, it's going to be seen it as localhost, and it will still work. It will still do the same thing, just like what is happening on my server end. Because if I reload my browser now, this works fine, but on the Android device it will not work except we use 10.0.2.2. so let me rebuild this application. Let's see. Now as you can see, it's rebuilt and we have the content. So then this content that is coming into this place is coming in as a string. So it's not really coming in as a JSON, it's not really coming in as a JSON data. So the reason why it's not coming in as a JSON data is because the header is still text, is still a kind of text, and over here we still need to pass. But I will show you something. Let's also pass it from here. Let's also pass the header from here as application/JSON. So over here I'm going to pass everything we are seeing, or the header as application/JSON. So you allow the access from everywhere and application/JSON for that, and that is all. So we pass in application addition and also allow the access by any domain for now. So I save this now. Then over here, if we reload, let me clear this, it will still be coming in as that kind of data actually. So if I check it now, it's still the same data, but it's like it's readable. So now let's get the data. Then we are going to do this by pointing directly to the data. So dot data, so we can just do this way, variable data is equals to a response dot data. So with this we can print what we have here. So let's print data. So if we do this and let's clear what we have, save, then rebuild the application. So we have this. So this data that we have now, let's target the first one. Let's see if it will do that. So close this, save, now reload, and it worked. So let's target the title. This is awesome. This is awesome. Title, save this, close this, rebuild. As you can see, this is working. Dozy Mbozi play to donate. As you can see, we have successfully tapped into our personal words API, which is great. So now let's now make it dynamic into this header section. Don't forget, header and the body card is a different widget. So let's first of all pass this header, then we later pass into the card section. So to do this, we are going to use this functionality. What should we do? Okay, great. So this is what we're going to do. We are going to create a new property. So let me hide my terminal, scroll down, scroll up to the init area. So here we're going to have a dynamic property. So dynamic block header. So block header. So block header will just be declared nothing. We are passing nothing. Then dynamic block body. Awesome. So we have block header and block body. So the both of them does not have anything yet, but it's just best for us to just pass a kind of null data. So let's just pass it as a null so that we can have something great. Let's avoid null. Yes, so let's pass null so that we can use it to check. For this file entirely, not just this line. So we can use it to check. So by passing this null, we are going to check if the block body is null. Then we are going to show a kind of loading bar, and if the data is ready, that we have the updated data, is going to automatically updated it. Yeah, it's going to automatically update itself. So now let's target this block header and scroll down to where we have the block header. Can you see? This is the block header here, and this is the inkwell. This is the click widget that we set the block header. So what we're going to do in this case is this inkwell is going to be wrapped into a condition. So if block header is equals to null, okay, if block header is not equals to what is not equals to null, inkwell is going to work. Else, if it is equals to null, what we are going to pass is circular progress bar. Okay, so we are going to pass in circular progress bar, wrapping it into a center widget. Okay, so now let's save this and let's set a color to the circular progress bar. Is there, but is not really visible. Is rolling. As you can see, this is rolling. So I'm going to set the circular progress bar color. So let's pass in color. The color should be colors dot black. Save. Now that is more that is more cool. Now at the center I'm going to wrap a padding so that we have a kind of space for us. Let's give it 20 is not really good. 50. Okay, 50 is great. So this is going to be loading. while the data is processing. So after the data is available, it's going to automatically show itself. So let's first fix the header before we move into the body. So let me give it 60. Control X. Okay, 60 is great. 60 is great. So what I'm going to do next now is to take our blog header, Control C, and move down to where we have this data. Don't forget, we are passing the first index 0 into block header and the rest of the index into the body. So once we pass the first index into block header, the rest of the block header that we passed, we need to take it out from the list of the body so that we don't have a loop data again. But before we do that, let's just pass it so that we see that it's working. That's what I want to achieve here. So I'm going to have set state. So state takes in the block header. As you can see, the block header is not targeting into the first index, which is 0. So let's just still leave this one the way it is. Then later I'm going to show you how to unset the first index from the array. Okay, so now this block header now has been targeted. Now we have the words updated data. So if I save this guy now and reload the entire system, you are going to see what I'm talking about. So it's going to load. Now as you can see, it actually load the data. It's just not visible. Now it's very fast. The endpoint is very fast. That's why I quickly showed that. If I take out this guy now, comment it and save it, then reload the page, you're gonna see it is going to be loading. So it's because the endpoint is very fast, that's why it quickly shows. So let me save it and reload the entire data again. Okay, so now we have the data pushed down to our block header. So block header now will now be responsible for showing the title, the image, and co. So to do that, I'm going to copy the block header property, and I've copied that. Then I'm going to first of all update this picture. So paste the block header, then target it and point into image. I believe it is image. So let me check my browser and see, is it image? As you can see, it is what? Image. So let's go back to where we have the block header. Now I passed it down to this place, but we're having an issue. The reason why we're having an issue is because the box decoration is in constant, it's not dynamic. So I have to take out this constant to make it dynamic. So I'm going to click on save, and this is going to update the picture to the one we have on our server. So after updating this, as you can see, the picture is not visible. The reason why it's not visible is because the URL that is coming for the picture is in localhost. I'm very sure it is in localhost. So let me show you that. So I'm going to open my terminal again and take out this guy, and I'm going to pass down. I'm going to print the picture. So let's print it so that you can see what we are receiving. So data 0, then target into the image, and let's see what we get. If I save this now, it's going to reload the data. So this is the error we are getting from the extension of our network image. So network image is in localhost instead of 10.0.2.2 is in what? Localhost. So to resolve this issue, we have to first of all go to the backend again. We go to the backend and set a rule that's going to be checking between browser and a mobile application. So to do that, I'm going to move down to this place and check the server host that is coming. So any server host that is coming, we are going to use that to determine the base URL that we're going to be loading. So here I'm going to make a check if the host is 10.0.2.2. Okay, so once we check if the host is 10.0.2.2, we are going to automatically change the base URL to something like that. So if the server host is 10.0.2.2, then we are going to change the base URL. So base URL, So define base URL to 10.2.2, then 88, so 888, then PHP was beginner. So else if it is not that, then we're going to revert back to the way it was. So save this and delete this one we have. So now with this condition, we are checking if it is coming from Android, then do Android format, else continue our own format. Okay, so now with this functionality, with this function that we just passed, this will help us show the picture. So let me take out this guy and reload the application. So don't bother about printing. So okay, let me still print, save. Now I'm going to reload the application. So let's see what we get. Now as you can see, oh, we have an error also. Let's see. Oh, we are still getting localhost 888. Wow. Okay, unable to get the picture. Wow. And we are sending this guy 10.2. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's log what we are receiving from the server. Let's log it so that we are on the same page. We need to log this data. So first I'm going to take out this picture as it's giving us error. Where is the picture? This is the picture here. So Ctrl Z. Let me Ctrl Z that. Ctrl Z. Okay. So go back to this place and let's fix that picture first. So here I'm going to print no, just print the entire data. Let's just print the entire data because I'm going to be passing to the first one. So print the entire data, and on the server end I'm going to be accepting what we are sending from here. Okay, so go to block API. So the first array, I'm going to be appending this server host. So here I'm going to pick server host. So server request HTTP host. So let me see the host that is coming. So capture this guy, Ctrl C, and let's pass it after the title so that we can see what we are sending. Let's see the server host by ourselves so that we really know what is happening. So Ctrl S, that's save. Then go back to the Flutter and let's rerun this application so that we can see the server host to be on the server side. So we have the title and server host that we are receiving is 10 point. Okay, we have 888 attached to it. That's the host. So now we know where our error is coming from. So let's go back to the page beginner and let's take out this server host. Now we know where our server host error is coming from. As you can see, this one is correct, server HTTP host. If we check it, server HTTP host. Okay, so now let's take out this. Since we know where our error is coming from, go back to the action section and push down the port 8888. Okay, so with this format, this should resolve our issue. So now the backend side has been fixed. Let's now try to reload the application again and let's see the picture that is coming in. Okay, so now we have the title and we have the image. Now this is the image. The image is now coming in as 10.2.2 then 888, which is great. Awesome. So now the next thing I'm going to do now is to now pass the data to the block header. So the block header has received the data. Go to the header back and let's use the dynamic image uploader to pass in our image, dynamic image from the server to pass in the block header image. So this should do the work. Then take out this constant. We are now putting on a constant again since it's the dynamic image. Now as you can see, the pictures load up. Makes sense. So the next we are going to pass now is the title. So I took our backup. We don't need this again since we are not pushing in dynamic data. So to do this, we are going to push in block header and title. Take out the constants because it is not constant anymore. So save it and this should be updated. As you can see, we have those words Umbusi pledge to donate 10 percent of his net worth to the DM Foundation. This is great. So now we have successfully pushed down this data into our Flutter. Our API now has been pushed, which is great. So the next thing we're going to focus on now is this card, which we are going to be doing in the next section. Okay guys, thank you for taking your time to watch this short video. See you in the next section. Bye. And don't forget, I love you. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to add this array of data into the blog card. Oh yes, into this blog card. So to do that, I'm going to be copying the blog body, then Ctrl save, then do the same thing that we passed, the same condition checking that we do for the header. We are going to do the same for the body section. So to do that in this kind of position that we have in this place, we are going to be needing another column so that we can use this for loop inside of it. So we need to add a column, then this column is not going to generate itself. So first I'm going to add a column into this place, column children, and inside this column we are going to use that. So now inside this body is where I'm going to be passing this for loop into. So let's push in this for loop into that column section. Ctrl X. Okay, so inside this area, pass it down here. Now this column will set as our condition. So copy the blog body, move down to this place. Now check if blog body is not equals to null. So if it is not equals to null, do this, then else do circular progress bar. So it's going to be loading, and so an infinite loading is going to be added to that. So let's just test it. Let me comment this data here and reload my application. Let's see. As you can see, it's getting the data because the data is not ready yet. So if I uncomment it and save, then reload, you are going to find it. Can you see? Is working. So what I'm going to do next now is to pass the data into this place. So we have what we have, date. So this data is going to be pushed down here. So to do that, I'm going to tap into blog body, then this for loop I equals to 0. So instead of tapping into instead of having this condition of if I is less than 3, we don't do that anymore. So for variable I is equals to 0. So if I is less than or is equals to the length of the blog body, so I'm going to pass the length now, dot length. So this is going to query, is going to loop through the array that is coming based on the length of the blog body. So if I save this now and check what we have here, let's count it now. We have 1 2 3, then 4 5. That's 5. Let's see what we have here. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 exactly. So we have 5 words objects, 1 2 3 4 5, which is great. So this 5 objects is what we're going to be looping through into the array. So to do that, I'm going to go back to my VS Code, open my mobile application, then here I'm going to iterate through the data. So let's do this by passing blog body, then pointing directly to the increment variable, which is this I represents 0, and once the I is increasing, it's going to be getting the more data from this array. Okay, so now let's save these. Let's see what we have. As you can see, we have September, we have October, we have September. So the date is now being passed. So what we're going to do next now is also getting the thumbnail. So let me get the image. So take out this one and point directly to the image. So blog body, then the I variable I, also point this as image. Don't forget it is image. If you check our API, you're gonna see that's what's image. It is image. So the image has now been passed. Let's save it. Let's see what we get. Now as you can see, this also works. We have the picture down here. So now let's not get the title. Title is what we are going to be working with now. So blog body title. So we don't really need to solve string since we are already getting the maximum line. So blog body, then the then the I, and pointing directly to the title. So we don't need to pass substring, save it, and this is going to shrink the title once it's longer than maximum line of 2. Okay, this is fantastic. Oh yes. Okay, now the next thing we're going to be working on is the content. So copy the content and let's also pass the content down to this place, so it will automatically get the content data. So blog body, then I, and over here I'm going to target the content. So if I save this now, the content is also going to load. Can you see this is real time? Okay, so the next thing we are going to be targeting now is the author. So the author from, so we're going to target this author from the API. So the author is called author. So copy this, Ctrl C, go down to the author section, then change this to blog body author, save it. That should be admin. Can you see now? This is now what admin. So the next one you need to pass is comments. Imagine we did not even prepare comment count into our API. In fact, we are not even sending comment. That's the funniest part. So what we are going to do now is to go back to the API and add comment. We need to pass comment array. Oh yes, it is very, very important. So let's go back to the PHP beginner and go to the blog API, and over here we are going to pass down the comment because we are accepting comment. So comment, so let's point this into comment array. So we are going to be getting comment array into this place, but at the moment we don't have the comment yet. So I'm going to point that I'm going to create a new method to get comments, something like the category section that we are passing. So let's go to the action area and call this get comment. So this is going to be get comment, and we are going to get the comment from database. So what are we accepting from the comment? So let's go to the comment table. Let me go to the comment table. Sorry about that. Let me go to the comment table, localhost php my admin, then go to my table, which is php beginner. Go to comments. So under comments, as you can see, we are saving it by the post ID and also the message and the user ID. So we have post ID, user ID, and the message. So first, let's do one after the other. So what we're going to be targeting first is querying where the comment, okay, query everything from comments. Is it correct? Comment where post ID, is the post ID equals to what? 5. Now here we have the connection passed, and here we have the comment acceptance. So this is the result that we are now looping through. So pushing the new array into this current array. So here we have the ID of the comment, which is the comment ID, and the name of the commenter is what we're going to pass now. So this is not the name, so this is just the demo here. So we have the user ID. So instead of name, we have what? User ID. So we are also going to be getting this username. So we have the user ID, and here we are going to call this message. So let's call this message. Let's also pass down the user ID instead of passing the comment ID. User ID is equals to what? User ID. User ID is equals to user ID. The name, we are still going to work on this name, just hold on. Then the message is going to be message. So Ctrl C, paste it into message, and the timestamp, which is very important, Ctrl C, pass it down as a date. Then here we have the word timestamp, and this time, okay, we already have date here, so sorry, I didn't even check that. So take out this guy. Now we have this word timestamp set. So we have user ID, we have the name, we have the message. So let me save this and let's point it directly to the result we are getting from this area. So comment is going to be pointed as this, and here we pass in the word, the ID of the post, which is this post that we have here. So this is the ID. So if I save this now and go back to the API, refresh, if there is no comment, you're not going to see anything, but the one that has comments, you're going to see something. Now as you can see, this guy has something. Here we have the user ID. Now the name of the user, it is not the next that we need to pass. So the name of the user is what we're going to be querying using this word user ID. So to do that, we are also going to create a new method, so that method is going to help us achieve a lot of things. So let's go back to the action, and we are going to create a new method that is going to get user data. So here I'm going to call this get user data. Okay, so I'm going to use this function to pass the user ID. So select all from user. So let's see if it is user that we are actually pointing to. Select all from users where ID, then get the name of the user. So now we select all from the user where this user, select all from users where the ID is equals to what, user ID. Then at the end of the day, return the name. So we are not really getting the entire data. So return the name of the user, return the name. So save this, and we are going to what, we are going to be giving the Adeleye Ayodeji or any user ID that we passed. So get user data, copy it, and go to your blog API section, and go to your comment section and pass it down to this place. So bracket, so this should return the name of the user. Save it, check the method again. Is it correct? Correct. So save it and go to your browser, reload. So the one that has comments should have something like that. As you can see, we have what name, what big man. This is great. So the comment is now loading. So it is not this comment that we're going to do the count for. So if we go back to our Flutter project, so let's go back to our Flutter project and open the mobile application. So here now we are going to do the count of the comments. So these comments will now be, we are going to update this get card to accept comments. So get card is not accepting comment yet. So we add a comma and add comment. So this comment is going to be attached to the count that we currently have, because is not currently attached to that. So I'm going to point it down to where we have the comment. So this is the comment section. So variable what, comment. So it's going to accept the comment count, and that is going to help us achieve that part. So here I'm going to give a comma, then call this comment. Then this comment is going to be blog body, then comment. So as you can see, this comment is coming in as an array. So we need to just get a length, so that is going to help us do the counting on the mobile application. So blog body, then the index of the array and the comments. Then here we're going to target the length of the comment. So dot length. So let's copy this length and paste it down to this place. So Control S. Oh, we have an error. Okay, some parts does not have data. So let's see if not safety is going to help us achieve that. Okay, not safety do that for us. So the one that does not have data has null. So because the first one does not have comment, it's return null instead of returning error, and the one that has data should show count. It's like everything does not have. Oh, that is not possible. Let me see the one that has that. So we have third post. Who is third post? So third post is not really showing anything. That is not good. Okay, so now this third post, let me just log third post and let's see what we have. Third post, save, is not still working. It's not comment. Yeah, it is comment. It is comment. Yes, save. Wow. It's not coming great. So let me reload this page. Reload. Okay, now as you can see, it is working. It is working. This is great. So let me Ctrl Z and pass down the not safety and reload the entire application again. Wow, this works. This works. Now as you can see, because it's an array that we're getting a length, if the length is not returning anything, not safety is going to return 0, and if it has data, we are going to be giving what, 1 comment. So this is This is awesome. I don't know how to express myself. This is great. I love this development, which is amazing. So guys, in the next section we are going to look into getting the details of the landing page of the blog post. Okay guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this short video. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In the previous section we stopped at um getting the card, getting the data from the API and loading into the card dynamically. So now what we're going to be doing in this section is taking out the first index, because we already load this first index into the header, so we don't need to reload it again to the card body list. So to do that, we are going to be scrolling down to where we are setting the data, this data itself. So to achieve this amazing results, first we need to push this first index into a separate variable, and also this data into a separate variable. Okay, so I'm going to call this variable f, which is let's call it variable first. Let's call it first index is equals to what, data, then picking is 0. So this first index is trying to okay, it's because I did not use it, is unused variable, that's why we have this blue. Okay, so let's continue. So the next one I'm going to do now is variable body is equals to the data, then take out the first index sublist. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this body and pass it down to this place, and this first index is going to be attached into this place. So now we take out the first index out of this second data, so that we can have a unique data starting from new post and third post. So let me save this and reload the entire application. Now as you can see, after reloading the application, sublist take out the first index and pass the rest into the body, and first index is added to the block header, and the block body loop through the other part of the post, which makes it to be unique. That is, it makes it looks awesome on our end. Okay, so what I'm going to do next now is fixing this file index area. So we need to fix this file index. What did I mean by file index? That is the entry point. So let's move the entry point from home.dat to main.dat. So please let's do this. It is very important. So whenever we open our app, we don't have to go to individual file to run the main. So now let's copy this constant at the entry widget, Ctrl X, and delete what you have here. Take it out, save it, and if possible stop this project. It is very, very important. Then move to main.dat. So under main.dat, take out everything you have here. Just delete everything, you don't need it again. Though you need it for review, in case you want to make a review to what we've done so far. That's true. So I'll just comment everything. Then over here I'm going to pass add what, entry widget. Okay, we already have add entry widget. My bad. So what we're going to be doing now is to import the one we already have. We have a lot, so the one we are importing into this place is the one in home.dat, because home.dat is the one that actually have the right data. So I'm going to import from home.dat, and this is going to help us. As you can see, this is coming from home.dat. Okay, so once I save this now, Ctrl S. So anytime I run this project, like if I close this VS Code and I click on run or start debugging, it's going to automatically point to the main.dat. Let me show you. So once you click on that, to point to main.dat, and it's going to process this mobile configuration for us, instead of loading instead of running this main.dat directly from individual file. So we are not doing that again. We are now running it directly from the terminal. So this will help us improve the productivity of the mobile app development. Okay, so that is how you can fix this and you should be good. Oh yes, you should be good. So in the next section, we are going to be learning how to pass this data down to the landing page and make a good look into the landing page of the blog. Oh yes. Okay guys, see you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, we are going to be learning how to build a single blog detail API. So we're going to build this API to get this data. Okay, so to get started, we're going to be going to the PHP beginner section. Okay, so from here we are going to register a new action of get post. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to call get single post, get single post. Okay, so we're going to get single post. So here we listen to the action, and action name is get post. Then get post is returning post ID from the get parameter. Then we escape the string just to make sure it's being sanitized. Then we write the SQL, select from post where ID is post ID, get the result, get the fetch associate. Now eventually we write the results in this format. Can you see? So the result is be written in this same format. So don't forget, we also need to resend the ID of the post. So here I'm going to have post ID. Post ID is equals to what? Results ID. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and if I save this, then I'm going to go to the browser to test this if it's gonna work. So let's say go to the browser, localhost php myadmin php beginner sleepy. Okay, php beginner, the slash API slash we have get post, and in this case we're having what? Get post, which is singular. Get post. Now under get post we need to pass the ID where post ID is equals to 1. So this post ID has to be something like this: get post slash 1. Can you see? Something like this: get post slash what? Slash 1. So we need to define this route. Okay, so I'm going to go to my ht access. Then we are going to create a new route for this parameter. What we have here is get post. So get post where post ID. So this post ID is not defined yet. Let me show you. This get post is defined because we have a dynamic action, but post ID is not defined. So let me go to my browser. This is get general post, which is all post. So get single post where the ID, let's assume I pass the ID this way. As you can see, it says what? Not found. So we need to declare this ht access for it to find it on the server. So to do that, we're going to go back to the ht access, then duplicate what we have here, duplicate this. Okay, now within this section we are going to add numbers, that is the post ID. So where we can pass the ID, so slash the post ID slash, so using slash and without slash post what ID. Over here also slash post ID without slash, so that once part is added it's going to work, and once part is not added it's going to work. Okay, save it, and over here again to add what? And and don't forget, and now this guy post id, and post id is equals to what? $2. That's second index. The same applies to this place, and post id is equals to what? Index 2. So index 1 takes care of what action, index 2 takes care of the post id. So save it, and let's go up to the browser, refresh, and as you can see we have the id, which is awesome. So I go to get post, and we have something like this. At the moment we don't have an id, so let's return the id also, so that we can use the id from the mobile application. So here I'm going to pass down the post id. So post id is equals to this, save, refresh, id of 7. So now get post of 7. So after appointed get post of 7, we receive what? This. So now let me now make this thing big, let me now make it clear. So I'm going to take out this variable dump get, which is our debugging. Now we have the correct answer. Can you see? It's now working. So we returned the initial post id of 7, and if I add slash to this, it's still going to work. Can you see? Because we already defined it in the ht assets. So that is how to register your single blog page. So let me just call this single blog API. Okay, so why yes, get blog post API. Okay, so save, and that's all. It will still work because that's just a comment. This is great. So thank you guys for taking your time to watch this short video. Okay, see you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back again to this new section. In the last section we stopped at HTSS for single blog API. So in this new session now you're going to be learning how to connect it to the mobile application. So I'm going to be heading down to my darts area. So let me minimize this, and this is my darts. Open my emulator. So over here I'm going to go to the single blog.dart. So this is the single blog.dart section, but before we get to this place I need to go back to the news card area where we have this header. Can you see? This is the block header area. So on this block header area I need to send the ID, the title, like everything that is coming from added blog detail directly down to this guy's area, because we already have the data here, but it's just necessary to have a plan B. So in case you want to load something on the single end, you can use that, but your existing data can also be pushed down to this page so that it's going to load faster, so that it doesn't delete them. So you know you already have the image, you already have the title, you already have the date, you already have the author. So what you just be loaded from the server might be the comment or the content that you have here. So you can be loading the comments and the content from the server, although we already had it to the single, but I'm going to take it out. So we are going to load comments separately, and also this single content separately. So this single content we already created the API, but this header is going to be coming from the home page. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so over here now, added blog detail. I'm going to go into added blog detail section. So under added blog detail section, I'm going to be accepting a parameter from here, parameter of final properties. So with the final properties I can continue the data that I'm sending from the home page down to this single page that I'm working on. So let me take out the sidebar so that you see what I'm doing. So over here now, I'm going to create a new property called final. So final blog detail. So final blog detail will be the property, and this property is going to be called in the constructor of this particular class, the particular widget. So we are going to point to this as this dot blog detail, so we're going to be sending blog detail from the header of our section. So one blog detail has been sent from there, then we are going to return it back to this blog detail class that we have here, this stateful widget, this extension of stateful widget. So here I'm going to pass it into the state. So this is going to be called blog detail. So let's call this blog detail, then we accept it as what blog detail. Okay, so this blog detail is going to be defined over here, so we call this final blog detail. Then blog detail is going to be called in the controller. So this one is the constant, don't forget constructor, yep. So this is the constructor that's going to be accepting that. Okay, so if you don't understand how this happen, please you can get the Dart programming course that is going to help you to achieve that. So blog detail is sent down to blog detail. Then once this comes to this place, we are going to log this blog detail to ensure it is working. So to log it, I'm going to be using on init. So let's use on init to do that. So if that is not coming, we can use this. So we pass it into this place. Let's print what blog detail, print blog detail, save it, and let's see the terminal. Close this, and we are going to go back to the home page. Go back. So let's now send it down from the home page. So let me take this guy from here. Okay, so Control P, news card. Okay, now this is the blog header. Can you see blog header? So I'm going to be sending blog header variable into this add what blog detail. So add blog detail is going to accept blog detail because we already defined it, and the blog detail is going to be this guy. So take out this other part, save it, and once I click on it, we should have the details. So if I click on this guy now, as you can see, we have the details loaded for us. This is awesome. So I'm going to go to blog detail page and accept this data. So blog detail has landed, and we know that this data is going to be coming directly from the from the front page. So we can just pass this directly into this place, so we don't need to query for title. So blog detail, then the title. Oh, we have an error. Okay, constant. So that can be constant. So the next thing is the image. So pass it into the image, blog detail image, take out the constant. Okay, so what else? Okay, title also. So take out the constant and pass the dynamic title, blog detail title, save it, and you're gonna have this. Can you see this change every time? So the same applies to the date and the and the author. So let me pass blog detail, the date. So what happened? We have an error, I think. Okay, constant, take it out. So constant, make it constant, Constant, this error is just too much. Fix, constant, no problem. So save. As you can see, we have what September 25, 2022. Linda what in kg. So that Linda kg, we need to update it to our author. So here we have author. So blog detail, then author. So we have the const that has to be removed. Save it. Okay, so let me pass the const also here. This const, voila. Ignore for this file, yes. So let me save. So we don't have error again. Now as you can see, we have the admin, which is great. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to load this content. So instead of having this content loaded, we're going to load it from the server. That's what we're going to be doing. So the rest is going to automatically load there, while this content is going to come from the server and the comment, the both of them. Comment, we are going to load content separately, comment separately, so that you learn how it works. So now to pass this data to the rest of the list, let's do to the rest of this list. So we're going to go to the card again, to the news card. So this is the header, don't forget this is the blog header. I'm going to go to the blog body. So this is the blog body, can you see, get card. So now with this blog body, I'm going to go into blog body, which is this get card section. Then enter into get card section. With our get card section, what should we do? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's pass inkwell directly to our class itself, the main widget. So I'm going to pass inkwell directly to it. So we call this inkwell, that is the on click event itself. So on tap, once you tap it, then we are going to push it down to this page at the blog detail. Now the blog body is going to be the same data we are sending, just like the blog header. Okay, I hope you understand how this happened. Okay, so I'm going to click on save and reload the entire system. So if I click on this, it's going to load. Click on this, is going to load. Click on this, is going to load. So if I click on this also, oh, we have an error. This is not clicking. Is this one clicking? Oh, click. Okay, something is wrong. Let me reload it again. Okay, this click, okay, this clicked. Scroll up, this click, good. Scroll up, this click also. Scroll down, this click. So there's an issue. The reason why the other one is not clicking is because of this admin event, admin as event. So admin event is trying to overtake what we already have. So we advise you to just take out the admin event from the get card. So I'm going to go to admin event and take it out. Where is it? Then you can see this tap gesture recognizer. Just take it out so that we don't have an error. I'm going to remove it. Oh, sorry, I deleted a lot of things. So this stops here. Okay, save. Now reload. We should be good. So if I click on this works. Okay, this also work. So the next section we're going to be learning how to load content separately and also the comments separately, so that it's going to make your application faster. Okay guys, thank you for taking your time to watch this section. See you in the next one. Bye, love you. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. in the previous section we stopped at sending the data of the post content directly from the landing page to the blog detail landing page. So in this section we are going to be learning how to send an ID. We already built on a single page data request for the API, so we are going to be using it now to get this content. And for the comment area, we are going to be sending a separate request to get the comment section. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to go to the landing page. So let's look at the single blog page. This is a single blog.dat. So over here, I'm going to scroll down to where we have the content. So this is the content section. As you can see, this is the content area. Okay, so this content now, we are going to take out this constant because it's not constant anymore. So we are going to load a progress bar once the content is not available. So once the content is available, is going to what is going to show up. So to do that, we are going to first of all declare a property. So we need to declare a property over here. So the property we're going to be declaring will not be final. So final and constant is not changeable, but we are going to make this dynamic. So we are going to call this dynamic blog content. Dynamic blog content. So dynamic blog content is going to be null by default. Is going to be null. So this null data is going to pass. So ignore for this file. So if I save it, this is going to be saved. Then this blog content is going to be passed down to where we have this content. So in this content text area, we're going to check if this blog content is equal to null. If it's not equals to null. So if it's not null, it's going to do this. But if it is null, then we're going to show circular progress loading. So if I save it now, because it's null, it's going to be in circular progress mode. So let me set the color and let's set the background. So this color is going to be black. Colors.black. Okay, save. Okay, and the padding, let's add the padding to this circular. So let me add the padding, save. Okay, padding is good, but how about 20? 50. Okay, I think 50 padding is awesome. So this one is going to load while trying to get the content. So once the content is available, it's going to print it. Okay, so then let's do that part. Now blog content is defined, but at the moment there's nothing to get the blog content. And don't forget, there is a way to get single post on our server. Now as you can see, this is a single post endpoint. So this single post endpoint is what we're going to be tapping into to query for the ID of this particular post that we are loading. Let me show you this post that we have here. The ID is passed also. So to see the ID, you are going to just highlight this, Ctrl C, then scroll down to where we have this init state. Now use print. So init state is going to run once this page is available. Once this landing page loads up, that is what the init state is. So I'm going to call this post ID. So to get the post ID, if I save this now and reload this data, then check my terminal. So once I click on this guy, we have the ID. Can you see the ID is provided? Awesome. Now it is this ID we're now going to use to get the content. So to do that, I'm going to take out what we have here. So this will be removed. Then we're going to declare a new method. So this method is going to be called get blog content. So this is the HTTP that we're going to be running. So here we have I'm doing it like, what was it called? I'm doing it like PHP. So get blog content. Then inside this place, we are going to call for variable deal. So we are going to be using deal to do this connection. So deal is equals to variable deal is equals to we need to import deal into this place. So I'm going to go down to the news card section. So we use something similar to that. So you can just copy what you have here So if I copy everything we have here, Ctrl C, then go back to single block detail, Ctrl V, then we import this guy, import deal into this place, import deal. Deal has been imported. Then you add a what async here, because this is a promise, it's a future type, so it's trying to get it and return it. Okay, so what we're doing now is passing the ID of this single page post, and the ID is what slash the ID of this guy. So this is the ID here. So you might just decide to do it this way instead of passing it that format. Just tap into what block detail, then come into this place plus block detail, then the post ID, post underscored ID. Okay, so now once this has been passed down to this place, then the next thing we are going to do is to copy the block content, Ctrl C. Then over here we are going to now get the data. We are going to dump the data. Before we dump the data, we need to first see what we are receiving. So to see what we are receiving, we need to print the data. So print data. So save it, and let's see if this is going to work. So I'm going to go back to the home page now. Go back to home page, click on it, and let's see the results. Is it working? Oh, sorry, we have not pointed. So Ctrl C and pass it to init state. So this will trigger that. Okay, so let me now go back again, go back, then click on this post. Let's see the response. Is not coming out good. Okay, so get post is equals get post plus what post ID. Okay, oh, we have an error. Can you see the error? We did not pass the slash. Sorry, now the slash is added. Can you see? Let's save it again, then go back, click on it again. Wow, this is awesome. Can you see? It actually work. So now to improve this API to load faster than expected, what we are going to do is take out comment section from the single post area. You know, we added comments, so comment will be a separate endpoint for you, a separate endpoint to call. So we don't want to pass it into this place so that it's not going to delay. Like this post ID, we need it. Title, content, title, we don't really need title, we don't really need date, we don't really need category, because all this thing has been provided by default on the general loop area. So what we just need is this content. So let's just pass only content to our mobile application, so we don't need all those other parts. So now this is exactly what we are sending down to this place. So let me minimize this section, and if I save this, then go back to where we are coming from. But let me clear my terminal again. Let me show you. So now we are now receiving only the content and the post ID. Can you see? Okay, so now once that's entered, the next thing we are going to do is to get the blog content, which is this content that we have here. So data will now be pointed to what's it called, to content. So let's do it this way. So inside this data, we target what content. Can you see? Don't forget, this one is not an array. Let me show you again so that it won't look confusing. This one is not an array. The previous one is an array, but this one is the single object. Can you see it's a single object? So that's why we are pointing it directly instead of using 0. You know, the other time we use 0. Now if I point this guy to content, now you're going to see what I'm talking about. It's going to show the content. So save, close this, go back to the home page, click on it. Can you see this is the content? So it's not an array anymore. So after this content has been defined, then we set the state for the block content, and this is going to update our UI, and the UI is going to respond. So let me just take out this blue so that it will not distract us. So what is this blue saying? Use enter, go back. Okay, use interpolation to compose the string value. So let me just ignore it for this area. So in case we are trying to do that, let me try to do something like that. Let's see how it's gonna be. So let me just take out this guy. Okay, so I'm going to pass it down to this section. So instead of using plus functionality, I'm going to use the concatenation method, So using the concatenation method is very simple. So over here you are going to pass the $sign, then the brackets. As you can see, that has been passed it for me. So I'm just going to change this parameter to post underscore id. So now we are sending post id down to this place. Since we already know what we are doing, now we can now update the content directly to the blog content. So now let me clear this and go back to the home page. Click on any content. Let's see. Now as you can see, it is now working, but we are not seeing the real content yet. We are seeing the demo content. So now to see the real content, we need to now pass blog content directly to the text area. So now as you can see, this is the text area. The content is not pushed, so I need to now pass the direct content, which is what blog content. Save it, and this should change. This is amazing. Now as you can see, this is the real content. This is the real content. Now is now working efficiently. Okay, this is great. This is great. This is great. This is great. So now since the content is now passed and we are fine, I love this. I love this. I love this. Okay, so this is the row and this is the comments, and over here we have this guy. Okay, and over here we have this guy. Good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new post now and reload our application. Let's see if it's going to work. So let me go to the localhost php my admin, php beginner. Sorry, I love saying php my admin. I don't know what happened. So php beginner, then create a new post. So this new post picture is going to be let me see the screenshots. Yeah, let's use these screenshots, or should we just let's go to Linda Ikeji's blog. Let's grab some content. Okay, this content is great. Okay, so Control C, go back to this place, Control V, category wahoo. Let's call this wahoo category, and the picture, save image, and move down to this place, drag it down to the upload section. Okay, now for the content, read more, close this, and this content is what we're going to use. Let me highlight this content. Highlight, good, Control C. Okay, so Control V, take out some space for the add space. So move down to the next one according to the statement. Control C. Okay, this content is actually long. Damn, so this is long. So let's just stop here because we can't just do that only for today. Okay, now we have successfully copied that, and it is now in this place. So I'm going to click on create publish now. Now the post has been published. If I go to post, you are going to see it. This is it here. So if I go to the home page, it's going to be visible. If I click on read, you can now read what we posted. And if you go to the mobile app, guess what? If you reload this app, it's going to show itself. Now let's reload the application. When I'm reloading it, it should be the first thing. Can you see this? I love this. This is awesome. Like, this is amazing. And if I click on this content now to read it, you're going to see exactly what we drop. If you check the main website, can you see? Abidemi Rufai, the suspended aid of governor. Okay, now look at it. It is the same content that is there. No difference. Okay, guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this comment section. In the next section, you are going to learn how to lazy load your comments also. So once we are done getting the content of the landing page of the post, then the next thing is to query for the comments. So anytime we add a comment on this website here, if you reload the mobile application or you go back and enter the content again, it's going to get the comment that is added by the user, and you can also add a comment from the mobile app. So in the next section, we are going to learn how to lazy load our comment section. Okay, guys, thank you for taking your time to watch this video. See you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you are going to be learning how to get your comment section on the single blog page. What I mean is, you see this comment count, this count, and this first index of the comment. We are going to learn how to get it. But before I do that, let's add a button that says load more on this comment section, so that the user will know that okay, there's still more to load, that if there is content on the comment. So let's just do that. Let me add a load more. So where do we stop on this end? This is the column and this is the row. So this column starts from here and the column ends here. Okay, and the column ends here. Then the container starts from here, that carries the background color of gray with opacity of 0.2. So now this container ends here. We are loading the first comment. So the next thing we need to add here is load more. We need to add load more, so that load more is going to help us tell the user that there's still more content to load. So let's use this to say the load more. So let's save this now. Load more. Scroll up. As you can see, we have load more. So once the user click on this load more, it's going to take them to the full blog content page. So let me change this font size to 14 or 10. 10 is too small. 11. Okay, 11 is okay. 11 is okay. So once they click on this load more, it's going to take them to a new page to see the entire content. But before we do that, let's create the comment API. This single block API is returning only content and post ID. So what we're going to be doing now is the comment API. So the comment API is going to return an array of content or an array of comments, and we are going to pick the first array in the comment. That's if the comment is there, we pick the first one and load it into this place. But if there's no comment, we ask the user to comment. Okay, so first let's go to the backend side and create the endpoint. So what we're going to do here now, we're going to create a new API. Get comment API. So this one is the get comment API. So here we're going to get if let's just get comment so that we can have a quick setup. Okay, this is not coming in, this is not coming up. So get comment for a post. Get comment for a post. Are you working? Anyway, if it's not working, if is set. Awesome. So if is set action, and action is what? Get comment. So tap into the post ID that is coming, then query the comment section where post ID is this. So now let's go and check our database to be sure that the table we are tapping into is correct, which is this comment that we have here. So I'll go to database, localhost, phpMyAdmin, then scroll down to PHP beginner, go to comments. Okay, we have what? Comments, which is what? Correct. We have comments, and what we have here is user ID, message, and timestamp. Then status is 1, where post ID is what? 5. Awesome. So where post ID is correct, order by what? ID dex. So ordering by ID dex shows the latest, which is awesome. And for the comment array that we are going to be pushing into this place, we get the ID of the comment. Awesome. The comment itself, which is called what? Message. Ctrl C or Ctrl V. So over here we have the date. So this date, it will be the timestamp. So Ctrl C, then move down to this place, timestamp. Awesome. Save. Then the author, the person that created this comment, the name of the person has to be pushed down to this place. So user, we can call this, or we can use author also, but it's just best to use the user. So under this user, we send down the user detail. So we already have get user detail. So here we're going to use get, let me give it a space, get user data. So get user data will return the name of the user. So this will work, and if there is nothing in the if there is nothing in the username, we are going to what, just return anonymous as the name of the user. So save it, and this should work. So the next thing we need to pass as an argument is to also check if this query, if this comment is approved. So select off from comment where post id is equals to what, post id, and status, Ctrl C, and status is equals to, and status is equals to what, 1. As you can see, status is 1. That means it's approved. Save it, and this should work. So I'm going to point to get comments where post id is 5. So let me change this to get comments. Post id is 7 as nothing, so post id is 5 as something. So if there is nothing, what do we get? We get what? Oh, sorry. Post id is 5. We get what? Sorry, 7. Let's pass 7. We get what? Empty what? Array. That is awesome. So if there is something, we get this data. As you can see, the person that comments last is Biggie Okay, so now we have successfully built our API section for the get comment. So we are going to move down to the mobile application to use this format to get our content for the comment section. As you can see, this guy, we need to update it. Okay, so what we're going to do next now is to add a circular loading bar to comment here, and also to this comment section in this place. A circular loading bar needs to be passed. So to do that, scroll to the top where we have the property. So below the blog content, you can pass dynamic comment. So dynamic blog comment. Dynamic blog comment is equals to what? No. Okay. So once this guy is null, then the blog count that we have to is going to be a loader. There'll be a loader there. Where's the blog count? Okay, can you see the count? This text area. So if this blog content is not equals to null, if it's not equals to null, we are going to do the count, but else do what? Circular what? Progress bar. Let's do circular progress indicator. Yes, that is awesome. Blog comment is not defined. Let's check it out. Is it true? Oh, blog comment is defined. So what's the error? Okay, sorry, we have a constant. Awesome. Okay, so that is going to be loading, and in this place we are going to set the color to be black. So colors dot black. Okay, save it, and this is going to come up. And over here we need to set some kind of padding. Let's set some kind of padding. 8. Oh, that's disrupt the other parts. Let's return to the way it was, and let's see if we can try to reduce the layer. If we can try to reduce the layer. So what do we do? Let's see the stroke width. Let's see the stroke width to be 3. Okay, just make it tiny. Okay, how about we do it this way? Instead of using circular progress bar is not really giving us what we need there. So what we're going to do is, instead of checking it for the entire widget, why don't you just check it for the content itself? So here I'm going to be checking it for the content. You see this content area, we're going to be checking it here. So $, this guy, and check if blog content is not equals to what? No. Then what we're going to do is pass the count, else pass what? Pass a string of data, which is going to be dash. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, this should work. Remove the constant, save. Okay, it actually worked, but it looked like a face because of this bracket. Ah, so all I going to do, just leave it. It's just to showcase what we, I mean, it's just to showcase our vision, what we really want to achieve. Okay, save it, and that should be the way. So now this same format is what we're going to use for this first comment area. So let's now move down to where we have that guy. This is the guy here, this container. This container is the guy. So drop it here, and we are going to check if is not equals to none, then do this guy, but else if it is equals to null, then show the circular progress bar in a center widget. So center, then circular progress bar, padding. Okay, so this should do the work for us. Close, and I think we have closed that. Okay, awesome, that has been closed. Save it, and this is going to load. Okay, so we had the padding just to give a space, and this is the progress bar that we intend to use in this place, but it's too big for that area. Okay, so once that is loading, the user is going to wait for it to load, because it's when the loading is done processing before we can now start showing. So once there is data, it's going to update itself. So let's scroll up, and if there is no data, it's going to ask the user to comment, be the first to comment, something like that. But before we do that, let's first of all communicate with our API, our get comment API. So I'm going to scroll up to where we have this guy. I'm going to scroll up to where we have this guy. You know, we have get blog content, so here will be get comment, get blog comment. So let's see, http OTPI get post. Is trying to use that format, but nevertheless I'm going to update it. So this will do this for us, and we are good. So now get blog comment is here. So now we're going to change this to what we have on our parts. So it is what get comment, and which comment are we getting? We pass the what? We pass the blog, we pass the post ID. So post ID is 5. So is what we're going to pass, and if anyone does not have any comments, it's not going to work. Okay, so I'm going to say I've saved that already. This has been saved. Then the next thing I need to do is to now go back and add this guy to the init state. We need to add it to the init state, so that's going to pop, is going to trigger. So that's going to trigger. So don't forget, block content is now what pass into what content area. But don't forget, this is an array. We cannot tap into single. You have to tap into everything like this, because is an array that is coming from the server. So you are getting all the data. Okay, save it again. And once this is done, click on go back, clear what you have here, and enter the post again. Let's see what we get. Now as you can see, this guide loads up, but we did not see anything. So let me copy this, print the data, save, go back to home page, clear this, open it again. Now as you can see, we have what empty array, because there's no any data in it, and the reason why is because someone has not commented yet on that. So if we have empty array, so this count should be what? Should be 0. So we're going to start with that part. Let's do one after the other. So we'll go to that part, and if it is equals to null, if it's not equals to none, because it has content. So here blog comments will count what is coming. So dot length. So gth, save it, and this is going to be what? 0. So it's going to count how many data is in the array. Okay, so now we have what? 0. And then we'll move down to where we have this guy, this comment guy. So on this comment guy section, we are now going to check. Now inside this line, you know that we already check if this is not equals to no, then show this guy. Now at the moment it's not no, but it's showing the comment, but we don't want this comment to what? To show up. So instead of showing this guy, we are now going to embed this container into another widget, so that we can or what do you think? We need to check another condition in this place, like be the first to comment. So let me wrap it into a column. Yes, that will be the best. Let's wrap it to a column. Now the column is going to be visible once this block content is available. If it's not available, we are going to have what? Progress bar. Now inside this column, I'm not going to check inside this same column that we have here. I'm not going to check if the block content actually have data to load. So pick the first one and load it. So we are going to do that in this place. So if block content dot length is greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, then do this guy. Else is going to do something. Is going to tell the user be the first to comment. So in this place, we are going to have be the first to comment. So no comment yet. That is what we have. So let me take out this one, save it. Now as you can see, no comment yet. But what we are going to do now is adding be the first to comment. So we don't really need a background decoration. So let's take out this background decoration, take it out, save it. Okay, now let's centralize this guy, this container. Let's put it to the middle. So to do that, I'm going to be using the center widget. So let's use the center widget to centralize this guy. Okay, so no comment yet. Be the first to comment. So let me add a new let me add a column to this area. So instead of passing this container only, let's add a column so that under it we are going to pass another thing. So no comment yet. Here will not be the first to comment. Okay, be the first to comment. Save it. Okay, this height is too much. One is also too much. Okay, it's because of this padding. One is not too much. You can even use 2, but this padding that we have below is very much. So no comment yet. Be the first to comment. Let me also reduce what we have on this part. Save. Okay, no comment yet. Be the first to comment. Let me use this guy to improve their distance. 8. Okay, no comment yet. Be the first to comment. So I think that's great. So let me just wrap everything with a padding. Let me wrap everything with a padding. Save. Okay, now this is good. So no comments yet. Be the first to comment. Then once you click on add new comments, it's going to take you to comments page. Okay, so but before we do that, we need to just add an horizontal line. What do you think? Should we add it? I think that will really make sense, like a divider. So here I'm going to introduce a divider. Then this divider is going to take gray color, which is awesome. So this divider is going to divide between the no comments and the top layer. So now this padding is going to be removed and moved down to or what do you think? Or let's wrap a new column into this padding so that we can introduce the divider. So let's move this divider to the top layer so that before the padding, the divider is going to be there. Awesome. Now as you can see, now we have the divider before the padding, and also we are going to add it after the padding so that it's going to be visible before the load more. Awesome. So now if inside this padding I've introduced more spaces. If you introduce more space, it's going to be effective. Now as you can see, it says no comment yet. Be the first to comment. So if there is no comment eventually, is going to what? We are going to load the first one. Don't forget, we are going to load the first array of the comment. That's if there is comment. Okay, so guys, in the next section we are going to learn how to load the first comment on the list of the array. That's if there is comment on it. Okay guys, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this short tutorial, lesson. See you in the next one. Bye, and don't forget that I love you. Hey guys, welcome again to this new section. in this section we are going to be continuing from where we stopped in the previous one. So where we stop is no comment, be the first to comment. So I'm going to load a comment to this post on the website, I mean on the live on the backend area, and let's see if it's going to show something for us. Okay, let's go to the browser, then go to PHP CMS. So over here I'm going to copy this URL to a new browser, so that I'm going to comment as a new user. So let me use, what browser should I use? Let me use Opera Mini. Okay, paste it here, send it, and I need to log it to comments, login. Let me log in, test user at gmail, test@gmail.com, and here we have admin, I think. Wow, so let me just register. Let's call this Peter. Let's call this Peter Adam. So Peter at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5. Register. Okay, so if I log in now, if I log in Peter, it should work. So Peter at gmail.com, and the password 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so this works. Save. Now Peter is now logged in. You can now comment. This is a great content. I will love to comment later. Okay, so full stop, and I'm going to click on submit comment. Now as you can see, comment added, waiting with moderation. What we're going to do now is to go to what's it called? I'll go to the admin section and approve the comments so that we can do something about what we just do. So now this has been added to US called suspend. Abiodun. Okay, so now let's approve these comments on the server end. Go to dashboard, comment. As you can see, this is it here. Peter Adam is submitted it 2 times, so I'm going to delete the first one and then go back again to the comment section and approve the one it dropped. So that has been approved. So I'm going to go to the post again and I should see the comments. As you can see, Peter Adam, this is a good word content, and if I go to the Opera Mini, reload this page, we should have the comments. Can you see the comment is now here? So what I'm going to do next now is to go to the browser, the mobile application and go to the VS Code mobile application. So we don't need to reload this mobile app. What we just need to do is to just go back and enter it again, and this should show the count. Can you see we have count of 1, and if I add my own content, it's also going to show as an admin. So if I add my own content, this is admin comment. So submit comments, go to the admin section, then approve my own comments, approved. So if I go back to this place again, I'm going to see the 2 comments. As you can see, this is the recent one. So if I go to the mobile app and go back, enter, we should have 2. Can you see it's now 2? So now let's now load the first one into this place, so that is going to help us know that this is working. So now we're going to target the first array, don't forget. So as long as this length is greater than 1, that means there's a data to present in the there's a data to present in the array. So instead of passing image, we don't need to pass image because we are not doing image upload for user. So I'm going to take out this image decoration and call this child. So child is going to be called, we need to let me check it again. So decoration, image decoration, do we have a child in this place? we don't really have a child, so let me take it out again and delete. Okay, so under this container we need to pass something. So what do we pass? Let's pass in the child into this place, child, and this child is going to accept user. So let's call this circular avatar. So circular avatar is going to return a child, so let's call this child. Then this is going to be icon, then icon will be icons. Okay, sorry, icons. This should not be icons. Then icon, return icon child, enter. So icons is going to return this. If I save this, what do we get? So this close here, and this closed here. So this guy needs to be removed. Save it. Okay, awesome. So we just try to crack this thing and take out the image from the decoration. So I introduced circular avatar. So circular avatar will just generate a random background which is blue to the avatar that we to the icon that we are adding. So this icon is white, so this circular avatar can also change the background. So let's change the background color to color.black. So colors.black, so let's use black is added. So save, and as you can see we have black. This is great. So that is how circular avatar work. So it's just to change the picture. We don't want to use picture, instead we want to use icon. And if you want to use picture, you can return it back to the way it works. Okay guys, so that has been done. So the next part we need to do now is to pass the name of the user. So let's check again, let's check our browser again, let's check the API. So we have user. So we are going to pass the user of the first index. Don't forget, it's an array that is coming. Can you see? It's an array. Let me go back to the browser. It's an array. So tap into the first array. Sorry, mobile app, VS Code. Okay. Oh, this thing is switching. Okay, so I'm going to tap into the first. Data block content. So 0, and tap into user. So take out the constant. If this is a constant data, that's why this one is not showing. Okay, this is it, const. So take out the const, save it, and this is Adelaya your DJ. And for the date, don't forget, let's check the date. The date is this. So Ctrl C, go back to VS Code, and let's drop in the date. So block content, block comment, then 0. Move on to the next one and pass in the date. Save September 27, 2022, and the content of the message is what we're going to pass in, and block comment. Then tap into the first one. Then here we want to pass the comment itself. So let's see what we have there. Comment, Ctrl C. Now let's pass this now. Sorry. Paste. Okay, so sorry, it's because it's const, so we need to take out the constant, save it, and this is going to load. This is admin content, because it's the previous, it's the last one that is added. This is admin content. Awesome. So now this is working as expected. And if we go back to the home page and enter a block that does not have a content, it's going to show no content. Can you see? No, and this one has a content, as you can see, 1. And if I go to anyone that does not have, it's not going to show, because there's no comment. Okay guys, in the next one we are now going to learn how to submit a content and go to the next page, so that we can load all the content of the comment. Okay, thank you so much for taking your time to watch this section. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, thank you so much for checking that out. You can enroll for the full course on aqskill.com. As you can see, we have the full content over here, which is 100% available for you once you purchase the course. So once again, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for taking your time to watch that section. See you in the course. Bye.